The story begins with events taking place in 2308 BC, specifically on the red planet Mars. After the alien invasion, this place became the last line of defense for the people of Earth and Moon. But after 3 years, everything was supposed to end. Because at that time, a general offensive against the aliens on the defensive line of Mars was planned. The commander of the Earth Federation's Blood Wolf Squad, a colonel named Mo Feng, stared at the monitor, unable to comprehend what was happening. One of them was a man nicknamed Fatty, named Zhang Wu Lei. There were monsters outside and the enemy was already advancing faster and faster. These were aliens who had iron teeth and metal claws. People also used a variety of weapons against them and fired in their direction. The man only managed to dodge the enemy's powerful attack. The guy was very angry and even nuclear bombs were ineffective against these opponents. But when they first appeared, they could be killed even with ordinary rifles. After 3 years of war with these aliens, these creatures have developed resistance even to nuclear bombs. Half of Mars's defensive line has long been in the clutches of alien creatures. They even developed a counterattack method that brutally killed people, which was very creepy and sad. Well, the scariest thing is that there are several more new species ahead of them. Fatso aimed his weapon at 2 o'clock. In front of them were mutated species, 2 B-class aliens and 1 C-class alien. In order to completely eradicate humanity, the aliens evolved into mutants with extraordinary speed and strength. An orange alert level was declared, which scared the guys very much. When will the Luna Squadron arrive? In the face of these strange creatures, human superiority has completely vanished. Terrible things happened and monsters killed people one after another. The guy holding the powerful weapon asked his people not to panic. He explained that he would take on these 3 mutants and asked the fat man to reorganize the front. He will leave the defense of this place to him, and the guy went towards danger. He was already approaching the huge metal monsters that rang with their cold and power. The guy approached one of them, whose paw had huge iron claws. He tried to resist when the monster opened its mouth and green tongues of flame began to come out. The guys tried to dodge, and the guy took aim. No matter how much they evolved, their attacks would be completely useless against him. The boy did not give up and continued to fight these monsters, dealing more blows. He asked them not to even think about it. Because he had to detain the strangers, he needed to buy the fat man enough time. The boy told the commander that the time had already come, and where the hell was that damned Moon Sister squad? The boy exclaimed sadly that their people were dying. The time for a general offensive has already come. And why has not a single ship from the Lunar Squadron appeared yet? The command center was asked if they had been intercepted by alien forces. The local General Offensive Command Center is the Lunar Federation. The Blood Wolf Squad leader is calling the command center. This went on for a very long time and the guy kept trying to call the command center. And finally the connection was established. But the man heard some kind of terrible scream. He realized that the people of the moon were in danger, and that the Lunar Federation had no more forces left for reinforcements. If this continues, nothing good will come of it, and it will be the end of them. The boy decided that it looked like he would have to look for a wife in his next life. The boy told the commander that it looked like he would have to go first. He apologized for holding them back all these years and for coming under heavy enemy attack. The commander turned towards him and screamed in horror, as his comrade had already fallen. The monsters were approaching faster and faster and surrounded them from all sides. The man remembered his parents and little sister. He opened a small amulet with photographs and looked at them. He looked closely at his family and said that he would finally be able to free himself. He was completely surrounded by monsters that were approaching him from all sides, faster and faster. The boy was ready to die and, closing his eyes, pressed the amulet to his chest. He told his family that he would come to them now, and a powerful pillar of fire rose up. There was a powerful bright flash and fiery golden rays rose higher and higher. The planets began to revolve around these rays and a white haze began to envelop him. It was as if he had turned into this white haze and began to reincarnate and dissolve into the planet. He thought blowing himself up would be much more painful. Now he feels so languid and doesn't want to get up. The boy smelled some unusual odor and exclaimed that he hadn't smelled such a stench for a long time. Where did the dirty sock come from in front of him? And in this case, it is not surprising that it smelled so strongly. In front of him was a fat man who laughed and said that his invincible smelly socks were simply amazing. Then the guy told his brother not to get so angry because it was just a joke. He approached the fat man and asked if they were still alive. The fat man was very surprised and asked what that look was. Why was he so mad? A sock kick couldn't have hurt that much. But before he could finish speaking, the boy started tugging at his cheek. Then the fat man asked what nonsense he was talking about and, of course, if he was alive. Then the boy threw himself into the fat man's arms. The fat man asked what was really going on with him and, even if he was desperate, to remember that there were still plenty of fish in the sea, he asked his brother to let him go. And he said that even if he was unlucky in love, he couldn't help it, because he was going to marry only the girl. The boy realized this must be reincarnation or time travel. The fat man started running away from his friend and asked them not to look for him. The main character was in front of the computer and looked closely at the monitor. He certainly didn't expect this. And did he really go back 8 years? The boy decided that since he had been transported back 8 years, then why did his head hurt so much, and could it really be because of the explosion? A girl appeared before him and apologized, explaining that she wasn't interested in seniors like that. The fat man asked his brother not to drink so much just because he'd been rejected. But why did he return exactly after this event? If he really did travel back 8 years, then his little sister and his parents should still be alive. The boy clenched his fists, thought for a moment, and decided, looking at the table, that he urgently needed a mobile phone. He started rummaging around the room and, turning over his pillow, finally found his mobile phone. The main character immediately took the phone in his hands and looked at the photograph that was depicted on it. Mofeng tried to calm himself down and decided he simply had to call them. He was in great pain, but he tried to calm himself down. After all, he had put in too much effort and was not yet used to his new body. The boy tried to concentrate again and approached his mobile phone. He dialed a certain number and with tears in his eyes began calling his sister. On the other end of the line, he really heard his sister Xiaoling's voice. Was she really alive? Which meant his parents were alive too. The sister asked her brother not to be so upset. Although it might sound a little harsh, since he is the closest person to her, she had to say it. Sister Zichen and he are not compatible at all. The girl explained that she and Sister Zichen were members of the Federation Genius Club, so she would tell him as it was. The girl continued to explain to her brother that he was certainly a good guy, but Sister Zichen was not for him. The fat man looked into the room and noticed that his brother was so unhappy after failing in love. And now his own sister was finishing him off, and it was very cruel. Mofeng replied to his sister that he was very happy to hear her voice and thought he would return home this weekend. Xiaoling exclaimed that he finally understood. She had one more thing to tell him, and the main reason his sister didn't like him was because he lived with that fucking fat man. He'd better get rid of him soon because just looking at his fat face makes him want to punch him. The fat man immediately became sad when he heard this. The main character listened to his sister and he was not very pleased to hear it. But suddenly he closed his eyes and exclaimed that her brother would always love her. But the girl answered her brother that he didn't need to explain and immediately became thoughtful. She grabbed her cheeks with her hands and decided that this was a nervous breakdown. And right in broad daylight, he just said he liked Xiaoling's sister. Well, she hadn't heard her brother say something so stupid in a long time. He seemed completely different to her. She hoped he wasn't saying that because he was about to do something stupid. The girl raised her head and, looking forward, could not understand what was happening to her brother. She prayed to the Lord, not understanding what had happened to him and what his thoughts were. The girl told Zhou Zichen that if her brother got involved in anything bad, she would haunt him forever. Although it's unlikely anything serious will happen, and given her brother's obtuse nature, the most he'll do is get completely wasted. The current curriculum is a bit challenging, and that old pervert, Professor Morris, asks a lot of questions. In fact, it would have been even better if Sister Zichen had become her daughter-in-law. But alas, her older brother is a real pain in the ass. If he had been smarter, that would have been a different matter. The boy sat with his phone in his hands and, smiling, thanked his sister. He said that now he would definitely be able to call them. The main character dialed his father's phone number and he immediately answered. He asked why he'd called home so suddenly, thinking he was having trouble with his studies. Mofeng replied that wasn't the case at all, and that he simply missed him and his mother. My father said that if he was bored, he should come home for dinner this weekend and remember to study hard. My mother asked me not to worry about studying alone, and that there were plenty of other girls at their school. The girls at the military academy are all very pretty, both in appearance and in figure. Just remember the fat guy from Auntie Jiang's family who brought one home last summer. The mother asked her son when he would bring a girl home and maybe try to do it this year. The father asked his son not to listen to his mother, because real men should strive for all sides and accomplish great military deeds. The mother asked her husband to be quiet and asked if the retired commander of a small cook detachment had really decided to rebel. Then the father also said goodbye to his son and said they would talk another time. He asked him to study hard and come home on weekends. His dad would cook his favorite stewed fish, and he wished him luck and hung up. The boy listened to the beeps coming from his phone. He thought about how, when he used to talk to them, he always wanted to hang up as quickly as possible, but now he really wanted to keep talking to them and hear their voices. Meanwhile, the fat man was sitting at his desk, humming something with his diary open. The boy looked at him carefully and thought about something while looking at the fat man. It's hard to believe that this fat man will become his most skilled marksman in the future, who will accompany him on the battlefield of Mars until his death. There must be some way to prevent that devastating disaster. There definitely must be some way. Otherwise, why could he even come back? And why does he now know things he didn't know in the past? Now, in this 20-year-old body, there is a fully matured, unbending soldier, and he will definitely be able to do anything. But first, it would be nice to fill his stomach, and the boy decided to go eat. Meanwhile, the fat man was lying on his bed, hugging his food and blowing bubbles. The protagonist, in turn, thought about how only after hearing the voices of his loved ones did he feel so energetic that he completely lost the desire to sleep. The boy looked out the window and noticed that it was an unusually quiet night. In just 5 years, such a tender night will no longer exist in this world. 5 years later, the Earth-Moon system was attacked by aliens disguised as comets. Several important cities on Earth and the Moon suffered a powerful, crushing blow. People were too careless. Although they fantasized about the existence of aliens, they never expected that aliens would actually appear in the heavenly realms. Humanity began to resist fiercely, and in the first days of the war, both sides exchanged pleasantries, and humans even gained the upper hand. The Battle of Syrtis Planum was a turning point and became key in the battle for Mars. Due to human carelessness, the northern part of Mars was occupied by aliens, after which the battles for Mars did not stop for 3 years. Over these 3 years, the aliens grew stronger and stronger. They became more numerous, huge, and vicious. As a result, after the defeat at the Solar Lake, people lost control of Mars and went from an offensive to a full-scale defense. Although he doesn't know what the plan of the top was before the last battle, the situation was such that all of humanity was on the brink of destruction. 2 key nodes were destroyed by comets, preventing the human coalition from taking action in time and losing several important strongholds. Moreover, the aliens seemed to be able to miraculously foresee the course of major battles. But scientists have discovered that humans are unable to communicate with them. Is it possible that aliens also have supernatural abilities, like his sudden return through time? But this phase of the Moon people is somehow strange. And could they be traitors? Everything must have a reason, and if the Moon people are truly traitors, what is their motive? Capitulation to an alien. But this is impossible, because after the aliens' complete victory, humans would at best become their food. Moreover, as it turns out, the aliens cannot communicate with humans. So how then did they learn their secrets? During the war, 70% of the battle credits belonged to Luna. Although people complained about the inability of the lunar sister, they did so only to vent their anger. These assumptions of his were of little use now, and he did not belong to the top management. So most of the information was out of his reach. Because of this, he could easily make mistakes. Even though he's returned to the past, he can't do anything right now. Still, if he starts shouting everywhere that he's from the future and they're facing an alien invasion, they'll just send him to a psychiatric hospital. However, the thing is that there is most likely some problem inside people. If he leaves everything as it is, he will meet his death again. What if he too became a member of the top management? Such an intriguing thought occurred to the protagonist. During his military school years in the past, his grades were too mediocre, so he missed out on a lot of opportunities. However, this time things are different, and if everything works out, he will be able to join the top management and gain the right to influence decision-making. Perhaps he will be able to find the key to solving the problem. Only the very best elite of military academies attend the competitions, not to mention those who show excellent results there. But the most important thing is that because of the war, 5 years later, the students who showed outstanding results in this city became the main forces of the army of the Earth and the Moon. The boy decided this was his chance. Recklessness and fun wouldn't solve his problems, and he had to be calm, serious, and even patient. Meanwhile, the guys who were in the audience looked at the fat man and the girl who was sitting next to him. They were clearly jealous of him as she clung to him and called him Brother Lay. Then the fat man found himself in the room next to the girl he hugged. Suddenly, she started to push away and asked her brother to wait a little. He wanted to hug the girl again, but suddenly their gaze fell on the window from which eerie red eyes were looking at them. A huge, sinister wolf with creepy hands instead of paws began to burst through the window into their room. Lay started screaming when he grabbed the girl and she asked him to help him quickly. This evil monster started to fight and knocked the fat man over with his foot, causing him to fall on his back. The guy asked where the werewolf came from and asked the girl not to be afraid, as he would save her. The monster continued to hold the girl and began to carry her away through the window. The guy asked the monster not to even think about running and rushed after him. He begged Lulu to return it and threw himself into the monster's hand. The girl began calling out to the boy. He grabbed the evil monster and began to tear at its arm, pushing it away from Lulu. The guy couldn't understand who it was and realized that it was not a monster, but a water spirit. When the fat man woke up, he was simply terrified and beads of sweat were running down his face. He did not expect such a terrible, scary, and disturbing dream, and his gaze fell on his comrade. The main character also looked at the fat man, and he was completely drenched in streams of sweat. Lei looked at Mo Feng with fear and exclaimed with horror in his eyes that he had become a water spirit. The main character approached the boy and asked his brother if he had drowned himself. The fat man started shouting that now his ghost had come to him, and why did he have to do this because of some woman? Mo Feng told the boy to calm down and asked if he'd had a nightmare. He'd simply decided to practice. After all, a future soldier can't afford to be lazy. Lei asked his comrade if everything was okay and said he had just sounded exactly like their instructor. Mo Feng reflected that failure in love really does seem like a serious matter when you're young. Even though it's his body, every aspect of it has ultimately changed dramatically. The potential of this body is actually quite good, but it will take more time to adapt. If you compare the use of genetic power and the conditions on Mars to those here, the difference is truly like night and day. To have a better chance of surviving on the battlefield, you need to work harder in training. But hardly anyone thinks about such things in such peaceful times. Only those who have survived a real hell can understand this, and even a little more strength and skill could help save their lives. In fact, his comrade Zhang W.K. Lei is also very talented, otherwise he wouldn't have survived until the final battle. He just doesn't realize it yet. The boy chuckled and decided that if hatred had kept him going in battle, then what had motivated his comrade to go all the way? The boy shouted after his comrade, telling him not to be so upset and that the best was still ahead. Lei thought about how Mo Feng's brother had been rejected and must be trying to suppress his pain with training. He sighed and decided that this was why his Lulu was the best and she would never cause so much trouble. Thinking about this, Lei decided he needed a snack. He wanted to eat well and asked his companion to turn his bitterness and resentment into a desire to eat. Mo Feng said that he would take a shower for now, tidy himself up and come back. Could he have guessed earlier that it must have been food that supported him in battles? Matt Snow has completed 5 triathlons and a 10-kilometer cross-country race. When he reaches his peak, it will be a piece of cake. He's now about 50% recovered, and his body should be better and more resilient. It's just that genetic strength needs further training and willpower. He had this mysterious feeling during the war against the aliens. In this era, genetically modified soldiers and genetic engineering are not taboo, so no one is horrified at the mention of it. Initially, in order to colonize Mars and the Moon, scientists began conducting research on reconfiguring human genes. Ultimately, these studies made such a huge breakthrough that they solved not only the problems of adaptation to an alien environment. Moreover, they initially expanded the entire potential of humanity. Genetic technologies have truly moved human exploration of the Moon from aspiration to reality, laying the foundation for rapid and exponential development on the Moon. But they have also created friction between Earth and the Moon. The Earth Federation had a somewhat conservative approach to genetic engineering and leaned more toward natural human evolution. They believed that more time was needed to achieve the goal of fully adapting humans to interstellar travel. The Moon people, on the other hand, took more radical action, as the harsh environmental conditions dictated the need for more intensive genetic modification. Although direct genetic modification has brought benefits such as increased IQ and adaptability, but it also caused some physical and mental disabilities, which have given rise to huge controversy. Human heredity, the survival of the fittest, eliminated these defects, thus forming the currently living people of the Moon. In essence, the goals of the Moon and the Earth were the same, only the processes of achieving them were warm for some and hot for others. Hence such a relationship between the Earth and the Moon. Being competitors, at the same time they are inextricably linked in science, economics, military affairs, and other areas. His physical condition will be much better by the time of war. The main thing is to let his body get used to his genetic strength. The method for this is quite simple. Train until your heart rate drops. Exhaustion and overuse are the easiest way for the body to adapt. Both the Earth and Lunar Federations place great importance on military academies, so living conditions there often surprise newcomers. The most fundamental evaluation criterion is genetic merit. Simply put, military academies are places where officers are trained, especially those with strong genetic backgrounds. The higher the genetic value, the stronger the adaptability to harsh conditions, the standard of admission to military schools. Of course, this value does not directly indicate combat effectiveness, and it only reflects a kind of potential, the maximum that a person can ultimately achieve. The main character looked at the fat man and said that they should quickly go eat. Although he remembers that the food at the military school was quite varied, it is surprising that the fat man never said a word about the menu. He remarked that for some reason he kept feeling different today. Mo Feng decided that his comrade's skills were beginning to awaken. His intuition and marksmanship during the war were truly astounding. He asked what exactly was different from the norm. The fat man pointed at his smile and exclaimed that that was it. Mo Feng couldn't say for sure what had changed. Perhaps he'd become more handsome or something. Lei exclaimed that his compliments didn't make him happy at all. What was the point of calling another guy handsome? One of the kids asked if this was the guy, pointing to the main character, who had confessed to the most beautiful girl in school and been rejected. The other replied that it really was him, and the fat idiot next to him. But it was truly foolish to dare to confess to Sister Zichen in front of everyone. The guys kept pointing at the boy and saying that he was the one who publicly confessed to being the most beautiful girl in the school and failed. For some reason, this guy's enthusiasm probably completely disappeared after that. The guys were sitting at a table and the fat man suddenly grabbed his head with his hand and blushed. After which he said that young people these days do not respect their elders at all. They continued chatting, and the students around them pointed at the boy and laughed. The fat man exclaimed that Mo Feng had brought glory to their class, and rumors about him had already spread throughout the school. The headman appeared in front of the boys, and Lei smiled and immediately greeted her. This is Sun Xiaorui, a close friend of hers and the fat man's in military school. She was also their class president for 4 years. After graduation, she quickly rose through the ranks of the military in the war against the aliens. The girl became one of the youngest captains of a large spaceship. For the first few years, she and the fat man were at the very bottom of the army. But this did not stop her from continuing to communicate with them. It's a pity, but it seems the heavens themselves were jealous of her talent, because in the battle at the Solar Lake, the space fleet of the Earth Federation was almost completely destroyed. Sun Xiaorui eventually fell in that battle as well. Suddenly, the girl approached the protagonist and asked why he was staring so wide-eyed, as she was right. She came closer to him and said that she just wanted to look at him, and was he really so eager to disgrace them in front of the whole school? Mo Feng said the village chief was right, and he had truly distinguished himself. Fatso agreed, adding that he'd already been laughed at enough and thought he'd fully realized his mistake and thought it through. The village headman asked how well he'd thought it all through. He asked if he'd treat them to 3 full meals. Lei raised his hand and exclaimed that he would wash his socks for a whole week. The main character immediately asked him to stop and asked whether they had come to console him or to finish him off. The village headman explained that she had initially wanted to console him, but seeing his smiling face, she decided it was pointless. Was he planning to die from his emotional wounds? Lei asked his friend what the password was for his bank card. He explained that he would take care of it for him. Mo Feng thought that in the past, at this stage, he had indeed suffered a serious injury and his stupidity had caused a lot of trouble for both himself and his friends. The fact that he fell into depression because of Josie now seems truly absurd to him. This time, he feels wonderful, and it's a completely new experience. The food truly tastes delicious, and only those who've been through the war know how pleasant it is to eat in peace and quiet. Although there were no supply problems, moments when they could eat without worrying about a sudden alien attack were rare. But later, the quality of food still became worse and worse, and there is no comparison with food in peacetime. Now it was delicious and aromatic. And the boy answered his friend that he didn't have a bank card, and the pile of socks and underwear could be left lying around in the dorm. The class monitor asked if they should focus on their 3rd year instead of worrying about girls. They should focus more on their grades. The fat man asked what difference it made, since all graduates were the same, and the stamp on their diploma wouldn't make much of a difference. In fact, he greatly admired Brother Feng and couldn't care less about the results. The boy raised his hand and asked the others to forget about it as soon as possible. She got angry and exclaimed that it would be better for them not to be so indifferent, and that the stamps on their certificates would determine where they would start after joining the army. If they don't try now, they'll have to put in 10 or 100 times more effort later. Lei exclaimed that they had a very caring headman, and that was wonderful. The girl said that of course she was already aiming for the Iron Eagle fleet, so if they got there too, she would be able to take care of them for the rest of her life. The fat man exclaimed when he heard about the Iron Eagle. She must be joking. These are the ace troops, and if he and his comrade don't score 1,200 points, they won't even be allowed to clean toilets. The head girl exclaimed that everything was fine, and asked how many points they both had now. If they have more than 700, then they need to work hard on these days, and she has passed several tests, so she will be able to train them in these tests. They need to strive to score 800 points. And if they can qualify for the elite competition, it doesn't matter whether they win or lose. It will still improve their certificate, and then they can get into the troops they need. The fat man exclaimed, hugging Mo Feng, that the weather was fine today. The protagonist remarked that the village chief was right, and although he was a bit short of his goal, he would definitely try to make it to the competition. The girl exclaimed that this was how it should be, and that he was a good man, that relationships were very important, and she asked what about the fat man. Then the guy, washing down his food with juice, coughed a little, and replied that he would of course try. The boy asked with a smile on his lips how much time was left until the competition. The head woman answered the children that they were only just over a month away. The girl remembered that when she first sat down, his plate was full, and he also took the largest portion for real gluttons. There were 5 whole wheat loaves of bread weighing 250 grams, and during that time, while they were chatting for a few minutes, the plate was completely empty. The guy started to get up from his chair and said that he would go get more. Mo Feng thought that high-intensity training required a large amount of calories. It is not enough to just eat your fill. You also need to fill your stomach with reserves. The main character smiled and exclaimed that now everything is very good, very tasty, and satisfying and great, that there is no war. The boy asked why they were looking at him like that and whether they weren't going to eat. The village headwoman said she was already full, watching him eat, and asked how much he had eaten. She couldn't understand how he could eat so much so quickly. Lei said that Brother Feng had indeed turned his emotions into a desire to eat and limited himself to just food. How awful. He'd wanted to help, but ended up teaching his brother to eat away his sorrows. He asked the boy to hang in there because the best was yet to come, and sooner or later he'd find a girlfriend. The headmistress advised him not to drown his sorrows in food, and that studying would give him more strength. The most important thing now is to gain experience, and men need to be strong. Mo Feng decided they'd misunderstood him again, and that failure in love was leading to increased appetite. Before us is the women's dormitory, the Dragon Letters School, which towered up to the sky. The class president straightened up and, exhaling, exclaimed that she had finally made up her mind. The girl asked Xiao Rui if she had chosen too many subjects. Xiao Rui approached her and said that she took everything related to the fleet. She asked her friend to choose the same course and said that in the future, when she became a ship captain, she would take her under her wing. The girl replied that she shouldn't and that the courses would be too difficult for her. She no longer enjoys the navigator's course, and who knows, maybe she'll take her under her wing in the future. Xiao Rui mentioned that she'll need her chosen course too. She's actually curious about what courses Mo Feng and the Fat Man chose. She'll have to keep a close eye on them this year. In front of us is also the men's dormitory of the Dragon Letters School. The guy was surprised when he heard about the rear service and said he chose the dead subjects. But shouldn't his passion be the same as his beloved goddesses? A shooting course, that's what he should choose. The protagonist tried to explain to the Fat Man that they would be participating in the EM. They would have to complete several practical courses. Lei told his brother that he must not be serious because two such talentless people like them and EM are simply incompatible. Mo Feng exclaimed that he was serious and that they still had almost a month left. If he could get 800 points, then he could do it too. The Fat Man clutched his cheek thoughtfully and said he couldn't. The boy wondered if he'd really discovered them and whether he'd certainly hidden them well. He exclaimed that he didn't care, and if he had less than 800 points by the time of registration, he would put his figures on Bao Tao, so everything depended on him. The Fat Man asked how long he'd been lusting after his Lulu. Even if he'd been rejected, he couldn't just take her away from him. The guy decided when the main character ran out of the room that it seemed like this had a strong impact on Brother Feng's psyche and that he had previously despised EM, but now he had completely lost his humanity. The Fat Man smiled and said that it looked like his love wouldn't hear him reading a book on the basic laws of jump curvature, but it would be better for his Lulu. There's just over a month left until the EM registration deadline, and that's definitely enough for him. The protagonist clenched his fists and decided that genetic power exists in every person's body. The correct method of control is the main key to unlocking it. Knowing this, he can become the strongest man of this era. He must reach the peak state of his body before the aliens arrive. He must transcend even the limits of his past life. 5 days later, Dragon Letters appeared at the school's sports stadium. The protagonist was confident and serious about sports. The class leader remarked that he was actually quite good and now seemed like a completely different person. The Fat Man replied that he felt very sorry for him. He clearly had severe broken heart syndrome, and the guy continued to train tirelessly. He used reflex training, running, and muscle training. And for several days now, all he has done is train, eat, and sleep. Lei covered his face with his hand and exclaimed that love had ruined Brother Feng, and he had never been like this before. Xiaorui turned to the boy and said that he had only gotten better, and it was long overdue. Lei shouldn't lag behind him either. But when he mentioned his chips, the girl immediately threw them in the trash can and said that now he had to go train with his brother Feng immediately. The boy grabbed his head and exclaimed that he had over 700 points, and why should he train anymore? The class monitor asked him what he was mumbling and, clenching her fists, asked him to run quickly and train. The Fat Man immediately hurried over and asked his comrade to wait for him. Mo Feng was glad that Lei had finally arrived. He asked him to keep in mind that if he beat him by a full lap, he would sell the poster of his goddess. Then the Fat Man started running faster and asked his friend not to. The headmistress noticed how energetic they were, and it was really nice to watch them try so hard. That same evening, the protagonist was training in the hall of the Dragon Riding School. He thought about how the Fat Man was still too weak. He'd collapsed after just 10 laps. Lei said he couldn't take it anymore and needed to crawl home because he wanted to see the cosmic beauty. The boy thought that they were both 20 years old now, and that was about the age when it was easiest to master genetic power. It's only been 5 days, but he already feels fully recovered and can't wait to test his strength. He absolutely needs to reach 800 EM points, and he currently only has just over 350. Although the number of points does not reflect real combat effectiveness, society needs some kind of certification system. He'd missed out on a lot in the past due to his waywardness, but that wouldn't happen again. It was time to head to the EM building for some real practice. Before us is the educational building of the School of Dragon Letters. Advanced training for EM will begin soon. Students were asked to head to their respective zones, and those with an EM score of less than 500 points would undergo basic training. The main character smiled and exclaimed that this evening he would show what he had achieved. The system asked to use the celestial information to register in the EM system and thanked for its cooperation. The registration was successful and Mo Feng's result is much below average, so he needs to work harder. The boy said that his results would be above average this evening, but he just had to wait. Suddenly, he heard the girl ask the older man to let her go. Mo Feng saw Zhou Zichen in front of him and was very surprised how she ended up there. The guy held the girl's hand and asked her not to be so cold to him by calling her Junior Zichen. The girl told the elder Li William that she had already asked him to let her go. Mo Feng, looking at them, decided that the world really was a small place. The girl saw the boy and gave him a surprised look. If he remembers correctly, Li William was in the top 5 at EM. His father is a member of parliament and the family has vast assets, making him the epitome of a tall, rich, and handsome man. He felt a little sad and thought that it would be better for him not to stay here for long. Unexpectedly, the girl told the elder William that the thing was that she already liked Mo Feng. That's why she apologizes to him and doesn't want her boyfriend to misunderstand her. William didn't expect this and wondered if this fool was really her boyfriend, considering it a joke. William replied that he knew the younger Mo Feng and asked him not to try to use him as a shield, because everyone already knew what he had done a few days ago, Zekin told the elder. So he doesn't know everything, and that time she didn't reject him. She just didn't like the way he confessed. Where had you ever seen a guy strip naked in a public confession, instead of at least giving her flowers? Mo Feng was very surprised because she actually blushed. He wondered why he had never seen her like this before, and suddenly he felt that he had not lived in vain by removing the hand of this scoundrel. He explained to the elder William that beautiful girls didn't like being pushed too much and that he wasn't being gentlemanly when he crossed the line. Not to mention that Zekin was his girlfriend. Even if that weren't true, shouldn't he reflect on his behavior? She wondered if he had really been so eloquent. One of the guys exclaimed that this is how it should be done with this boar, and it was simply amazing. Mo Feng was called handsome, and William decided that there were too many people here and he would not get into a fight. He looked menacingly at the main character and said through gritted teeth that he remembered him. He turned to the girl and said that he still believed that she would ultimately make the right choice. The kids around them decided to go have dinner, and the others were also talking about going to their rooms. Someone exclaimed that the weather outside was simply gorgeous. Zikin pressed herself against the boy and then said that it was time to let her go. And why does such a talented girl like Mo Xiaoxing have such a cheeky and stupid older brother? The thief blushed slightly and smelled the pleasant scent of her hair and body. She blushed, and he got the most out of it. He had never stood so close to her before. Zikin stared at him and thanked him for helping her out just now. She wanted to continue, but Mo Feng stopped her and asked her not to thank her, because he understood everything, and it was not difficult for him to be an excuse. And at least he was able to stand so close to such a beauty. So, if in the future he needs to do something similar again, he asks to call him and he will be happy to help. He thought that returning to the topic this evening, he still had to see what assessment the EM system would give him for his new powers. When the war began, the EM system ceased to be used, so most likely today he will be able to find out what results he could have achieved with it then. In order to change the future, at this stage he can only increase his EM score. The main character entered the room and, smiling, exclaimed, looking ahead, that he had returned. He decided to first see what was currently available to him, and the screen lit up with a golden light. There were several screens in front of him, and he saw battles against others by pressing the touch button. He believes that if he were to go and fight against his classmates now, it would be no different from beating up children. If he remembers correctly, the so-called basic training was something one could say inhumane, essentially testing the soldier's abilities by simulating various brutal military conditions. This is clearly not military academy level. In his past life, this type of competition had been completely repugnant to him. But now he had already felt the taste of war, and then he decided to choose it. The protagonist reached out his hand to the touchscreen and boldly pressed it. The system welcomed him as a student of the Dragon Letters Military Academy, assigned a specific number. Since he missed a month of competition, he will be deducted 10 points, and the system hopes he takes his training seriously. Who would have thought that the future commander of the Dragon's Teeth battle group was so careless during his training at the military academy? The control cabin has completed initialization of the simulated battlefield, and the student can enter. The EM response has been confirmed, and it is necessary to prepare for the connection of the simulated battlefield. The system indicated that the door was closing, and the boy was completely prepared for it. The copy preparation dive begins, and the pain transfer coefficient is set to 100%. The suit's simulation began to run, and the suit was completed. The system announced that he would soon find himself on the Martian battlefield, amidst a magnificent display of fireworks. The main character seemed to be in another dimension, and he began to glow with bright blue rays. The Mars battlefield is a magnificent fireworks display, and the system has completed its loading. In front of us is the men's dormitory of the Faculty of Journalism of the School of Dragon Letters. The boy exclaimed that he needed to finish his first-year homework quickly. The professor asked him to hurry. The guy asked if anyone could help him with the editing. The materials this month were too generic, and there was no specific guidance on what to do with the homework. It was a guy from the journalism department at the Marco Polo School of Dragon Letters. He was thinking that he wouldn't be able to interview the girls anymore, and mixed media videos weren't very engaging. Besides, the EM exam is just around the corner, and everyone is preparing diligently, which makes them look too stereotypical. Because of this, there's a shortage of good material. He's been scrolling through the bulletin board for an hour now, but even there it's all too boring. Most likely, all the popular records have already been cut and used as material, so he must find something among the unpopular ones. Suddenly, his gaze shifted, and he noticed that the battlefield of Mars was a magnificent fireworks display. Hadn't this ordeal, dubbed cremation, been frozen by the system? This exercise was developed by the Lunar Federation using Mars as a battlefield. The harsh environment there makes it incredibly difficult to navigate. Only the highest-ranking masters dared to try to pass it. But even such experts dropped out almost immediately. But it is too naive. And if he chose this exercise in an attempt to earn points, now he will fly out of there, cruelly humiliated, in just a moment. Even freshmen wouldn't do something as stupid as this kid does. The difficulty level of this test is too high, so there's a high risk of serious injury. But he still set the pain level at 100%, and he wondered if this man was a masochist. Meanwhile, the main character was already in front of the monsters and thought that the smell of blood was missing here. However, he noticed that these stones, this wind and smell, this place was full of desolation and cruelty. This was definitely it. That battlefield of Mars with which he had once been so familiar. The battlefield here is a passage through a gorge, and the test subject must avoid possible artillery weapons until the very end of this passage. In addition to frequent unexpected shots fired from around corners, there are also countless induction mines to be wary of in this area. Before the test, a 1-minute demonstration of the gun's firing trajectories will be conducted, testing the tester's memorization speed unless he is a genetic warrior with the evolutionary ability of lightning-fast memory. The difficulty of this exercise is directly related to the level of pain he feels. A 100% pain sensation implies the same difficulty, and he believes the exercise will be over in just a second, maybe even in 3 seconds at most. He thinks the segment featuring his failure will be funny, considering he even has an expert air about him at the beginning. Mofeng smiled, clenched his fists, looked at the monitor and decided that it was time to begin. The boy jumped with dexterity and began to run across the dangerous terrain. From all sides, monsters tried to attack him and tear him into small pieces. But the main character very deftly dodged them and ran faster and faster. He proved to be invulnerable and dodged the enemy's powerful attacks in time. He thought that even though his body was lagging behind a little, he still managed to jump into the blind spot of the photon cannons. The boy continued to fight the monsters that surrounded him from all sides, shooting from powerful weapons. The guy who was watching him was very surprised and his gaze changed. 100 meters of passage can be described as 100 meters of death, and to pass such a distance at a difficulty level of 70% is already a sufficient reason for pride. But what's most impressive is that after all that moving to avoid the shots, he still had the strength left to destroy the guns themselves and earn extra points. The boy was simply shocked and decided that this man was some kind of demon. Mofeng exclaimed that it was too late. He continued to dodge the new volleys that came out of the weapons. The guy continued to watch him and exclaimed that it was simply incredible and he was already halfway there. There is definitely only one person there. But he can't shake the chilling feeling that there is a whole mighty army fighting there. The main character continued to fight and many shots flew in his direction. He dodged again and again and suddenly, looking ahead, he decided this was bad. A multitude of different fragments and stones began falling from all sides and from above, towards him. The guy who was watching this couldn't understand what kind of perverted exercise this was, and what kind of person could even complete it. The protagonist continued to go through this incredible test and found himself in flames. He dodged, jumped over the golden tongues of fire, and found himself on high rocks. Mofeng was glowing with bright blue lightning that enveloped him from all sides. He broke through these stones and dodged the new danger faster and faster. He jumped over huge boulders and came out unscathed again and again. The guy watching him exclaimed that he was some kind of monster. And where did he get such jumping ability? The protagonist jumped over the high cliff again and turned away from the powerful blow. He found himself near a new elevation and, approaching it, jumped up. The guy, watching him, clenched his hands and exclaimed that this was bad, and the shot weakened the force of the jump. So he decided that the boy would not make it. Mofeng began to grab the rock with his hands and try to climb up on his own. He was already very close to the edge of the cliff and reached out to it with his hand. He still managed to overcome this elevation and found himself at the very top. A new shot in the form of bright golden lightning was already flying towards him. The boy noticed he still had 10 meters to go. He decided to calm himself down and said he would definitely get through it. And at this point, relying on speed was useless. He slowed down a bit. Trying to get through here at human speed alone would only be to your own detriment. The guy deftly dodged the bright golden rays that could have cut him into small pieces. He decided that only by relying on snap judgment and flexibility could he get through this stage. And without stopping, he went further, passing through the light dangerous circle. It was as if he found himself in front of multicolored monitors on which there were some recordings. The guy, watching him, exclaimed that, surprisingly, this was definitely not a dream. He had actually completed the Mars battlefield on 100% difficulty. He frowned, looked at the boy and wondered who this person was. His look changed completely and he really didn't expect such a turn of events. That last look after which he had the feeling as if death itself was staring at him. The guy was trying to figure out who he was and suddenly the system stopped. The guy exclaimed that the broadcast was over and he didn't immediately notice it. The recording appeared again and he is supposedly God, although no, not so much God as a demon. From the beginning to the very end, there was an aura of destruction. And it came not from the battlefield, but from this man. The system issued a special announcement. An anonymous student completed the Mars battlefield and a magnificent fireworks display at 100% difficulty level with a grade of C, taking a place in the ranking. The guy who was watching what was happening thought that, judging by the voices, all the students in the faculty already knew about this. Just 5 minutes later, the largest military academies were simply overwhelmed with messages from students. Could this be one of the academy's trump cards? And they've decided to make a name for themselves at the EM Elite competition. The Mars battlefield cremation test was passed with a C grade, which is simply incredible. Before this, the maximum grade was A, meaning it increased by 2 orders of magnitude. Mo Feng reflected that he still had a lot of problems with some details in the battle he had just completed, but most likely, he hadn't received the grade due to 2 major mistakes. These were indeed 2 big mistakes. If the rhythm had been tighter, he would not have injured his right hand. If he'd added a little more rotation to his jump, he wouldn't have nearly fallen. It looks like that body still needs some training. It's great that after setting a new record, he was awarded 100 points right away, although only God knows how long it will take him to get the full 800. In front of us is the spacious, bright library of the School of Dragon Letters. The boys were in this library, and the girl, with her arms crossed on her chest, looked at them attentively. She wondered if someone had actually broken the record, and it was simply unbelievable. The guys kept saying that this person must have cheated. The girl thought about it and also wondered what they were making so much noise about in the library. When she looked at her phone, she exclaimed that it was simply impossible. She read that an anonymous student from Earth had broken the record for passing the Mars battlefield test. A magnificent ether up, receiving the highest score, and currently had the best result among the Earth and Moon Federation. The girl thought about the fact that although the EM systems of the Lunar Earth Federation are constantly connected to each other via a network, the evaluation of tests is carried out separately and each federation has its own rating. The gold content is higher on the EM and on the Moon, which is especially pronounced at the higher levels. The cremation test, rated C, is undoubtedly the most challenging combat section on both planets. It is simply impossible, and she tried to pass the magnificent fireworks display by 80% and felt only one thing, namely despair. And only God can pass it successfully by 100%. The kid said it was now clear who was the best, and he'd like to see the faces of those bastards from Yusao. That's all well and good, of course, but why hadn't they leaked the walkthrough video yet? He hoped it wouldn't turn out to be a farce. A video of the test being completed with such a rating would be quite informative for them. At least something useful could be highlighted. She still thinks that this man is a crook, since he decided to maintain his anonymity, and it is unlikely that there are people on Earth who are capable of passing such a test on their own. Now we need to figure out how to get a video of the walkthrough, but only the person who walked through it, or the viewer who recorded it, can upload a video, and there's no other way. The boy who was watching all this asked why they decided to hold the meeting in his room. Then the guy replied that it was because he was the first one to scream loudly, so they figured he might have some scoop. One of the guys told Mark how exciting the news was. One of the guys asked if they thought this news was too incomprehensible, and maybe it was just a fake. Another remarked that his words made him tremble, but if you think about it, the test really is impossible to pass. Before he could finish speaking, Marco Polo mentioned that he had a video. The guys were very surprised, and one of them asked what he had just said, and if he really had a video. When the boys heard this, they immediately surrounded Marco Polo and demanded that he show the material. Then one of the guys asked, coughing, if it was possible to watch the video he had just mentioned. Marco Polo immediately adjusted his glasses with his hands, and the guys were happy when he talked about the video. But they began to approach him faster and faster, and he asked what they were doing, because it was his recording. One of the guys asked if he'd trade the video for his treasure. The other one grabbed the guy and asked him to let them watch it, so they could check if the video was real. Marco Polo promised to show them, but asked them to promise that they would not prevent him from implementing it himself. The guys immediately crowded around him and one asked the other not to push, and the second replied that he smelled. And so the participants immediately crowded around Marco Polo and began to watch with their mouths open. They watched with their mouths open, wondering if this was really the man in front of them. Where did he get this incredible reaction and this crazy feeling of pressure from? One of the guys was simply shocked and asked who could even withstand this, and the second exclaimed that he was too strong. Marco Polo thought that although he was looking for the second time, the feeling of power had not diminished in the least. It would be great if he was an Earthling, but he was definitely an Earthling, at least a student at a military academy on Earth. 20 minutes later, Marco Polo asked the boys to get out of here. Marco Polo clenched his fists and asked the guys to publish this video of the fight. This is such a cool fight, and every student of dragon riding should see it. He decided that this would bring glory to their journalism department, and the guys asked to watch it as soon as possible. But why has no one clicked yet, and the number of views has suddenly increased unexpectedly? They're #1 on the live streams, and who's this bastard doing this? The guy exclaimed that a video of a walkthrough of the Mars battlefield had been released. The other guys wondered if it was true or not, and the video was uploaded to Marco's newsfeed. They quickly went to watch and were amazed at how he could move so fast. This guy was too strong, and who was he? Before us again is the women's dormitory of the Dragon Letters School. The girl wondered what happened when she heard too much noise. The recording had already stopped, and she couldn't understand why it was suddenly so noisy outside. The headmistress was very angry and again asked what was going on and what all the fuss was about. How could she even record anything in such a situation? Her friend asked her to be quieter because she was an excellent class monitor and she would show her something interesting. The girl replied to her friend that they had different interests, so she should forget about it. But she did not calm down and explain to the headman that this was definitely something that both of them would like. This is just a real macho, but the headman did not calm down and said that she would not watch anything. A friend asked to take a look anyway, so she could see for herself how fierce he was. The class monitor exclaimed that she knew about this C-grade attempt, but his anonymity didn't inspire confidence. But her friend explained that it was about to start, and she began to watch the screen carefully. Suddenly, her gaze changed when she saw a familiar appearance. This reaction is simply incredible. Its speed and ability to observe its surroundings, and on top of that, its terrifying tolerance. Even with a 100% sense of pain, it doesn't hesitate in the slightest when injured. However, true experts know that after the removal of pain nerves, a person's reaction drops by several levels, and then such passage becomes even more impossible, and this is a kind of paradox. What kind of training must one undergo to achieve such self-control? Frankly, it's surprising that such a terrifying creature exists, and I'll likely have to compete with it in the tournament. Moreover, that last look of his exuded boundless peace of mind and a will to fight. It felt as if no matter who came against him, no one would be able to stop him. If she were to become his opponent, she might even become intimidated during the fight. She could only hope she didn't encounter him at the very beginning of the EM competition. Meanwhile, her friend called this guy handsome and a real man. She felt like every cell in her body was ready to give in. He really was the perfect man too, with that look that left you speechless, like an electric shock, wondering what this guy looked like. In front of us is the campus of an American school. One of the guys mentioned that they've launched a broadcast featuring a walkthrough of the School of Dragon Letters. The man's technique was so superb that he remarked that he was certain he would never be able to master it. The other replied that he didn't even know where such a person could have come from. Meanwhile, in Marco Polo's dorm room, the guy smiled and exclaimed that the video had spread to all the major colleges. The other guy explained that real-time views had already exceeded the views of this week's top news stories by tenfold. Marco Polo exclaimed that this was very good, and this time their homework would be done with extra. And so the next day arrived. The fat man said that because of all the noise with the expert, he was able to calmly look at the space beauties for me. So, an anonymous expert has appeared, and can he have a figure like Christina's? Could there really be a sweet voice like Chujiang's? The boy decided to restrain himself from such thoughts. He opened his eyes and said that today was the fat man's great day, and stood up to his full height. The guy continued to have fun and look at various special accessories, including a homemade support flag, Liu Mengli's autograph session, and he's on his way. Mo Feng, emerging from the shower, looked closely at his comrade. It's all started, and maybe it's worth inviting him to dinner tonight. Otherwise, he'll have to stay here alone for the whole weekend. Mo Feng immediately invited Lei to dinner. Didn't he say the food at the orphanage was bad? He invited him to his home and said there would be fish stew today. The fat man immediately rejoiced and exclaimed that he hadn't eaten anything tasty in a long time, and really wanted the fish. The protagonist wondered why it had started following him wherever he went. He asked the fat man if he was busy that evening and asked if he would like to go to their family dinner. Lei asked his bro if he looked like a man who had no plans for the evening and said that today was the big fat man's day, and he had been waiting for it for 2 whole months. Was he really going to meet his goddess again? He should have done as he did and admitted that even if he was rejected, at least it would have been a useful experience. The fat man asked her to remember that simply looking at her was enough for him, and that loving her didn't mean owning her. Mo Feng replied that he was concentrating on racking up points, and that anyone who didn't get 800 would have to wash their socks for a month. The fat man asked if he was serious now, and asked if he was deliberately trying to ruin his mood. The boy said that he was returning home for dinner, and asked her to try to control herself and not drool in front of her goddess. The main character had already approached the door and exclaimed that it smelled delicious, and that the aroma of stewed fish was simply incredible. His father met him and exclaimed that the rascal had already returned, smiling at him. He has a good eye, and this girl and his mother even looked alike in some ways when they were young. The boy couldn't understand what his father was talking about. Mom really did dye her hair, and he couldn't figure out what had happened today. Dad said he'd go cook because his wife was already angry. The boy did not expect that they had guests and saw several girls standing next to each other in front of him. The girl approached her brother and asked him to hold his hand and look in that direction. When the boy glanced at the girl, he saw a familiar face in front of him, and she waved her hand and said hello. The protagonist couldn't understand why Zhou Zichen came to them and immediately looked at his sister. The boy decided that it was certain and obvious that this was all the work of Mo Xiaoxing. Zhou Zichen had never been to their home before, and it seems his actions have already made a difference. He hopes he can make more of a difference and get rid of the strangers. Although Xiaoxing and Zhou Zichen are in different years, they are both members of the Genius Club at the Dragon Script School. Somehow they became good friends, and thanks to this, he was also able to meet Zhou Zichen. The girl asked the student why he wasn't greeting her. The boy replied that there was no need to greet her when the fairy herself had come to visit them, and that it was a great honor for him. The mother asked her son to stop acting frivolously and go wash his hands and start setting the table. She couldn't understand what had changed in this boy, but there was something familiar and something alien about him. They say military school changes people, and while he hadn't known the meaning of politeness before, now he seemed more serious. The boy told his mother that he was going to carry out her orders and went into the kitchen to see his father. He asked him to help him show off his skills. The little sister asked her brother not to embarrass himself because his ignorant skill would only frighten Sister Zichen. The boy told his sister that he definitely couldn't beat her at this. Mo Xiaoxing got angry and told her mother that her brother was bullying her. Then the main character went into the kitchen as quickly as possible and told his father that he could leave it to him. Mo Feng immediately began to use the spatula, and the frying pan began to spin in his hands. The father noticed that his son was doing well, and the boy asked him to try. The man exclaimed that it was delicious and actually very close to his level. He thought that it seemed his military training had paid off, and he was finally becoming independent. The opportunity to cook for his family is a rare thing for him, and now he can use the culinary skills he practiced on Mars. The father approached his son and, putting his hand on his shoulder, asked him to have a drink a little later. And finally, the boy began setting the table and announced that all the dishes were ready. He offered his parents and guests chopsticks and wished them bon appetit. He asked the girl to try to eat it while the dish was hot, and it would be much tastier. The girl immediately thanked him for this, and the sister thought that being polite and keeping distance was a pretty smart technique, and she did not expect that with his brother's IQ such a thing was possible. Had he really grown up? Mo Feng turned to his sister and asked her to take another one, as she wouldn't be full with just one. The girl would like to ask Mo Feng to teach her how to cook some dishes if possible. The mother noticed that her son had become a much better cook. The protagonist's mother told him that she and his father would go for a walk to aid their digestion. Mo Feng replied that he and Xiaoxing would clean up in the meantime. The woman told her husband that she had excellent manners and was attractive. She had also heard that she was the head of the Genius Club at the Dragon Letters School. The boy walked into the room and said he was done asking if they wanted an apple. The girl replied that she would, if it wasn't too much trouble. Xiaoxing turned away and said that she wouldn't be there and explained that a classmate had called her, so she would go to her room. They could eat for now. The boy decided he understood perfectly well that Zhou Zichen shouldn't be his soulmate, even though she was so beautiful. She shouldn't be so close right now. Now he must focus on changing the future and preventing the alien invasion. The boy began to pour the remaining apple he'd cut into pieces onto the plate and handed it to the girl. She, too, thanked Mo Feng and asked if there was a problem with her sudden arrival. She began to eat the apple and thought about how not long ago he had acted completely confused in front of her. But less than a week later, he was playing along with her in front of William without any problems. It was like he was a completely different person now. Although she came today because Xiaoxing somehow told her to use her brother as a shield, she had to admit that she was a little tempted by his performance in front of William. Mo Feng told Zhou Zichen that everything was fine and that she was his sister's close friend. So it was perfectly normal for her to come to see her. Although it seemed like the parents had misunderstood something, he would explain everything later. The girl said that the uncle and aunt were quite nice and she liked them very much. The main character laughed and told the girl that nothing could embarrass her. With a very deft movement, he began to cut the apple peel and throw it away. Zhou Zichen was very surprised by his peeling method. The thickness of the peeled skin is uniform everywhere, as is the angle at which he peels it. This cannot be achieved with mere skill alone. The boy noticed that the taste was really good, and the nostalgia for several years spent on godforsaken Mars, not to mention the sour ones. He wouldn't even refuse a basket of rotten apples. Zhou Zichen said that she had actually come today to ask him for a favor. When it came down to it, she didn't like to think about the right words to use. The protagonist looked at the girl and asked if she wanted him to work part-time as her shield. Zhou Zichen explained that she was Xiao Xingda's friend and that they had been studying together for a long time, so he might be willing to help her. She would agree to any terms. The next competition was very important to her. The boy listened to her attentively and, looking at her, asked if she could arrange a permanent position for him. Zhou Zichen was surprised and, blushing slightly, asked what he meant. Then she smiled a little and said that she couldn't promise this, but it was possible in the future. She slipped up a bit today and feels like she can't keep up with the pace of conversation at all. Mo Feng coughed and said it was a joke, but it was best not to let his mother hear it, or she wouldn't leave him alone. He extended his hand to the girl and said it was nothing to him. His appetite had been increasing lately, and his meal ticket alone wasn't enough. Zhou Zichen smiled and exclaimed, "Yes," she agreed. He doesn't know, but for some reason he suddenly felt like fooling around. After experiencing the ups and downs of his past life, he was able to see Zhou Zichen again. He has long since lost his youthful stupidity and impulsiveness, so it is most likely simply due to nostalgia for his youth after meeting an old friend. Meanwhile, his sister pressed herself against the door and thought that it was too quiet there, so she didn't know how her brother was coping there. The girl decided that this was a very rare opportunity, and if she messed everything up, there would be no next time. But she was very curious and decided to go and look, peeking around the corner. But she was a little upset and couldn't understand why they were only seriously discussing a strategic analysis of their club's affairs. It's all over. Their course is much harder than her brother's, and he's definitely going to embarrass himself. Xiaoxing decided it was best not to look at it. Zhou Zichen thought that he had problems with his studies. Again, imagine her expectations. He really understands the curriculum of their genius club. He so quickly identified the key points and clues to complete the task of the entire strategic matter. The girl couldn't understand whether it was luck or a coincidence and again thought about his actions. His blood younger sister Xiaoxing has such incredible talent, he shouldn't be deprived of it either. But the girl said that his academic performance was low, and maybe he just didn't know how to use his power effectively. The main character asked what was going on and whether he was right, or whether she was thinking about something else. Zhou Zichen suddenly exclaimed that everything was correct, after which she said that she had not thought of anything else, and everything she said was correct. When I decided to talk about something else and said that all these recently appeared a recording of an anonymous expert passing through the battlefield of Mars, she asked the boy if he had heard about it, and he replied that he had heard a little. Zhou Zichen remarked that his actions on the Mars battlefield alone could serve as a textbook. Someone from the journalism department filmed a video and posted it on the forum so he could watch it himself. He should pay attention to the reaction, habits, and way of thinking of this expert, and this is the best way to improve himself. Human genes have a dominant heredity, and since Xiaoxing's talent is so great, he, as her brother, should not be much inferior to her either, and he just needs to find a way to improve himself. The girl exclaimed, winking at the main character, that she was sure that he too could become very strong. Mo Feng smiled a little embarrassedly and asked if she had just praised him. Zhou Zichen also smiled, closed her eyes, and asked if it bothered him. Mo Feng smiled and said that he would take it as a compliment. The girl, looking at the boy, said that it was already too late for her to go home. Then he promised to take her home. After they said goodbye, the boy asked her to come again when she had free time. Xiaoxing was already near her brother and said that his greatest sister had created such an opportunity for him with great difficulty, and he had only brought her to the next block and returned. She got angry and asked if he really didn't understand anything at all and if it was really that difficult to at least accompany her home. Mo Feng exclaimed, stroking his sister's head. That time on weekends was precious, and he still wanted to play a game of Jiangqi with his dad. His sister asked what that had to do with it and said he hadn't seemed so calm when he'd gotten drunk a few days earlier, and the alcohol had probably made him dizzy. She agreed to let him be her boyfriend. Mo Feng wondered what kind of boyfriend he was. He'd just be an occasional accountant. He wouldn't be more than a friend, so she had nothing to worry about. The boy told his little sister that it looked like she'd lost weight again. Her ribs would soon be showing, but she was still losing weight. Xiaoxing asked him not to change the subject and stop smiling so mischievously. Does he even understand his situation? And does Coastal Tower first meet the moon? Common sense, she arranged all this to help him achieve her. To become her daughter-in-law, Mo Feng asked the girl to stop worrying about her brother, and frankly, she wasn't his type. Xiaoxing was very surprised and grimaced and asked if he could tell her who he liked. Suddenly, the guy exclaimed that he'd seen the light and, for better or worse, he'd decided to reach 800 points. After all, a man has to make a career. The girl told her brother that he probably had a fever and asked if he wanted to meet a good psychiatrist. The boy asked her to consult with him instead. His parents asked him what he had said to his sister again. Xiaoxing explained to her mother that her brother was bullying her again. Mofeng said goodbye and said he was going to class, and his parents asked him to be careful on the road. The father couldn't understand because, usually he could, blindfolded and with trembling hands, inflict a crushing defeat on him in 2 moves. But today, for the first time in his life, he lost to his son. This boy's chess maneuvers suddenly became so amazing and full of power that he lost 3 games in a row, even though he tried his best. The mother also thought about it because usually he froze as soon as she started talking. But now for 2 hours he listened to all her grumbling with a smile. Before, 2 or 3 words spoken could confuse her brother. Xiaoxing thought about this. He couldn't answer anything, and today it was as if he was possessed by the god of war. And now he was destroying the source even before the war began with just a couple of neither salty nor insipid phrases. This time, on the contrary, he silenced her. The mother told her husband that his sudden change was definitely due to love. Aren't these changes too great? What if Xiaoxing also has a lover? But the girl, blushing, told her parents that she didn't want one. In front of us is the military school of dragon letters, namely the observation location. The fat man was next to the main character and he seemed to be sleeping because he was very bored. But suddenly the boy's gaze changed. Was it really the Iron Eagle destroyer in front of them? The destroyer Iron Eagle is one of the newest ships in the army, having been launched less than 10 years ago. The boy looked at the screen and became interested in why it was so badly damaged, and everyone must have thought about it. The man was a professor named Cabrillo. He remarked that it was quite interesting, and that Liao had been one of the destroyers that had been sent 6 months earlier to explore the environs of Pluto. This caused quite a stir in the Federation, and all the media outlets vied with each other to cover it, but no significant evidence was found. And then this battleship appeared as a ghost ship. They'll talk about this today, and this ship was accidentally filmed by the military outside the solar system 2 weeks ago. But this battleship soon disappeared again, and after that, a ghost ship appeared in space. There were numerous reports of their sightings, and the battleship, missing for 6 months, became a ghost ship. However, it's worth noting that the degree of oxidation and decay on the ship's hull surface had reached such a degree that it seemed hundreds of years had passed. There are currently 3 main theories for this: the primitive wormhole theory, the time tunnel theory, and the mirage theory, Mofeng. These theories sound very similar to something, and they couldn't have arisen from wormholes. The reason is rather in the bodily fluids that were produced by foreigners. Any equipment or machinery in the war that came into contact with alien bodily fluids would also corrode after a while. It looks like they caused the destruction in the photographs, but he can't be sure without seeing the ship with his own eyes. There are still 5 years until the alien attack. So can we really assume they've already discovered the existence of humans and are attempting to investigate them? If so, it confirms that the surprise attack by the aliens was carefully prepared. Moreover, this shows that alien intelligence is not only absent, but also equal to or even superior to human intelligence. Cabrillo said that, judging by his expression, he had something to say. This Mofeng was the only one who failed last semester. How dare he behave like this during a lecture, and he asked him to stand up and share his thoughts with everyone. He told the boy that he knew he was a thorn in the professor's side, and that even if he was distracted, he could at least pretend to listen to him. One of the girls, looking at the screen, said that this was the same guy who confessed to Zhou Zichen. The second called him a fool. And indeed, they realized it was him. The main character approached the professor and, looking him in the eye, said that he believed that all 3 theories were nonsense. Does he really doubt the professor's words? Those around him thought so and laughed at him. Has he really lost his mind? Who does this boy think he is? The professor couldn't understand why he wanted to interrupt his lecture. He exclaimed that in that case, they would all listen to what he had to say on the matter and that he expected some useful thoughts. The girl who was watching this decided that this guy was completely unable to stay out of trouble. The protagonist said that although the professor is a primitive wormhole and destructive, in the second photograph one can clearly see signs of biological corrosion in the form of rust spots, which definitely has nothing to do with a primitive wormhole. Well, as for the time tunnels, that's something out of science fiction. And if that were the case, the degree of destruction of the hull would have been much greater. The protagonist continued to explain, pointing to the screen, that as they could see in picture number 6, the case even still had some performance left. As for the mirage theory, it is more probable, but it is also incorrect. The professor paused and remarked that, based on various situations, the mirage theory did indeed seem the most plausible. He asked how he himself would explain it all. The man thought to himself that no one usually pays attention to such details, but he mentioned it. Although it's impossible to say for sure, at least 99% of the negative factors are present. If you look at the actual geographic location in the fifth photograph, you can see that the area on the edge of the solar system is different. And even if something like this were to happen, a battleship couldn't operate too far from the solar system. So where could the mirages have come from? And don't they know that there are no zones with such functionality near the solar system? The professor reflected that his words seemed simple, but they got the point across. If he'd mentioned the star region, was he simply guessing based on a single photograph? Or was he truly that knowledgeable about it? The girl remarked that Mo Feng was being too funny. And how could he possibly know the theory of the multi-location of Regis projections? One of the boys exclaimed that it did make sense. The professor said, looking at those around him, that they would return to this question later and there was very little time left. So now they would move on to the next topic. And now the time has come after the lecture when the professor approaches the main character. He approached him and asked where he had heard what he had just said. Mo Feng replied that he thought some creature was living on this ship. The professor asked the boy why he'd only stood out once and then returned to his fantasy. Was he really trying to tell me there were aliens there? Mo Feng told the man that anything was possible. The professor then asked him not to dwell on these thoughts all day long, but to instead focus on his course of study. The boy reflected on how difficult it is for people living in peacetime to imagine an alien invasion. It's unknown where exactly the aliens came from, and perhaps they created wormholes that lead directly to the solar system. Is it possible that a greeting sent by humans to the universe once helped aliens determine their coordinates? It's entirely possible. But to the people of that time, his thoughts seem insane. The class monitor stopped the boy and asked him to calm down and not bother the professor. The fat man said it was already lunchtime and asked his friend to come eat with him. In front of us is the dining hall for students of the School of Dragon Letters, where everyone has already gathered. The fat man asked his friend if he was still drowning his sorrows in food. He exclaimed, looking at the boy, that he would soon go broke this way. The village headman was also surprised and asked how he could fit so much. Mo Feng replied that his training had simply tripled recently. While the guys were talking, other students were standing to the side, and everyone suddenly glanced in that direction. A girl simply walked into the room and took food on a tray, looking at the main character and his comrades. The boys all looked at Zhou Zichen, who was approaching the table. Although she's only in her third year, her authority within the Dragon Letters School is immense. She's said to be among the top 10 in the Earth Federation. And every battle at such points is truly incredibly difficult, and she copes with it. The boys watched from the sidelines and decided something was about to happen. The village headman noticed that she was coming here to cause trouble for Luo Feng. The girl actually approached their table and asked if she could sit next to them. The guys who were sitting in the cafeteria watched what was happening and they became interested in what kind of drama was unfolding. The protagonist turned to his fat friend and asked if he would give up his seat to the younger woman. The guy immediately agreed and began to rise from his chair. The boys decided when the girl sat down next to them that this was going to be a lot of fun. She asked the elder son what they had been talking about. Zhu Zichen decided that in order to make the main character her shield, she would need the cooperation of the smaller figures. The girl decided that Sun Xiaorui was undoubtedly the key. Suddenly, the village headman glanced at the fat man. He asked the guys to take a break for a bit, since something like this had happened just recently. All these theories are not worth discussing. And he objects. The man exclaimed that if they don't provide evidence, they will be thrown out of the room. The village headman asked Lei to stop making things up, laughing. She thought to herself that men could indeed forget even their own last name when they saw a beautiful woman. Zhou Zichen suddenly smiled and said that she thought the elder's words made perfect sense. Over the years, many Earth and Moon ships have crashed. The prospect of star travel is simply too exciting. So there's always someone who's bound to rush in. It was very unexpected that the elder was engaged in the study of such specialized teachings. Mo Feng thought that the younger one was acting like some kind of actress. Since she wanted to put on a show here, couldn't she have warned him in advance? And couldn't they have chosen a less crowded place instead of this huge cafeteria? The boy exclaimed that his knowledge was superficial. And by the way, doesn't it seem to them that aliens might be to blame for everything? The headmistress asked Zhou Zichen if she'd seen the video and whether she thought it could be someone in the top 10. The C rank achievement not only broke the A rank record on Earth, but also the even higher record on the Moon. Lei said that it was definitely true, and she probably had a ton of connections. Did she by any chance know who he was? This guy was definitely some kind of pervert, treating himself so cruelly. Before he could finish speaking, the main character suddenly sneezed and, apologizing, asked him to continue. Zhou Zichen said it was entirely possible, but unlikely, and she'd dealt with people in the top 20. But this mysterious man's style didn't match any of them. Lei asked if it could be that in this case 10 years ago, he only trained in going through cremation. The girl replied that she didn't know. There was too little information about him. But given his movement, his level was enough to get at least into the top 50. However, only a real battle can reveal his true strength. After all, trials and battles are very different. Suddenly, Mo Feng stepped on the fat man's foot with all his might under the table, and he was surprised by this. The fat man explained to his friend that a goddess was sitting next to him, and it was not appropriate for him to eat so carefree. Zhou Zichen told her elder sister that if she wasn't busy during the day, they could practice together. She wanted to ask her for advice on a few things. The girl immediately agreed and said she wouldn't mind learning from her. Zhou Zichen turned to Mo Feng and said that since this was mutual learning, why don't Senior Mo Feng and Senior Lei come with them? The main character wanted to object and said that in the afternoon he needed to go collect points. There was very little time, and he had no time to follow them. He didn't have time to say this before he hugged his friend and exclaimed that of course there would be no problem, and they would get together at 2 o'clock. The girls said goodbye and said they'd see each other later. The fat man leaned over to Mo Feng and asked if he'd go with him. Surely he could spare some of his time for this. The guy wondered why he was so reluctant to go to their training session. Mo Feng explained to his comrade that he had other plans after lunch, so they could go on without him. He wouldn't agree to that anyway. The fat man began to plead with him, exclaiming that this wouldn't do and that he couldn't put his business aside. After all, the younger one knew him, and if he didn't go, he couldn't go either. The main character began to get up from the table and said that he could not help in any way since he had his own training. Then the fat man stood up to his full height and pointed his finger at him, shouting that if he didn't go, he'd wear his underwear. Mo Feng replied that in that case, he'd throw him out to Lulu. The fat man got angry and said that God knew he didn't want to do it, but it was ruining his chance to get a girlfriend. Whether he wants to believe it or not, he will post on the campus local network that they are two homosexuals. He just needs to meet Zhou Zichen. Who knows, maybe by the end of the semester he'll already be dating some underclassman. He started calling the boy again, and he turned to him and said that she took him. Lei hugged him by the arm and exclaimed with a laugh that he knew the boy would not abandon him. Mo Feng asked them to leave him alone and keep a distance of at least 1 meter. He thought that if this change allowed Lei to lead a better life at military school, that would be fine too. It didn't matter that he'd lose the opportunity to earn a few more points. He had to live a flawless life. In front of us stretched a wide fire training area of the Dragon Letter School. The village chief asked Mo Feng and the fat man not to be late, and didn't they know that it was impolite to keep 2 ladies waiting? The guys had already arrived at the room and looked at the angry girl who was standing in front of them. Lei told her that she'd never find a boyfriend if she kept nagging like that. Zhou Zichen responded that if the older woman were to look for a boyfriend, she was sure there would be a long line of men waiting for her. She turned to the boys and asked if they wanted to take a few shots. Lei immediately declined, saying he couldn't, but the main character kicked him in the back and asked him not to be shy and to show his Lulu what he was capable of. The village chief asked her friend who Lulu was. Mo Feng explained it was a mantra, a kind of self-hypnosis that would help the fat man shoot more accurately. And now, the fat man was already wearing protective glasses and headphones, getting ready to shoot. The protagonist looked closely at his comrade and noticed that he was nervous. Zhou Zichen remarked that Senior Lei was indeed good at this. The village chief also praised the fat man for his accurate shooting. She turned to her friend and suggested that they now show off their skills. And so the girls began to shoot one after another, very skillfully and boldly showing what they were capable of. The village chief turned to the protagonist and said it was his turn. Mo Feng declined, claiming he was a close combat fighter. But even if he fights in close combat, he must have the technique of fighting at a distance. The guy who said this added that not being able to even shoot a pistol is just plain lame, and that this younger guy really is like that. Mo Feng replied that Elder Zhuang was right and he would definitely put in more effort in the future. But the headman slammed her hand on the table and asked whether he was a man or not. She also turned to the Elder Zhang and asked if he was asking for trouble. He laughed and told Xiaorui that she had misunderstood. Xiaorui got angry again and asked if she was his girlfriend. She asked him to call her by her first name, and the boy told the younger woman not to get angry, as that wasn't what he meant at all. The guy told Li William that if he had known that son Xiaorui was also here, he would never have come here. William told the younger Xiaorui that he didn't think it was worth mentioning, but it was rather pathetic for a man to rely on a woman. Besides, Elder Zhuang simply wanted to give him a few words of advice, and it was unlikely he'd ever get another chance like that. The elder woman angrily asked Mo Feng to decline. William looked at the protagonist and remarked that he was just a shield. It was a shame Zhou Zichen couldn't find someone better. He told the girl that he was completely free this afternoon and asked how they could train together. He believed he was the only one qualified for that. The boy thought that he knew he shouldn't come here, and that he didn't have time to mess around with all this. Besides, now is not the best time to touch combat weapons. William told the fat man that he should lose weight, because if he joined the army with such a body, he would only be a cook there. Mo Feng replied to Elder Li that he was trying for his own good and that even he was not competent enough to be Zhou Zichen's sparring partner. There's no need to force her, because if he's not even on the same level as her, he'll only drag her down. And Zhou Zichen is the hope of their entire school. William explained that if he wanted to say he wasn't good enough, then what about him? The village chief remarked that Mo Feng had become too boastful. The guys exclaimed that he was a real show-off and that he had forgotten all about being there. Senior William scored 1,900 points. He will hardly be able to score even half of that. While they were talking, the main character had already put on headphones and protective glasses, getting ready to shoot. There were many targets in front of the boy, and the guys began to watch carefully. One of the boys noticed a double Huben. Zhou Zichen was surprised that all the targets were moving. The headman also thought about the fact that this test is the most difficult one here. The guys started watching and they became curious about why he froze. Whether he had changed his mind about shooting. The fat man clenched his fist and asked his comrade to hurry up. And now he began to shoot with all his might. The boy was very experienced in this matter and the shots kept flying and flying right on target. Mo Feng hit the targets very skillfully. Time after time he showed the guys how good he was at it. And so he finally placed the weapon from which smoke was coming out right on the table in front of him. Suddenly he closed his eyes and, drawing his eyebrows towards his nose, asked himself to relax, because that would be enough. The girls couldn't understand what was happening, and this was Huben A, the most difficult speed shooting exercise. Li, clutching his head in his hands, exclaimed that he had hit all the targets, and every single one of them was in the top 10. And that damned him and his shooting technique. Mo Feng told Elder Li that he wasn't very skilled at this yet and needed more time to observe. He'd picked up this pinpoint shooting from Fatty Lulu. And what did they think of it? William suddenly laughed and said that he was a very accurate shooter and that he should continue to try. William took his friend and told Zhou Zichen that he had some things to do, so he needed to go back and he would contact her later. Mo Feng wished them luck and thanked them for their support, saying he would remember this praise for the rest of his life. The boys looked at their comrade in great surprise, and the girls also did not expect such behavior, similar to Mo Feng's move. Lei approached the protagonist and told his brother that he would now be his real brother. Mo Feng asked who he had been to him before. The fat man, clutching his head, explained that he'd previously seen him as simply an older man, someone who could be used to buy food in the cafeteria. The boy, infuriated, exclaimed that he hoped he wasn't serious. Lei raised his hands and told his bro that if he didn't think he was stupid, he really wanted to teach him. He wanted to learn to shoot as well as he did. The boy grabbed him by the cheek and said that even if he was stupid, there were very few people in this world who could be considered smart. Initially, this pinpoint shooting from an incorrect position with mixed weapons was invented by him, the future king of weapons. But for now, an ordinary, happy, homebody fatso. Back to the girls' dormitory at the Dragon Letters School, Zhou Zichen thought about how Mo Feng had initially seemed frivolous and nervous, especially in front of her. But recently, he has been so reserved, and earlier Mo Xiaoxing complained to her about Mo Feng's ineptitude. But his shooting today, and is it really because of great talent? His pistol shooting style today was unusually beautiful. While strength can be hidden, how can a person's character change so quickly? If Li William hadn't started ridiculing Lei, Mo Feng wouldn't have done anything. In other words, in both her situation and this case, he didn't want to take advantage of the situation to harass her, and he genuinely wanted to help. Could he really be the same person? The village headwoman also lay on the bed, thinking about the protagonist. Was he really that strong? He'd certainly seemed so careless before. It seemed she'd underestimated him. Perhaps he really could keep Zhou Zichen company, the girl thought. But she had to come up with such a stupid excuse, so she started reading the messages on her phone. The boy had written to the headman asking her to let him go tomorrow because he had a stomachache. Then the headman asked if this happened every month. The boy replied that perhaps he'd been overeating lately, but he guaranteed that he and the fat man would live up to the headman's expectations by the registration deadline. In the meantime, he was very much counting on her support, and she replied that in this case, she would not accept failure. Mo Feng told the village chief that he would do as she said, and he knew he could rely on her. At the Battle of Sun Lake, Sun Xiaorui was responsible for supporting the ground forces. But because the battle was almost completely lost, the headquarters ordered the navy to retreat. Mo Feng became very angry when he remembered this, because Sun Xiaorui died because of him. If the past him had not been so lazy, untalented, and willful, he would not have deserved her sacrifice. The boy grabbed his chest with his hands and screamed very loudly because it hurt. He clutched his chest with his hand and could not understand what was happening to him now, being surprised by it. When he opened his t-shirt, he saw some unusual scar on his chest. He became very curious when he had stayed, since he had never even noticed him. It looks like a tattoo, but feels like some kind of soft metal. It's not a hallucination, but something inexplicable. Aren't there too many inexplicable phenomena lately? Luckily, his body doesn't react strongly to this scar. Suddenly, his friend knocked on the bathroom door and asked if he'd fallen in there. Lei continued to speak seriously about how he was going to call the emergency services. The main character decided to hide this scar as quickly as possible because he couldn't let the fat man find out about it. He quickly opened the door and asked his friend if he wanted to learn shooting and if he was sure about it. Then the fat man clenched his fists and said with excitement on his face that, of course he wanted to. The next day, the boys were playing sports on the playground. Fatso yelled at his brother, "I can't do it anymore." Mo Feng asked him to be patient, and if he continued to complain, he would give him another 10 laps. He needed to keep accelerating and not stop. Lei exclaimed that he was already beginning to regret it, and that he should have continued watching Space Beauties in his dorm. Mo Feng ordered the boy to run 10 more laps. He asked the boy to push himself, because it was all to stimulate his genetic strength. It would be safer in the future if he became stronger now. Now, having returned to the past, he must find a way to prevent catastrophe. Even if the alien invasion cannot be stopped, humanity's defeat must certainly not be allowed to happen again. Another 3 hours passed when the fat man fell onto the treadmill and exclaimed that he really couldn't do it anymore, and his whole body ached. The protagonist explained that today was just the beginning. The intensity of his training would increase as he adapted. He asked his friend to rest while he ran 30 laps and then returned to him. Lei decided that his brother had truly gone mad, and that this type of physical training was worse than death. However, the problem was that his own training was at least 5 times more intense than his. One of the guys told his friend that those two were pulling tires again and had been doing it for several days. The second one asked if this was the guy who shot all the targets the other day. Mo Feng told his comrade that it was quite good and that he had adapted well to it in recent days. Lei replied that if he couldn't even handle this, then how could he be his younger brother? He asked them to maintain this momentum and run 10 more laps, after which they would go eat meat. When the fat man heard about food, he started running even faster. In front of us again is the dining hall in the northern area of the Dragon Letters School. The cook asked the boys what they would eat, and they unanimously answered that they would eat meat. Mo Feng handed over a card and said he'd have chops and he'd take whatever they had. Lei said he wanted pork, beef, lamb, and chicken, and asked for whatever was on the counter. The kids couldn't understand why there were only vegetables left and why there was no meat today. The others said everything had been sold out and there was nothing edible left. Brother Feng seems to have truly returned to the righteous path. It's great to be able to train with him and progress. The fat man reflected on how he spent almost all his time training and watching the news. He even turned down Zhou Zichen and Sun Xiaorui's invitations several times. Firstly, the aliens and the people of the moon are not connected in any way, and this can be proven by the fact that they also suffered huge losses during the war, so there was no benefit for them in this. The alien attack had a certain foresight. This means that it's possible that more advanced aliens existed, even though their existence hadn't yet been discovered. In these circumstances, he must get as close to the leadership as possible so that his words carry weight and can influence the strategic decisions of humanity. As for the scream coming from the base, it's likely that rebels simply appeared there. The second assumption is that the aliens of the moon are connected, which would be a more serious problem, as it seems like the whole thing was a conspiracy. The remaining percentages are carried out through funding from the Earth, but with the technology of the moon, it is not impossible that they could have stumbled upon aliens. In that case, Luna must have had a way to communicate with aliens, but spread false information among its ordinary citizens that this was impossible. If this is true, it could also explain the latest news about the base and the final battle. If Earth is left without the support of the Lunar Air Force, its army will quickly be destroyed, and then the moon will assume a dominant position. In that case, he would have to access information from the moon, not from Earth's leadership, but that would require even more effort. The situation is quite complex, and both these assumptions have their flaws and shortcomings. It's worth mentioning the enormous losses on the moon and the issue of alien settlement. However, whatever the true state of affairs there, he'll need further investigation to draw any conclusions. Mo Feng mentioned he'd like to let off some steam. Lei asked his friend if he could lend him his hard drive, or if he could look for a photo of a girl. Mo Feng woke him up at 6 and asked what he was thinking about, and if they'd lift weights after dinner. The fat man exclaimed, "Oh no, not that." Mo Feng said he'd go to the EM building, and the fat man could lie down for now. Lei said he couldn't take it anymore and wanted to see the theatrical version of Space Beauties. The boy looked at his current score of 458 points, and he still had a lot of work to do. Last time, he'd gotten a C level, but it didn't bring him any joy. He would have preferred a weaker result to feel more confident in the army. The boy glanced at his phone and noticed that it was quite lively tonight. Meanwhile, the girl was in the EM battle simulator, the virtual battlefield of the city of R. Opposite her was an enemy who was dressed in heavy iron armor. Andrew's Pacific Military Academy and the man were ranked 9th in the EM rankings. Zhou Zichen closed her eyes and began to concentrate on the battle. The protagonist also watched the shootout in the city closely, and they are both weapons experts. Zhou Zichen is strong in her sniping. Her elegant gait coupled with her sniper stance terrifies the enemy and almost always leads them to meet death. As for her opponent, Andrew, he's proficient with dual pistols, perhaps a fan of North American cowboys. He chose the 9th generation Thunder Eagles for their high firepower. Despite their similarities, the Thunder Eagle boasts more lethal force than the Huben. Though it falls slightly short in accuracy, it is the most popular pistol in North America. Although Joe Zichin is ranked higher than Andrew, the winner and loser among those competing in the top 50 of the EM cannot be determined solely by ranking. It is necessary to pay attention to the condition of people, the situation during the battle, and a number of other random factors. This is the duel between people with more than 2,000 points, and the winner is the one who finds more shortcomings in his opponent. The battle continued and bullets flew over the head of the girl and her opponent, who deftly dodged them. Joe Zichin tried to move as quickly as possible and shoot her powerful weapon. Suddenly, her gaze changed and she made a dexterous, nimble maneuver against her enemy. The girl noticed that his pistol had an excessively high rate of fire. If he continued to suppress her like this, her position would be unfavorable. Suddenly, her opponent ran out of ammo, which was a plus for the girl. She looked at this and decided that this was really her chance and began to shoot. She took advantage of the moment and very quickly brought the weapon into action against her enemy. The guy said that just a little bit more, and it could all be over, which is what was to be expected from 5th place. He smiled and said that he had managed to get quite close to the girl. Joe Zichin was also very dexterous in approaching him. She asked where he was going in such a hurry. The battle continued and the guy rose as high into the air as possible, as if he had cloned himself. The girl closed one eye and began to fire as quickly as possible. She put her weapon forward and the enemy was already approaching, also firing volleys. There was a powerful explosion and a bright golden flash scattered in all directions. The enemy was already approaching the girl and she found herself right in front of him. The boys cheered for Joe Zichin and asked her not to give up. Calling her a goddess, they asked her not to be afraid and said that this Andrew was too cruel. The protagonist was also watching what was happening. And no matter how annoying it was, Joe Zichin was about to lose. She does have some decent sword skills, but she's up against Andrew, a master of indiscriminate combat. At first glance, he doesn't seem to be a fan of weapons, but in reality, this guy understands the strengths and weaknesses of many types of weaponry. It's much easier to focus on the weapon's specific features with bare hands. It was clear that he was unfamiliar with Joe Zichin's sword technique. Most likely he had studied it well before the battle, which is why she became an easy target. Of course, this is a test for both sides. It's easier to learn under pressure. At least this time, Joe Zichin should understand that if your opponent is going for close combat, you can't give them a single opening. Lately, he's been needing a textbook to teach Lei how to shoot. Although he's rushing things, the result should be the same. The protagonist decided to do just that right now. He wanted to make a recording for his friend to study, Vertigo, and how the level designers came up with that name. While each level has its own unique features, the name is certainly not flattering. He smiled and asked his comrade to wait, and he would guarantee that this time he would be one step ahead. The boy looked at the system and, thinking about it, was glad that right now he could fix everything. In front of us stands the dormitory of the journalism faculty of the School of Dragon Letters. The guy said that Group 12 was resting, Group 13 was on shift, Group 21 was for support, and the guys immediately agreed. The boy thought that, according to his analysis, that mysterious man would appear again. If he'd simply wanted to become famous, he would have announced his achievement long ago. Be that as it may, he definitely couldn't disappear after appearing just once. That's why he organized shift surveillance and left only high-level ones where reaching rank C is possible. As soon as someone enters one of these exercises, their groups immediately begin observations, so that when this mysterious person appears again, they will immediately capture him. The operation was codenamed Demon Hunt. Given the atmosphere, using demon in the title is certainly no exaggeration. But there are so many people challenging this exercise and failing it, it's even unpleasant to watch them. They've been trying this for days without any results, and their morale has plummeted. On the other hand, couldn't he challenge low-level exercises? So low-level that no one even looks at them? For a monster like him, any difficulty should be equally boring. He approached the monitor and saw the word dizziness. He immediately adjusted his glasses and stared intently at the screen. He wondered if this was a low-level exercise that only beginners were interested in. He became curious why this student was taking it anonymously and decided to check. Could it really be that he in the back of the guy's head really does look like that genius? Although there are not enough anonymous students with such a body type, so one cannot be 100% sure. He started watching and noticed the twin Hubens the boy was using. He became curious about what kind of drug addiction this guy was planning and continued to watch him. He watched very carefully and noticed that this guy had compacted the Hubens very strongly. Mofeng thought that the tuning of the normal version of the Huben was too loose, so he tightened his grip. This way, he will be able to deal damage continuously and, relatively speaking, the recoil will also increase. He'll just check the state of his recent training. Polo wondered if the recoil would be so strong that his wrist would be thrown back immediately after a series of shots. Was he a masochist? It can't be, and his tuning method is quite unusual. Of course, for an expert this is commonplace, but you still have to become one to achieve that. The boy exclaimed to the Saipan teacher that he wanted to find a live broadcast at the school and asked if he could help him with this. Then the teacher, crossing his arms over his chest, asked him if he had anything impressive. Polo explained that he could be confident in his instincts and was confident that the material would be more than impressive. Saipan replied that he'd give him a chance, but if the broadcast was boring, he'd give him a low grade on his report card. The guy asked not to worry and promised he'd definitely enjoy it. And now, live on air, we're seeing a powerful battle from students of the Marco Polo Faculty of Journalism. The guys couldn't understand this madness. But why broadcast such a dizzying spectacle? Is this Marco completely crazy? Or does this guy have some connections? How could such a monstrous thing even be staged? One of the guys told the other that he thought they were showing a battle of some stars and that it was probably just a joke. This guy even pretends that he is adjusting the guns and that he is just showing off. The village chief thought that, judging by his tuning method, he was quite experienced. Joe Zichin also wondered why he'd chosen such a simple exercise if he was so experienced. Saipan, looking at the screen, said that this scoundrel decided to laugh at him and why he was so dizzy. The main character already had 2 guns in his hands and cast his gaze towards the target. He drew his eyebrows closer to his nose and decided to begin his battle with weapons in his hands. One of the guys said that this was just the beginning and that it would be better to go watch a movie in the dorm. Joe Zichin, crossing her arms, said that their views were too superficial. Meanwhile, the main character was already firing, looking at his targets. There were many targets in front of him that were spinning in different directions, making the task more difficult. Marco Polo decided that this was truly just a normal dizziness, boring and nothing out of the ordinary. Was he really kidding him, wanting him to get a low grade and shatter his dream of a high grade this semester? The main character continued to run and shoot at various targets that were spinning around him. He jumped and dodged the volleys that flew in his direction very deftly and quickly. Chu Zichin wondered if Xiaorui also understood what she understood. This person's dizziness is completely different from theirs and is completely distinct. The protagonist continued to run and make his task more difficult by spinning in front of the targets. The Mishas also developed and revolved around him much faster than usual. The boy jumped as high as he could above the volleys that were flying in his direction. Joe Zichin thought that judging by his movements, he was already a first-class marksman, a defensive step to evade and dual-wielding pistols. With these techniques alone, he could easily reach 500 EM. However, these are just dizzying exercises, nothing more than a regular snack. On 100% difficulty, there should be only 2 shooters and no camouflage effect. The boys couldn't figure out what was going on. Mo Feng decided he couldn't waste time on camouflaged shooters right now. The boy put his weapon in front of him again and saw his opponent. He looked at it very carefully and began to approach with another volley. He ran very fast, and his eyes shone with excitement and a thirst to defeat the enemy in order to achieve his own goals. The boy ran very quickly and dodged more shots. He was incredibly fast, and all the targets flew past him as he deftly dodged. Marco Polo noted that things had become more interesting and his shooting was quite accurate. But it still wasn't exciting enough. No matter how much he tested the system, it was definitely an unusual dizziness. Even though the level name matches, even he, the research supervisor, found the complexity a bit daunting. Zhu Zichin noticed that it wasn't just marksmanship, although it wasn't just accuracy. This guy managed to maintain such a terrifying hit rate, despite having to adapt to his constantly changing walking speed. And besides, you need to constantly choose a position to dodge, and the difficulty of that level cannot even be imagined. The guys continued to watch what was happening and wonder if it was really an alpha laser rifle. The protagonist looked closely at the rifle and the 4 shooters who had mingled with the hostage. Simply put, a hostage is someone who cannot be attacked, and even hitting them accidentally will still count as failure. If you suddenly approach a hostage, you might not have time to react and accidentally injure them, and the inability to shoot in this chaotic pace can easily lead to death. Joe Zichin thought that while she might have been able to react properly, her pace would definitely have slowed down and she still wouldn't have succeeded. Meanwhile, the boy continued to dodge and put his weapon in front of him, pointing it towards the 4. There were many shots and the boy began to jump as high as possible, dodging oncoming blows. The battle continued and Mo Feng decided not to give up as he approached another danger. The crowd started talking about how spry this guy was and how good his marksmanship was. They noticed that Zhou Zichin and Sun Xiaorui were also there. Zhou Zichin thought that a 6 or 7 meter dash should be an opportunity to catch her breath, but this man showed no sign of stopping. The next wave is already here and his body doesn't feel human at all. It was even more frightening that he didn't even need to breathe in such a situation. The boy pulled out his weapons and, turning them over, began to shoot very deftly. Then he rolled over, doing a few somersaults forward, and found himself on his feet again. The main character then jumped as high as possible and began spinning in the air. After that, he found himself on the ground again and continued shooting even faster. The girls were simply shocked. And the boys also couldn't understand what kind of shooting technique this was. Mofeng was very serious and saw something terrifying and huge in front of him. It was an 8-barreled, high-explosive fragmentation, large-caliber machine gun, the Patu Raptor, possessing the highest firepower in the Earth Federation. The gun was aimed precisely at the protagonist. A volley immediately erupted from it, aimed at the enemy. This is definitely not dizziness, and these are truly the gates of hell. A person definitely won't be able to get through this. Not to mention one person, even a small team would be destroyed by such intense barrage fire. And the boy thought that finally something interesting was happening to him. He rose again as high as he could, and many volleys from this weapon flew in his direction. Mofeng immediately jumped as high as he could and, while turning over, began firing his cannon. There was another powerful explosion and many volleys flew towards the powerful cannon. Josichin began to worry, thinking that this was likely the end. As soon as the flying targets touched the ground, the test would fail. The guys discussed what to do here and whether it was possible to break through all this barrage. Everyone unanimously decided that this was a clear failure. The boy, looking ahead, noticed a temporary blind spot and decided that he had made it just in time and it was time to finish. He pulled out his weapon and with a sharp movement of his hand pointed it towards the cannon. A bright golden lightning flashed towards the man who was driving this weapon. He barely dodged, and the blow was too strong for him from the main character. The village elder couldn't figure out how the bullet had just changed direction. Had it really just arced around the gun mount and hit the shooter in the back? The main character found himself right on top of the combat vehicle and did not let go of his weapon. He was actually standing at the very top and looking at the targets circling above his head. Marco Polo, surprised, said that this was the same thing he had felt the last time. He called the man mysterious and asked him to act. Before us rises a large, spacious North American school. Landry Parker thought it was a test of fire rate, accuracy, and physical endurance. Surely an expert could survive that madness. Well, what just happened, and the appearance of so many flying targets immediately after, would simply break a person's spirit. Not to mention a person, something like that would take even a robot. The main character continued to fight and shoot at targets, looking carefully ahead. Again and again, powerful explosions occurred and bright lightning illuminated everything around. The targets, one after another, exploded from the powerful shots of the boy who did not give up. The guys watching this started counting how many targets were still left, rooting for him. The boys started shouting and waving their arms joyfully that he'd done it. One of them almost went blind from all those rays. The designer of dizziness probably has no conscience at all. Meanwhile, Mofeng turned his head toward the system. The system indicated that the task was completed and he, satisfied, began to return to the source. The time spent on all this was only 1 minute 58 seconds. The system congratulated the anonymous fighter who activated the hidden sea level and successfully completed it at 120% difficulty, receiving his first high-ranking rating. Those who watched what was happening were very surprised. Could something like this happen in exercises, and what kind of level did this guy have? Josichin thought that there were no accidents and that the entire ordeal had been even more terrifying than they had witnessed. And what was also obvious was that this man was very good at more than just shooting. The headmistress also exclaimed that it was amazing. She might have been able to keep up at the beginning. But what happened towards the end was clearly beyond her capabilities. Most likely this is someone with EM points above 2,000. The difference is too great with those who have less than 2,000. Mofeng said he could actually finish it faster, but there was no need. Federal tests are given special attention when designing. But for Origin, you could have gotten a maximum of 10 points just now. His result was somewhere around 7 or 8. The thing is, he wasn't particularly excited by the test. In his past life, the aliens had these things called poison flies. They were far more vile, possessing high flight speeds and deadly poisonous stings. When they came into contact with a human body, they would instantly drill a hole in it. And when they gathered in groups, they could only be dealt with using a flamethrower. However, in the 3rd year of the war, they underwent a change and became immune to fire. The ability to evolve in aliens is truly something beyond imagination. The boy grabbed his head with his hand and said that he had enough of looking back into the past and that he was going to stop the war. In his case, the best outcome is not to go around and cut off the roots of others, because if the war starts again, no matter how people fight, the outcome will be the same as last time. Even if 2 major battles are won, humanity will inevitably suffer enormous losses and will likely be unable to completely destroy the alien race. After all, no one knows where they came from. Mofeng, a certain student ID, was awarded a special bonus of 300 points for originating a hidden level. The boy exclaimed that it was a great joy. He'd worked a little harder and earned extra points, and that was motivation to keep going. He decided to run as quickly as possible because dinner does not tolerate delays and it's high time to treat himself to food. Before us rises a wide, beautiful cavalry school, and people with tablets in their hands sat at the table, and one of them said that he was quite pleased with the school team selected this time. He just wanted to say when the next competition will be and what will happen next. Suddenly, a man entered the room and told Rector Morris that he thought he needed to see it urgently. The man decided that he was clearly an idiot, because it was very impolite to interrupt an important meeting like that. He asked if it was fake and how such a rank rating could exist. Where was this student? What had happened? And where did he get this? He wanted to know everything about this student. In front of us is a strategic laboratory in Central Europe, and a girl approaches Dr. Calicidin, greeting him. Before she could say hello, he turned around and said that he didn't care who she was and that he hoped she had something important. Otherwise, she would have to pay for wasting his precious time. The woman told the doctor she was talking about his recent research topic and that someone had confirmed it. The man looked at her in surprise and asked what she meant. Arc shooting. Then the doctor raised his glasses and looked at her even more closely. And the woman explained that at the present time his identity had not yet been established. Meanwhile, the fat man had already found himself next to his friend and was approaching the computer. He was very pleased and exclaimed that he was Lulu, and today he would shoot them with love. Does he really like her that much, and did he even complete his training quotas today? Lei was inspired and exclaimed that he'd done it, and it wasn't that hard. He just has no taste. So he doesn't understand Lulu's world. He's quite talented, even overly so. Mo Feng decided that the training tasks he set for him were far from easy, but he always managed to complete them. This only shows that this guy is an unusual lazybones and still has potential that can be exploited. In that case, he can't be shown mercy. The next morning, the main character approached his comrade very early and began to help him get up. Then he tied the tires to him again and he pulled, and the boy asked him to do it as quickly as possible. Then he lifted iron and the main character loaded him more and more with the heaviest exercises. After the fat man fell almost unconscious on the training ground, Mo Feng would finish their training. And here we are again in the cafeteria, where students gather for lunch. One of the students asked if this was the reincarnation of the hungry fat man. Mo Feng told the fat man that it seemed he'd already fully adapted to his previous training volume, so it was time to increase it. Lei told his brother he was probably delusional and that they really were two idiots. The boy replied that yes, and there was some sense in it. Didn't he think that even though things had gotten harder lately, life had become more satisfying? The fat man took offense and said it was all hopeless. The village headman exclaimed that he was simply too lazy and that it could be corrected. She looked closely at the fat man and said that she felt it was her duty to look after him. Lei told the village chief that she really was a big-hearted person, but he just shouldn't be ignored. When the fat man saw the fork in her hand, he wondered if she was on a diet. The girl said that she had recently increased the volume of her training and said that she had reached 1,700 points. She asked how her comrades were doing. Had they forgotten their promise? Mo Feng thought that the EM had its own demarcation points, and the next demarcation was at 1,600. Then came the boundary of top-class experts with the EM 2000, which was where Sun Xiaorui was aiming. The boy approached the fat man and said that they already had almost 800 points each, so they would definitely take part, and asked the fat man to say at least something. The headmistress looked at the fat man and said that if he took part in the next competition, she would give him a limited edition figurine of Lulu traveling around the moon. Then the guy asked if he was talking about the Galaxy series, which was released in a print run of only 99 copies. But this is impossible, and where could Sun Xiaorui get such a cool thing? He really didn't believe it, and, deep in thought, approached the girl as quickly as possible. He asked the village headwoman to be sure the tasks would be completed. Mo Feng decided it was useless to try to persuade this young man with words and would have to either intimidate or bribe him. The girls asked these two why they were again in the back rows. The headman, looking at them, thought that these two were again planning to sneak into lectures. Mo Feng mentioned that quite a few people had come to today's class. Lei replied that this was indeed the case, and that the teacher was simply quite engaging, and he even found it difficult to fall asleep during his lectures. They couldn't understand what was happening to the professor today, and everyone started thinking about it. Maybe he decided to play a joke before entering. There was already such a version. The professor was already standing near the board and was drawing something on it with his chalk, looking at the audience. The guys were saying it was really cool and that they'd be reviewing that guy's performance yesterday at today's class. Don't they still know he got a high grade yesterday? The professor began to explain that some students might have already seen this and had not been able to sleep well the night before. He explained that if anyone hadn't seen it yet, it was okay, and he asked them to watch it again. Even after watching this video recording many times, the headman still experiences terrible shock. The guy thought that with each viewing it seemed to him as if it was completely different from the previous one. Just when he starts to think he has it all figured out, he discovers that he was actually blind. The professor said that not long ago a mysterious man appeared who showed off his high-ranking performance on the battlefield of Mars with a magnificent display of fireworks. After yesterday's playthrough, it's clear that fighters who achieve such a high score anywhere have the opportunity to complete challenges at 120% difficulty. Furthermore, this is the highest difficulty in the system, and the first time they launched it, the person was able to achieve record-breaking results. He wants to say that this test demonstrated many fighting skills that are not currently available, and some improved fighting skills, and he would say that this recording is something like a student for remote training of fighters. Some might think this is an exaggeration, but that's just the way it looks. The guy approached Sun Xiaorui and asked her to tell him what she thought about it. The head of the class stood up and told the professor that she had been in the EM building yesterday and had seen the live broadcast. She'd just watched that recording so many times, and there were still parts she couldn't understand. Then the professor asked her about it. Suddenly, a guy intervened and said that he had also watched it many times and was about to lose confidence in himself. The professor said that the two comrades he had just questioned had more than 1,600 points in EM, and their accuracy was at a level above 2,000. The guys shouted that this was too much and that this anonymous instructor was probably posing as a student. The professor asked to be allowed to analyze everything from God's point of view. When he approached the board, he asked the children to listen and watch very carefully. The girls who were friends with the main character looked at the board very carefully. The professor began explaining that the so-called accurate assessment of suppressive fire occurs before the target's trajectory is fully expanded. Doing this with a single target is fairly simple. But when there are 10 of them at once, it's even more difficult. He asks who among those present can do this to raise their hand. What if we add interference in the form of sniper shots fired from behind the scenes? That is, repeating exactly what is on the recording is impossible. Next, they'll review hand positioning, shooting skills, and body movement and alignment. If anyone's interested, he asks that they remember to take notes. The head woman thought about how much detail there was, and how much just one small moment. Now she was beginning to understand just how powerful that man was. The village elder said that Buell's enhanced combination shooting, although he wasn't entirely sure if he had borrowed this particular shooting method, was a technique used for layering and changing flow lines, allowing a limited number of rounds to form an endless blockade. The time required for a target to fly for a certain period of time can be defined as being within a fixed range, which is why so-called absolute suppression is possible. This is the theory of Buell's shooting, and although it does not allow for such a large coverage of space, this man created an improved version of it with 2 pistols. Its complexity lies in shooting from both the left and right sides, different rhythms, different judgments about how to coordinate the work of the brain and body and maintain an absolute hit rate. No matter how complex his movements, there's no hesitation in his eyes. His movements are swift and furious, but his gaze seems to be in slow motion. Frequency stepping is king when it comes to long-range combat. With such a stepping, transmission simply falls apart, and the reason is very simple. A change in acceleration, which creates an illusion of line of sight. But the difficulty lies in the training itself and how to force the body to adapt to these changes without negative consequences. At the same time, the hit rate remains the same despite these changes. The protagonist watched all this and thought that it obviously interested him greatly. If he continues to get carried away like this, the fat man will definitely wake up much earlier. The professor continued to talk about the arc shooting technique that fascinates countless people. While under heavy machine gun fire and limited in both space and time, he fired an incomprehensible shot. Of course, some fighters have done this by accident, so major schools have been studying its feasibility for some time. But this man did it easily, and he was already shooting as if he were used to it. He just can't believe that such a shot straight to the head was just an accident. And also, regarding his use of blind shooting, he would dare to say that no more than 10 people were able to achieve a similar level both on Earth and on the Moon. But the coolest thing here isn't the arc and blind shooting. His final move is 100 times more difficult than the arc shooting technique, which is why he called it a god. Now he will reveal the truth to them, and they will watch that moment in 50-fold slow motion. These 100 flying targets are divided into 10 groups. They are not used for training soldiers and are a simplified version of a new type of group attack method developed by the military. This method prevents 10 groups from engaging in suppressive fire against enemy snipers. The designer of this level did not plan for it to be passable from the very beginning, as he created it to test not just one person, but an entire team. One of the participants said he hoped to run into him at the competition, and another asked how they could even fight him. It was completely pointless, and they could only hope this man was their comrade. The professor asked them to stay positive and that he would explain the spiral shooting process further. They needed to study harder, and they would definitely make progress. Mo Fung thought about how he'd felt a sense of familiarity when he destroyed those flying targets. Thinking about it after Professor Zhou's analysis, it made him feel terrified. After all, during one of the battles on the battlefield of Mars, they encountered an attack by a group of flying alien species, and their method of attack was similar, very similar to this one. Do aliens really have some kind of relationship with people? The boy started coughing. He grabbed his chest with his hands and it started to hurt again. That's what it felt like. He was in much more pain than last time, and he couldn't understand what was happening at all. The boy went to the mirror and began to undress, taking off his clothes as quickly as possible to look. He noticed another scar had appeared on his chest. Were these scars trying to tell him something? The first time it happened was when he thought Sun Xiaorui had died because of him. The second time was now, when he thought the flying alien's attack method was similar to the one during the EM test. They were trying to remind him of something. The protagonist began to sweat and decided that since it all came down to EM, he needed to speed up. If he could get to the core of the circle through EM, he would be able to receive more accurate and useful information. The boy approached the door and heard the boy talking about how he needed to be more energetic and how he needed to try harder. He decided that Lei would be able to achieve something, and it was rare that he was so lively. One of the kids said that Professor Zhuang had dragged out the lesson again, but it was very interesting. Lei wondered if this warrior was practically a god, and wondered if he would even show up at this EM competition. If he trained hard, he could definitely catch up. The girl said that she needed to take something, so she asked the headman to go without her, and they said goodbye. The headwoman immediately approached her comrades and asked them to wait for her, so they could go for a walk together today. The fat man noticed that she'd been paying them too much attention lately. The girl noticed and asked if he had any problems, to which the fat man replied that he had no problems and that everything was fine. Then she decided to turn to the main character and said that she noticed that the shooting technique of that mysterious man was somewhat similar to the way he shot that day at the shooting range. Mo Fong replied that he was indeed the mysterious man from the rumors and would give them a chance, so he asked them to hurry up and try to please him. Lei asked his brother to stop, as everyone knew he specialized in hand-to-hand combat. The village elder told the boy that he had been doing quite well lately, working hard, but close combat fighters were easy targets, so he should improve his ranged combat skills. Mo Feng replied that the commander's orders would definitely be carried out and told the fat man he had no intention of holding him back. Lei smiled and told his brother that, frankly, he was usually not serious. The headwoman smiled, looked at the fat man and said that then she would wait until he became serious. The protagonist thought the fat man in the future really was at that level. Although if you look at shooting technique alone, he was much better. The guys in the cafeteria were talking about how the Far North School had already begun conducting target simulation battles. So they were silently admitting that one of the schools would have lethal weapons and therefore decided to step up their preparations for the EM competition. They're so serious and their progress isn't good enough? One of the guys said he heard the mysterious man was probably from Earth. The class president exclaimed that the cafeteria was buzzing about that mysterious man and that they too should put more effort into the competition. The fat man exclaimed, raising his hands, that he was already full of energy. Meanwhile, the main character was already approaching a certain place and began to think that there was probably literature on the topic of space and time here. In just 200 years, humanity has developed so much that it has completely transformed the moon, begun to explore Mars, and sent interstellar expeditions. It is imperative to mention the key figure of Doctor of Sciences Leonardo da Vinci, who put forward the theory of the curvature of flight and led the optimization of genes, which helped human civilization make a leap forward at least 100 years. There's no doubt he's a greater scientist than even Einstein, and whether on Earth or the moon, he's personified as a god. Though on the moon this is much more pronounced, the Da Vinci family is also the largest on the moon, and for them, there's no such thing as wealth that isn't passed down to the third generation. Over the past 2 centuries, many talented people have emerged from their lineage, all of whom have become leaders in politics, economics, and the military of the moon. Incidentally, this great scientist devoted the last stages of his life to the study of space and time. And thanks to his research, people achieved long-term progress in space physics, and even made a huge breakthrough in space technology. Understanding wormholes has also made progress, but the most difficult question in time management remains whether time is in 4 dimensions or a higher dimension. But in higher dimensions, time is irreversible, and, most importantly, a person is a part of the universe. With the technology they have, it's impossible to create an environment suitable for this, but space has already given a hint. And the wormhole in the center of the wormhole is a world beyond 4 dimensions. Only when its foundation is lost will the extremely fragile spirit dissipate in an instant. During this time, the movement of unconventional physical concepts becomes possible. So-called coordinates are essentially the most attractive point in a long river of time. Da Vinci believed that the coordinates with the highest chance of success are still a moment in time in the past, present, and future of an object. In this case, it will be easier for the spirit to enter the body and no rejection reaction will arise. And this is most likely where this incredible spatial movement will end. Something that has disappeared cannot reappear, and let's say he died in that time and space, so he will not be resurrected. But if he prevents an alien invasion in this time and space, the situation in the future will change. Joe appeared before him and asked if he was also interested in this. The boy replied that he was interested and simply flipped through it. Then the girl remarked that excessive modesty could be mistaken for arrogance. In fact, he'd been reading this book for over an hour now. Mo Feng asked the girl if she believed in the possibility of returning to the past. Zhou Zichen explained that instead of dwelling on the past, she prefers to look to the future. Incidentally, she heard from her sister, Xiao Rui, that he was also planning to compete, and she wanted to practice this weekend. The girl asked if he wanted to join, and the boy thought that he was only supposed to act as a cover, and why this invitation all of a sudden? Zhou Zichen asked him not to misunderstand her, and this request, along with Xiaoxing's recent troubles, was also a source of concern. The boy replied that he, too, was open to learning from each other. He thought to himself that he really had an itch lately, and Zhou Zichen was considered #1 in the Dragon Script School. Then the girl became happy and turned around and said goodbye to him, saying that they would meet on Saturday and asking him to try. Mo Feng thought that he hadn't found anything else all night, and despite the results, he would most likely encounter some astonishing conspiracies in the future. It seems to him more and more as if the appearance of strangers is connected with people. The boy decided to go and stubbornly fixate on one thing, and that's not entirely good either. And so the end of the week arrived. Lei told the protagonist that it was really cool, and the class leader had actually bought him a limited edition figurine. Mo Feng replied that that was probably why he'd been working hard to get 800 points. The fat man exclaimed that there was also a group event for the Lulu fan club this Saturday. He wanted to show off the figurine there as soon as possible. The main character smiled and asked the old man to come to their house for dinner in this case, and he immediately agreed, delighted by this. In front of us is a special club training ground EM, spacious and beautiful. Zhou Zichen was already there and smiled and noticed that Mo Feng had arrived after all. She asked if he would wait a minute because she wanted to try another combination of punches, and the boy immediately agreed. He remarked that he hadn't even thought she would come here so early. Zhou Zichen replied that it went without saying. It was necessary to prepare for sparring with him, and then the projection of models begins. Before she could finish speaking, she stood up straight and spread her arms out to the sides. Her gaze was very serious and persistent. For one moment, the girl closed her eyes and then suddenly opened them. She concentrated and began to perform various techniques and was already approaching the enemy. She made a high jump and found herself next to her target, looking into its eyes. Then the girl made a powerful kick with her leg, knocking the opponent as far back as possible. When the enemy flew back, the girl returned to her stance, rising to her feet. The protagonist thought that she was truly an outstanding student representative. In her movements, she always leaves herself room for maneuver, and each of her movements is connected to the previous one. This way, she ensures her own safety and at the same time increases her lethal force. And this is already micro-controlled by top-level experts. The girl continued to train very hard, and finally she finished this training. Mo Feng stood in front of her and said that she should treat the training as a real battle, which was expected of the #1 of the Dragon Letter School. The girl lowered her head and said that he saw right through her, and it seemed he was pretending to be a pig eating a tiger. And she said that it couldn't be that brother Mo Xiaoxing could be so untalented. Then the boy, holding his head in his hands, asked if it was bad, and the girl answered the question with a question about what he himself thought about it. They turned their backs to each other, and Zhou Zichen said that if he pretended for too long, he would forget his tiger nature. Before the EM competition, she will conduct targeted joint training with him. She is confident that if he tries hard with his shooting, he will have every chance of making it to the second round. Then, how about an official match? 3 rounds to 2 wins. The girl immediately looked him in the eye with interest and a smile. She asked if he was sure of it, although she didn't know where this confidence came from. But she always fought seriously, so then she asked him not to blame her for the consequences. The protagonist smiled and exclaimed that it was all nonsense and that she didn't think he could withstand the blow. The only blow he had barely survived was the failure of his first confession. He looked at the girl again and said that since she was going to be serious, then how about a big bet? If he wins, she'll come over for dinner tomorrow. His mom has been pestering him for 18 days since her last visit, and his fat friend will be there too. Then the girl asked if he'd said everything, and the boy asked in response what else she wanted, or if she was planning to become his girlfriend if she won. Zhou Zichen smiled and said that she wouldn't mind trying her uncle's cooking again, so she would make an allowance. If he wins even 1 round, he can consider himself a winner. Even if he loses all 3, he'll continue to be her shield for a while. Only she asks him to do his duty properly, and in no case to be lazy, after which the boy showed his class. And now a little time has passed, and in front of us is a real arena where a guy and a girl were standing. Zhou Zichen stood in front of the protagonist and said that he could take any weapon and she didn't care. The boy thought to himself that the training weapons were not sharpened. But even so, they posed a considerable danger. It's still better not to take a weapon, even if it's blunt. It's easy to cause problems with it. Mo Feng firmly decided and told the girl that he would fight with his bare hands. She was very surprised and looked closely at her opponent. Zhu Zichen decided in this case that she would look into where such confidence and arrogance came from. And so, before the battle, they stood opposite each other, looking seriously into each other's eyes. They were supposed to have a serious and interesting battle, and the guys were ready for it. The girl rose as high as possible above the protagonist's head and brought her leg closer to him. She was already very close and wanted to kick the boy, when he suddenly tried to strike her with his hand. He pushed her away, and she jumped far back to protect herself from danger. Zhou Zichen thought that although the strike just now was only made with 70% of its strength, the counterattack was completely sudden, and he also used a shoulder swing. He just hit randomly out of surprise. Did he really just swing crookedly and hit straight? Mo Feng is known for his thick-headedness. Perhaps she should attack more aggressively. Mo Feng raised his hand up and told the girl that their score was 1-0 and they would fight again. He asked the girl to act, and she began to run up to deliver another blow. She was already close to the boy and put her hand in front of herself, after which the girl turned over in the air and tried to kick. But before she could do anything, he grabbed her leg and flipped her over. Mo Feng announced that the count was now 2-0. He advised Zhou Zichen to understand herself during training and, in combat, to focus on studying her opponent. She shouldn't think of them as a simulated projection, incapable of instantaneous response. The girl thought that she had never felt anything like this before and didn't even know why she was losing, and why at that moment she felt as if her opponent had disappeared. But the moment Mo Feng grabbed her, she felt as if her body had given up. She'd never been in such a situation before, and she felt a sense of calm. It was the first time she'd experienced such a thing. The protagonist looked at her carefully, and since she lost, she had to pay, although it was still difficult to come to terms with it. The girl said that she couldn't help but admit that at the moment he was better than her. Zhou Zichen smiled, closed her eyes, and told the elder that she had indeed lost. But the boy replied that it wasn't over yet. Since they'd agreed on 3 rounds, no matter the outcome, they had to finish. The girl replied that then she would not refuse, and only this time she would use a weapon. She actually chose a weapon and took the sharp longsword into her hands. She began to approach as quickly as possible and was already very close to the enemy. The atmosphere instantly changed and she immediately brought her state into order. To be able to consciously bring oneself to such a state in such an enraged environment is truly a rarity, as one would expect from Zhou Zichen. The girl had already approached him and, holding out her weapon, asked him to give her instructions. Mo Feng also extended his hand forward and asked the girl to act as quickly as possible. He beckoned to her, and she began to approach faster and faster to deliver another blow. She jumped as high as she could and, coming closer, tried to hit the boy with her sword. But he dodged it very deftly, jumping over her head and dodging the sword. He noticed that Zhou Zichen had completely blocked the direction of movement, but as long as she couldn't get through, it was completely useless. The girl also thought that he had dodged and that she still lacked speed. The moment he landed was her only chance in this situation, and so she jumped as high as possible above the opponent's head and tried to strike. The guys watched what was happening and supported the goddess, who had truly trained the ultimate move. The boy continued to watch his opponent, whom he deftly dodged. She jumped again as high as she could and tried to deliver a powerful blow with her sword, but the main character did not give up, and with a smile approached the girl who wanted to hit him. He instantly grabbed her hand, which held a sharp metal blade. He made a move and tore the blade from her hand with just one easy movement. When the boy approached her, he asked her not to practice this anymore. It will lead to nothing but death on the battlefield, so you shouldn't do it. The fight continued, and the main character, with a very deft movement, grabbed his opponent's weapon. He said, looking into her eyes, that their score was 3-0. Perhaps he overdid it a bit in the end, and he apologizes for that. Zhou Zichen realized that she had worked so hard to learn an ultimate-level skill, yet he had so easily reflected it. Although she is not in the top 10 in terms of hand-to-hand combat, she still has a level of around 2,000 points. The girl couldn't understand how this had happened and lowered her head. Mo Feng thought about how stupid he'd been again, and why he'd fought with the girl like that, even if it had made sense. It was an old bad habit of his, and after all these years, he was now a little lacking in common sense. He approached Zhou Zichen and told her he was just lucky. Maybe she wasn't in good shape, or maybe he was just too eager for her to dine with them. And was she sure she hadn't given in to him on purpose? The girl asked me not to try to change the subject, and she's in good shape today. She might not be that strong in hand-to-hand combat, but not so strong that she'd lose by such a wide margin. She had never seen anyone stop 100 cuts in an acrylic coil with their bare hands, and how they even did it. Mo Feng sighed and said he didn't recall anything like that. The girl replied that she remembered everything perfectly well, and he had just said that it would lead to nothing but death. Then she asked if he even knew that this was an ultimate-level skill that could win any EM competition group. The boy coughed and said she could only imagine how grueling this move was. As soon as she uses it, her alertness drops. And what if she's being guarded by snipers? What if there are a lot of enemies and she's mortally tired? People from the crowd shouted and asked the elder what was best to wear for dinner, asking him not to rush. But the boy didn't pay attention to anyone and looked into Jo Zichin's eyes with a smile. She wondered what kind of gifts her aunt and uncle liked. This time it would be more formal, and she hoped he'd be more talkative tomorrow. The guys were chatting behind their backs, asking if he was really her boyfriend and if he wasn't just an excuse. After all, they'd just been sparring, and he'd probably been touching her little arms and feeling her legs. Mo Feng also wondered if he really was just a shield for her. It would be nice if the joke turned out to be true. And so, Sunday, the day off, arrived. The woman asked the boys to have a snack for now and said the main course would be ready later. The sister asked her brother to tell her everything frankly, and what kind of intoxicating potion he had given to his sister, Jo Zichin. Why did he invite that parasite? He had already eaten all the rice in the house. Lei told Xiaoxing that if she kept being so sarcastic, no one would marry her. After all, he was her fat older brother. She couldn't be any more polite. Although she was being factual, how could she be so petty? The fat man asked his brother how he'd actually done it. After all, Junior Joe had rejected him, and how had he achieved his goal? The girl said he'd misunderstood, and that she hadn't come today to meet Mo Feng's parents. They'd simply placed a bet and she'd lost. How could that be, given her brother's abilities? She told Sister Jo Zichin that she shouldn't have lost to him on purpose. The fat man thought his brother was poor and wondered if his sister was really his own. Jo Zichin said that it wasn't like that at all, and that she'd tried her best, but she didn't even feel like she could have won any of the 3 rounds. She asked the boy to say something. She thought about how yesterday she had looked through the best EM recordings of recent times, and even after a thorough analysis, she had not found anyone with the same movement pattern and techniques as Mo Feng. Xiaoxing walked up to the boy and said, touching his face, that it didn't look like a mask made of human skin. So she would ask a question next. She will ask Comrade Mo Feng to answer seriously, because if he makes a mistake, he will either be sent to a military tribunal or to the lab for an autopsy. She fell into the water when she was 7 years old and wanted to know who saved her, and he had to answer in 3 seconds. The boy replied that she wasn't 7 but 5, and she already knew how to swim. When his sister started asking other questions, he started making excuses and said she was asking for trouble. Xiaoxing exclaimed angrily that her brother was threatening her and that he would be left without food today. He seems like a real brother, but he can't be that cool. She told the fat guy that she and her brother were wearing the same pair of pants, and didn't he notice anything strange? After a failed love affair, the brother began training diligently. The prodigal son finally returned, and having come to his senses, he embarked on the righteous path. The boy asked him to stop since they hadn't gathered today to criticize him. He also asked the fat man not to use idioms indiscriminately. Jo Zichin also turned to the protagonist and said that she had already thought about what he said yesterday and thought it made sense. 100 cuts through the acrylic coil were very costly, but in duels she should be very effective, and he somehow managed to interrupt her. And she doesn't think that something like this could happen by accident. The boy replied with a smile that in fact, as soon as this reception begins, it is already full of holes. If she really focused, she could easily find a tempo where her hand would be faster than her opponent's. Xiaoxing looked at her brother in surprise and said he was forgetting the most important thing. So this isn't even funny, and stop throwing dust in his eyes. Otherwise, she will tell mom that he is bullying Jo Zichin's sister. Explaining it in words was too much trouble, so he decided to just show it. Knife speed is quite important, but speed alone isn't necessarily effective. Finding the right tempo is key, and tempo is paramount. When the boy demonstrated extraordinary speed in front of the guys, they were simply shocked. In cutting techniques, the swing is important. But in the spiral cutting technique, it is too large, resulting in ordinary chopping strikes. However, in battles, brute force is not as important as technique and its details. Sometimes, slowness helps achieve greater limits. When the boys watched the main character, they couldn't understand what was going on with that speed. Jo Zichin noticed many cuts, 13 of which were angled and required a slowdown, but all the strikes merged and the slowdown was not felt at all. I thought about that too, because the cuts weren't interrupted, just the tempo changed. Xiaoxing looked at the boy and said that now she doubted he was her brother again. The main character said that she shouldn't doubt him. He was her brother, and he had simply returned from the future. The sister kicked him again and asked him to stop talking nonsense. Their conversation was interrupted by their parents, who asked them to come to the table. They could eat first and then talk in peace. The protagonist's father asked student Jo Zichin to eat as much as she could without being shy. Her mother, however, asked her to try the stewed chicken with chestnuts. They also offered her some stewed sea cucumbers with leeks. The girl immediately thanked her parents for their hospitality. The woman asked Jo Zichin to tell her aunt the truth, and what such a good girl like her saw in their son. Mo Feng wondered how he was so bad in their eyes. He asked them to stop embarrassing the girl, and in general, how they could doubt their son so much. And so this wonderful dinner came to an end, and the boys began to go outside, Zhou Zichen told the boy that he truly loved his family very much. Then he asked if this was typical for everyone, and the girl replied that he himself did not pay attention to his own gaze. She thought that this look was not that of a bright young guy, but rather of a mature man who had experienced a lot. Previously, he had the opposite attitude, youthfulness and mischief. Sometimes he even behaved very strangely. Perhaps these are his ways of expressing himself, and he has one model of behavior when he is on the street, and another when he is with his family. Mo Feng laughed and asked if she was serious. Girls liked that sort of thing, after all. And maybe he should pretend to be more thoughtful in the future. Zhou Zichen said that her car was already nearby and he could go back home. He better hurry before Xiaoxing tortured the fat man to death. The boy replied that Xiaoxing had told him to accompany her directly to the car and that she wouldn't let her go home otherwise. He asked if she could call a car directly there. The girl replied that she would go thank her aunt and uncle for their warm welcome on her behalf, and then they would see each other next week. The main character immediately smiled at the girl and waved goodbye until next week. Now that he thinks about it, he feels like Zhou Zichen's refusal in his previous life was correct. Meanwhile, the girl looked in the mirror, watching the boy go, and also thought that lately there was always a trace of inexpressible sadness in his smile. Mo Feng was probably hiding something from them. The boy also began to think that although she was inevitably attracted to him, he now had to restrain himself, and not only because his future was full of dangers. He would not want to cause more pain to the people around him, and even if it cannot be avoided, he will look at this world with a smile, no matter who is in front of him, his family, Zhang Wulei, Sun Xiaorui, or Zhou Zichen. Before us is the Central Intelligence Agency of the Earth Federation, namely the meeting room of the EM Organizing Committee. Didn't they initially say the distribution plan would be based on quotas, but why did they now change it to performance-based? This is completely unacceptable, and they've already invested heavily. Parliament would never make such a decision. By the way, the Ministry of War is to blame for the people from the moon looking down on them. The man said he was a member of parliament, so he'd stop trying to shift the blame, and maybe they could help them with something practical. Then the man asked to calm down for Luna, on this very good basis, and this is a plan for appointing the best fighters of humanity. This is an epical step for all of humanity. The desire to witness it is completely understandable, but it cannot be allowed to interfere with this plan. Although genetic modification was discovered on the moon and Earth simultaneously, due to its radical nature, the moon achieved greater results. Now that the moon has surpassed the Earth in all respects, the Earth Federation is constantly losing its right to vote when making decisions on many common issues. If they fail in the EM this time, their shame will lead to a widening of the gap. The woman approached the General Marshal and asked if he was confident in the candidates recommended by the Ministry of War. The man replied that one could only hope that they would do their best, but that there were still strict age restrictions. Another said that surrendering without a fight was a complete last resort, but the point is, starting a fight would be even more shameful than they could imagine. Of course, the level of their top 50 is much different from theirs, but he wouldn't say there's no chance at all, and there's always uncertainty in battle. The girl asked why they were hoping for luck again. The General Marshal paused again, wondering if this time the EM affected too many things, not just prestige, but the most important thing was that the influence of the two great federations was tied to the selection of candidates for the main stage. The one-eyed guy exclaimed that they had to face the truth and that they had no way out. The man told General Gu that this was the best method, and that they'd been using it for so many years. There was no better option. General Gu exclaimed that simply waiting for death was absolutely unacceptable, and that they needed to try a new selection model on EM. Then one of the boys told General Gu that his words were not supported by anything, and he knew that the academic performance in Asia, for which he was responsible, was not entirely satisfactory. The guys started talking about how using the new method was risky, and the Ministry of War could not afford it. Finally, the meeting ended, and after it, General Gu sat alone in his chair. Luna has been acting strangely for the past few years, but even though intelligence agencies investigated, they found no leads. The officer asked the general why he hadn't shown the recording. General Gu explained that he needed protection, not exposure, and that it wouldn't ease the pressure on them. He would leave the matter to him. Then the man thought, after all, this young man gives the Earth Federation, albeit a small amount of hope. It's hard to say what this boy will achieve. However, it still seems to him that the fact that among 4 people there must be at least one talent of land is a problem. They will fight for the honor of themselves and their home planet. And today, the number of places in the EM competition was officially announced. But only 58 of them will qualify for the finals in the capital of the moon. So there is no doubt that the competition will be fierce. EM 800 is the minimum for participation in the selection. But to reach the final, this is clearly not enough. And this time, the selection method was adjusted. The first stage of the selection begins with the top 10 teams, based on the total number of EM points, receiving direct entry to the final. Needless to say, the top 10 in EM points represent the highest level of the current Earth Federation, and are at least fairly stable. As for special recommendations, they are intended for those who possess great strength, but for some reason cannot participate in the selection. If no candidates are listed after this, the second stage of the selection process, the qualifying competition, will begin. Fighters with an EM score above SAC 600 or who received an A rating in the trials will participate. Mo Feng realized that he hadn't seen the point of this new selection before, but now the selection not only guarantees basic combat effectiveness, but also takes into account those fighters who don't like to advance in the demarcations, but have sufficient strength. In the divisions, it is mainly fighters with a balanced fighting range who advance, but in reality, there are fighters who are extremely strong in only one discipline. It seems there is something strange about these EM competitions, and perhaps it is in them that he will find the key to returning from the future. Zhou Zichen raised her hand when she saw the elder Mo Feng and asked him to sit next to her. The head woman remarked that it was surprising that they could eat, although that could be said to be the only thing they were good at. Lei explained that without food, there would be no strength, and recently he had been training so much with Brother Feng that he was completely starving. They thought that at this EM competition, Zhou Zichen is supposed to go straight to the finals, but she is ranked 8th in the top, which is the highest in the Dragon Script School. She scored over 1,800 points and has A-level grades, so she should be eligible to participate in the qualifying competition. It's unlikely there will be more than 3 people with special recommendations. The organizing committee and the Ministry of Defense should understand this. Even if she were recommended as such, she doesn't think she'll be able to prevail over the key figures on the moon. The main character also thought about it and asked the headman not to worry so much. It would be better to eat because she would definitely succeed. Sun Xiaorui had excelled in the EM Elite competition in his previous life, and he and Zhou Zichen had become an incomparable pair of blossoms that led the Dragon Script School to a revival. Sun Xiaorui told Mo Feng that he looked like she was dying. She asked him not to be upset, because even though they might not qualify this time, they still managed to achieve 800 points, proving their potential. She asked not to worry, and when she becomes captain, she will definitely hire the 2 of them as her assistants. Zhou Zichen told the boy that Sister Xiaorui had a point. With his strength, he would definitely have a chance. The village chief wondered how she knew how strong he was. The girl explained that she had sparred with Elder Mo Feng over the weekend, and that he had extraordinary close combat skills. The protagonist exclaimed that it was true, but in fact he was going to become the winner of the EM competition. Then the boy suddenly asked Mo Feng if he would die if he bragged. Neither they nor anyone else had ever seen this skill of his. The guy who said this turned to Xiaorui and asked her to forget about him because this guy should take care of himself. Another guy asked his daughter-in-law to pay attention to Brother Min before he committed suicide out of grief. The headmistress asked him to stop making a mess, and for Min not to say she wasn't giving him a chance. If he could make it to the finals, she would become his girlfriend. She vouched for her words. Min began to worry because he stopped at 1,560 points and could not rise further. He told Xiaorui that he knew he didn't deserve her, but Mo Feng was much worse than him, and he couldn't accept it. That guy wasn't as handsome as him, and his grades were poor. The guys who listened to this guy told the daughter-in-law that this is true and he is not worth it. They advised him to accept Brother Ming's feelings. The protagonist placed a calming hand on his comrade's shoulder. He'd encountered Ming several times already, and each time it had been under strange circumstances. Whether Sun Xiaorui liked him or not was none of his business. But as the village chief's friend, he'd better keep his distance. It's just that during the battles on Mars, this guy fought bravely as the captain of one of the squads. During an important battle, he could have retreated. But because all his team members died, he did not want to return alone and, having activated a small nuclear bomb, exploded along with the aliens. It was said that he had a special affection for Sun Xiaorui from the beginning to the very end. Min began to approach the main character and asked why he was looking at him. If he was a man, then let him go one-on-one. Zhou Zichen exclaimed that it seemed they'd misunderstood something, and that the elder Mo Feng was her boyfriend, Sun Xiaorui, and he were just good friends, and if the girl didn't want a relationship, then there was no point in pestering her. Ming explained to the younger Zhou Zichen that this Mo Feng was using some low-class tricks. If so, let's say she just said something and they'd break all 3 of his legs. Suddenly, William appeared in front of them and said that this was the dining room, and Min should behave a little more modestly. Min turned towards the guy and saw William in front of him, who was serious, and approached the guys. He told Zhou Zichen that this game was unnecessary and that he understood that all her energy was currently focused on EM. He asked her to wait until the finals were over, and then they would have a proper talk about the future. Min asked who he was, whether he was a general or a ship's commander. Maybe he'd better stop putting on airs in front of them. Zhou Zichen turned to William and said that she had no obligation to explain the relationship between her and Mo Feng to him. The protagonist told his mentor brother William that he hoped he wouldn't be chasing women in the future, and he was a soldier after all. Surely he should have at least some fortitude. He thought about how this William had fled alone during a major battle, leaving his positions and comrades behind. He had never been court-martialed, even though he had left the service. Ming smiled and told Mo Feng that he was so careless to say such things to William, and what kind of mess this was. William asked if he was circling around women, and if he had at least earned the right to participate in the qualifying competition, unlike Mo Feng. Sun Xiaorui asked him not to go too far. Then the boy remarked again that Mo Feng was only good at hiding behind women's backs. Mo Feng replied that he really wouldn't participate in the qualifying round. The boy then replied that of course by the time he had enough strength to participate, pigs would learn to fly. Mo Feng said that he didn't know what was going on with the pigs, but he had plans to participate in the finals. William was very surprised that the boy was going to reach the final. The head girl thought to herself that what he had just said was no joke. One of the guys asked if he heard correctly that Mo Feng was going to participate in the finals. The second one asked to roll his lip and wonder if he really hoped to make it to the finals. He clearly had too much pork soup. When the boy pressed the button, William grimaced, thinking that this was simply impossible. This really was a right to participate in the EM finals. How could that be? He put in so much effort but ultimately only got the chance to participate in the qualifying competition, while this outcast was able to go straight to the finals. The boy asked if they had seen enough and he hoped that he had satisfied their curiosity. Zhou Zichen turned to the boys and asked why they were frozen, since there was nothing left to look at. The boy screamed in pain and told the headman that she would soon leave him without a leg. Sun Xiaodui approached him and asked why he'd hidden the news that he'd qualified for the finals immediately, or that he'd decided to rebel. Mo Feng replied that he wouldn't dare, and that he'd only just received the notification. By the way, they were also supposed to receive it, and Zhou Zichen immediately congratulated the elder because it looks like they will fight together. The fat man coughed and told the headman that he had to admit that he too had earned the right to participate in the qualifying competition. The guys were very surprised that a fat pig who watches anime all day long and constantly gets low marks got into the qualifying rounds. Suddenly they heard an announcement and all four of them were asked to report immediately to the rector's office. They also want to share the good news that their students Zhou Zichen and Mo Feng have qualified directly for the finals. The remaining four will participate in the qualifying competition. The guy clenched his fists and exclaimed that this was great, and it looked like everything turned out as he thought. In front of us is the rector's office, and the guys were just going inside. He thought they only had two promising talents, but who would have thought such a surprise was in store for him? And most importantly, two students from their school advanced directly to the finals. Something he could only dream of. The rector turned to Zhou Zichen and Mo Feng, but after all, they were the two of them, the pride of their school, and he really hoped that they would not become arrogant and show excessive haste. He asked them to strive to achieve the best results not only for themselves and the school, but for all Earthlings as a whole. He'd previously heard that the main character had a bad reputation, but now he's earned a direct entry into the finals, and that's simply amazing. The guys immediately saluted the rector and said that they would try their best. During his training in his previous life, Mo Feng considered him an incompetent bureaucrat who, by constantly smoothing over rough edges, was gradually leading the Dragon Script school to decline. There was no one on the battlefield of Mars who didn't know his name. The local battles he commanded there were the most outstanding, and he also led the most attacks on the front lines. Unfortunately, Wang Zhenyang couldn't hold out to the end, but he didn't leave and did his best to buy time for the others to retreat. As a result, he died on the battlefield. It was thanks to his sacrifice that they all survived. The rector couldn't understand what was wrong with this boy's aura and why he seemed accustomed to the battlefield, and now he wants to address them. Even though they have made it to the qualifying competition, they should not take this lightly. This time, all the major schools will come out of their holes in droves, and we need to take the next competitions very seriously and show ourselves. William thought that he was just a sniper, incapable of cunning plans, and that his superiors were already looking for a replacement for him. One of the guys mentioned that he'd heard they'd both qualified to compete. The other replied that even if they did, they'd simply get beat up. They must have cheated. How else would that be even possible? And who knows, maybe they really are experts, so they need to keep their voices down. Suddenly, the boy's phone rang, and his sister told her brother that it finally began to turn out that he was her own. Mo Feng asked if this was how one spoke to one's brother, and why she even thought that he might not be her real brother. Xiaoxing asked how could she not doubt it. Considering her abilities, she found out that he began to change after he became close to his sister Zhou Zichen. The boy suddenly burst into tears and said that it seemed he couldn't help but succeed because of this girl. He asked the fat man not to be afraid either, and that he would definitely make it through the qualifying rounds. The fat man immediately told Mo Feng that it was simply impossible, and that getting into the qualifiers was his limit. Mo Feng said he was capable of achieving an A grade in his shooting and had a chance to qualify for the preliminary rounds. There were still a few days left before the official start of the group rounds, so he'd give it some practice. Then the boy explained that he would not only wake up early, but would also start living by training, because tomorrow he would be completely exhausted. Muscle injuries and broken bones will become the norm for him, so today he needs to spend every second enjoying himself. Since they had already finished talking, he went to the library. The boy thought that he was able to achieve an A grade thanks to the recording of that mysterious person. And also, he had learned a lot from shooting practice recently, and it must be Lulu's blessing. And so we return again to the Northern Library in which the main character sat alone at the table. The first wave of strikes during the alien invasion targeted the largest cities on the Moon and Earth. He knows nothing about this, but he can't believe it was an accident. At that time, there was a theory that the aliens simply chose densely populated areas for points A, which is quite logical. He is absolutely sure that they had a special reason for this, although he cannot yet say what it is. Looking at the materials currently available, he found practically nothing. From the very beginning, he didn't expect to find any immediate flaws. After all, it is then that he will gain access to a completely different level of information. And it would be nice to have an assistant with him. But unfortunately, he does not have people suitable for this role at the moment. The protagonist decided he'd had enough for today, as it was getting late. As he stepped outside, he heard a sound behind him. It was Marco Polo, who became curious about where he had disappeared to since he had just been here. Then the boy was already behind him and asked if he was looking for him. Marco Polo turned around and replied that no. He just suddenly had to pee. Lately, he kept feeling like someone was following him, and he wondered why. He asked her if the guy was from the Dragon script and asked her to tell him why she was following him until he beat him up. Marco Polo, frightened, said that since they were from the same school, maybe they could do without beatings. But the main character kicked him near the head and said that he had a bad character, and he asked to tell him the reason. Then Marco Polo asked if he really was the anonymous man. Mo Feng asked if this was some kind of joke. Then the guy coughed and said that he meant the super strong man who got a C rating. Apparently it was him, and someone previously unknown to anyone suddenly went straight to the finals, something that was only possible with a C rating. Mo Feng asked what he had to do with it, and he did indeed have a C grade, but he got it while fighting in close combat, so he was definitely mistaken. It couldn't be inaccurate, and so he could say with 90% certainty that he was the student from the School of Dragon Letters. And after he discovered the second passage in C, he became even more convinced of this. Then the protagonist said that this was the reason he was following him. Polo thought that he really was strong, and had long since realized that he was being watched. Marco Polo said that he believed in his intuition, but he knew that relying solely on it was wrong, and that, as a journalist, he had to boldly assume and carefully check. Zhou Zichen is not the right gender. Li William and Zhuang Ji are far from modest people and would not hide themselves. Then the only option left is that he is a hidden expert of the school who suddenly decided to shine an EM. But in that case, whether he was anonymous or not, his daily life would be profoundly affected. Mo Feng reflected on the many significant changes that had taken place at the school recently, and the fact that he had caused quite a stir with his confession to Zhou Zichen. He told Marco Polo that his story was very interesting. Then the boy laughed and told his friend that he really did have a very strong premonition, and even thought it was his genetic ability, just a little out of whack. But this was offset by his high IQ, and he singled out several people, including himself. During this time, he made Li William and his friend lose face at the range, and although the shooting in the EM test was a level higher, her style was very similar to his. Mo Feng thought that he could pinpoint the essence of the matter with only a large amount of scattered information. But this guy's premonition was simply incredible. There are so many people who could contact him, and is this really true? Then the boy asked his name. The guy replied that his name was Marco Polo, and that he was a genius from the journalism department and a man destined to become famous throughout the Federation. He thought that now all he could do was wait for his confession, which could be more pleasant for a journalist. But apparently, he'll soon earn his fame. When the guy told him his name, the protagonist's expression changed and he began to recall events that happened in another life. While researching an alien race, an organization briefly emerged whose leader, he believed, was named Marco, nicknamed the one who controls the future. However, he then simply disappeared. After that, rumors spread that he was crazy and his organization had been shut down. Mo Feng clutched his heart and thought about how his scar had started to hurt again. Mo Feng told the boy that he was indeed smart, and his intuitive perception was also very accurate. But now one question arose. How exactly should he get rid of the annoying witness? Marco Polo asked his brother not to do this. He could keep everything a secret and swore not to tell anyone about it, even in the next life. Mo Feng told him that he, a student of the journalism department, should know that only the dead can keep secrets and let him see for himself that the situation here was not bad, and he would dig a hole and bury him in it. He feels like the chest pains are connected to things that could affect the future. This Marco Polo has a strong influence on the future. It's definitely something to do with the discovery of aliens, the results of Sun Xiaorui's team, and Marco's 3 reasons. He doesn't know why or how, but God still gives him some guidance, and he doesn't fight alone. He asked if he still had any unfinished business, and the guy grabbed his head with his hands. He said that if one day he was exposed, he could tell everyone that he was the first to know about it. The boy told his classmate that he was glad to meet him, and that his elder had to say that his skills were truly incredible. Marco Polo asked if he really wouldn't kill him now, to which the boy replied that he wasn't that stupid. While his revelation was unpleasant, it wasn't that unpleasant. Then the guy said that he'd said they were classmates from the start. So why had he bullied him then? The protagonist explained that he'd just been a little annoyed by the way he'd been showing off, and besides, he'd been following him. The boy continued to explain that if it had been a cute girl who was following him, everything could have been different. Marco Polo told his brother mentor that he was looking at a man who wanted to do great things, and that the competition this time was of unprecedented importance for both federations. Marco Polo told his brother mentor not to boast, but his premonition was incomparable and as accurate as a woman's intuition. Since childhood, he has always had a premonition of strange things, and his ability to gather information and analyze the battle situation is also at the highest level. No matter how good the results are, he can always improve them. And in this way, they will be linked, and no matter what he says in the future, he will keep everything in the strictest confidence. He can gather intelligence to locate enemies. He can do laundry and dry socks. He's simply an indispensable addition to everyday life, travel, and the tales of fire and sword. He'd been trying to figure out how to convince him to help him, but it worked out so well on its own. Mofeng said they now had a secret that only he and he knew. He could keep it a secret for now, but this time he really intended to defeat EM and would be counting on his help. Marco Polo told his brother mentor that he need not worry, and that he was now entirely at his disposal, and that if he said east, he would never go west. The protagonist agreed with him and said they needed to calm down, as they still had a lot of important matters to attend to. The boy said goodbye and said it was already late, and he eagerly awaited the first instructions from his mentor's brother. Mofeng asked him to be careful on the road, and thought to himself that it seemed like fate itself was sending him strangers, and he didn't understand whether it was good or bad. When the boy came home, he noticed that his friend had put his pants on again. Meanwhile, girls were asking Jo Zichin to confess how strong her boyfriend was. At first, they thought it was just a smoke bomb, but now it looks like there is some kind of internal story here, and let her not say that she herself doesn't know anything. Then the girl began to explain that until today she really didn't know about his talent and simply asked him to cover for her. Her friends started talking about whether it was true or not, since she said that she didn't need such a senior student. They would take him for themselves. So it turns out Zhang Wulei and Mofeng are also in their class. One of the girls replied that yes, but before that, they were two idiots, and if they hadn't dragged them down with Sun Xiaorui's leadership skills, their class would have long ago become one of the top 3 in the Dragon Letters school. But one of the girls remembered that only now one of them got to the qualifiers, and the other went straight to the finals. And there was some really amazing contrast here. She never thought of him and the fat man as completely hopeless, and that they just weren't trying hard enough. Mofeng thought about something truly strange. The texture of the skin in this area was completely different. It didn't look like anything he knew, but when he touched it, he felt something strange. After Marco joined, he became even more confident that the genetically modified soldiers really did have special genes. To say that the Federation had much better research in this area, but in the end it was precisely because of this instability of predictions that they had no practical effect. Since Marco could be involved in the events with the aliens, his help could very well become one of the turning points, and he decided to take him with him to the moon, in case something works out. Even if he is reborn again, he cannot say with certainty that he will be able to win the final, and that is the situation in EM this year. The abilities of the top 3 experts of the moon are simply indescribable. Yuesao said that they are super geniuses born from the elites of the Earth and the moon, 3 innovators who are capable of leading humanity. These 3 have proven themselves well on the battlefield against aliens, although only locally. In war, one individual is too insignificant, and such is reality. He fears that in his past life, even in the late stages of the war on Mars, he was unable to resist these 3. But now he finally had the opportunity to check how good these 3 really were, and the boy fell asleep. When he closed his eyes, he suddenly opened them and tried to understand what was happening. This smell was familiar. Could it really be him in this Mars? Could it really have all been a dream and he himself was still on Mars? His entire body is real, and this is the exact place where he detonated the nuclear bomb. There was even a crater left from the explosion. And why was he still alive? He was still trying to figure out what was happening and what the hell was going on. Could this really be God's entertainment, and at first he gave him hope and then took everything away? When he looked at his hand, he noticed that 3 strange scars still remained on his body. Perhaps these are hallucinations or a crossing of space, or some special state. What is going on here, and why did the aliens start clearing the battlefield in front of him? He couldn't understand what had happened and why he found himself in another dimension again. The fat man appeared in front of him and said that his clothes were not dry yet, to which the protagonist replied that everything was fine. He would wear something else. The fat man said that there was something wrong with his face and asked not to worry because they would do a good job and it didn't matter what the results would be. Mo Feng decided when he woke up that what the aliens had just done seemed too realistic. Unfortunately, there was no more information, and at first he thought he could figure it out on his own. He told the fat man that he needed him in the final, so he definitely had to pass. And Lei replied that it would be as he said. The protagonist continued to train the fat man and hit him in the face with all his might. Lei promised to return his clothes and asked him to be gentle. He remarked that his friend had been particularly harsh today and was probably doing it on purpose. Mo Feng said he'd never do that, since he'd already worn it. Lei offered to wash his socks for a whole week, but the boy refused. Lei told his friend that he'd already finished training and that he could hit him then, but he wouldn't be able to resist. Why all this Spartan training? He'd only agreed to one sparring session. Mo Feng told the fat man that he'd said they were brothers, so he wouldn't want to resort to extreme measures. Therefore, he asked that if the boy could withstand 5 minutes of his attacks, he should consider the training over. Lei replied that it was pointless for him to say anything, as he was dead tired. Then the boy laughed and said that he'd recently heard someone muttering in their sleep about liking Sun Xiaorui. I asked my dear brother not to say this and asked him what he had said before, after which I decided to agree to 5 minutes of sparring. Lei told his comrade that he must have heard something wrong and that he had already managed to warm up and get ready for the next fight. Every time he spoke with the fat man while they were on Mars, he always, intentionally or unintentionally, inquired about Sun Xiaorui's affairs. Lei had been so well informed about the news from the front lines, but when he learned that Sun Xiaorui had died in battle, he lost all motivation to live. Mo Feng told the fat man that he had to undergo his comprehensive training before the preliminaries and was obliged to make it to the finals. He didn't want to embarrass himself in front of the class president, and if he shied away, he would ask her to discipline him personally. Lei laughed and said it was easy to say, and he wondered if he really was talking in his sleep. Mo Feng replied no, but it didn't matter anymore. When the fat man heard this, he became very angry and exclaimed that he himself would beat him up today. And so, the guys went through a lot of hard training, and a whole week of EM qualifiers has already passed. The qualifying competition begins, and the host asked the participants to take their places quickly. The protagonist said that the qualifying round matches are not broadcast to outsiders, so he advises waiting here. Zhou Zichen thought about how she hadn't seen Mo Feng for a whole week, even though she thought that after what had happened earlier, he would start to act more actively. This week, that strange dream hasn't appeared again, and using this body is becoming more and more convenient. Especially the control over the killing aura has improved. The girl thought about how they hadn't been in touch for a whole week since joining the special training group, but now they had to devote themselves entirely to the competition. At first glance, he hasn't changed at all this week, but in fact, there have been significant changes. These changes aren't in appearance but in character, and it's as if he's been reborn after entering EM. She thought that, although she'd heard that success made a man glow, his glow was somehow too intense. She asked the boy if they wanted more. Mo Feng replied with a smile that, barring any unexpected developments, both the fat man and the class leader would definitely be able to advance to the finals. Sun Xiaorui had done so without a problem in the past, but this time a new variable had appeared. The fat man. The fat guy's level is really quite high. Even though this guy looks lazy, he is second to no one in mastering the curriculum. As for William and his friend, last time Zhuangzhe dropped out of the qualifiers, but William passed. He doesn't know if he can do the same this time. An hour later, Li William was eliminated in the second round. This was almost at the very beginning. Why did he encounter an opponent from South America? And he was so ferocious, like some kind of barbarian. He simply dodged his attack and then easily cut him down. It's obvious there's no significant difference in strength between them, and it's all just self-delusion. When the round ended, the guys asked if Sun Xiaorui and the fat man had come out. The girl was sitting next to the main character, and Zhuangzhe was also sitting not far from them, being upset. William reflected that this defeat had effectively failed him in the final stage of his senior year at the academy. His assessment of himself as a soldier would be significantly lowered, and so the protagonist stood next to Zhou Zichen and prepared for the third round of the qualifying competition that had already begun. It's already the third round, and compared to Brother Feng, the fat man, and the first two opponents who were completely worthless, were happy about it. The fighting style taken from the anime looks relatively poor, but the moves that are useless against Brother Feng are quite effective in the preliminaries. Although he initially planned to lose on purpose, Brother Feng threatened him with the headman, so no matter what kind of devil emerges, he must defeat him. The virtual battlefield loading for the qualifying stage has been completed. The third round of the qualifying competition was declared to have begun, and the opponent, with his arms already crossed over his chest, was looking at the fat man. Lei was ready for the competition and raised his hands with two pistols in the air. Chris Thompson, a renowned expert at the Alpha Military Academy in North America, ranked in the top 59 EMs. He was an expert in close combat and prepared to confront the fat man in this battle. Chris Thompson was also surprised when he saw a man with just over 800 points standing in front of him. And how could he possibly make it to the third round and even have to fight him? He certainly couldn't have gotten here by luck alone. The fat makes him look pathetic, but apparently he has a special individual ability and we need to be careful with him. The fat man was already prepared for battle, and with a smile on his face, he held his pistols in front of him. The guy decided, looking at the situation and the enemy, that he couldn't let him get close to him. The speed of hand movement and shooting accuracy of this damn fat guy is really very rare. Chris Thompson thought that if the situation had not been so comfortable for him, he really could have finished him off right away. He was lucky that he was not moving fast enough, and he decided to take advantage of the opportune moment now. But the fat man saw something was wrong and started screaming. He couldn't figure out where he was throwing his knives. The guy thought that in such terrain it would be impossible to use complex burst fire techniques. Every move is a convenient opportunity for him, and if this continues, he will certainly be crushed. The boy began to think about how he should act in such a situation so that the enemy would not neutralize him. Chris Thompson, for his part, decided that a range of just over 10 meters wasn't ideal for the shooter. If his next attack failed, he could finish him off. The boy decided his victory was already too close. Lei, for his part, realized there was no turning back and he couldn't fight in close combat. The enemy decided to use a feint to force him to shoot and realized that in this case he was caught. He decided to take his chance and decided to act right now. Suddenly he screamed. The fat man, watching his opponent, wishes he were as light. He jumps and leaps like that beast. The boy couldn't understand where he was hiding now and began to look around. He decided that there was nowhere to retreat and he had already reached the border of the competition zone. Suddenly his gaze changed and he realized, with his eyebrows drawn towards his nose, that he had finally found it. He asked his opponent not to think that he could hide from him behind a wall. The fat man began to approach him as quickly as possible and exclaimed that he could not defeat the fat father. The enemy did not expect such a turn of events, that he would find him so quickly and deftly and strike. As he fell to his knees, he clutched his wounded chest with his hand and called him a fat bastard. His look completely changed and, dying, he still could not understand how he could lose so quickly. He didn't expect such a turn of events and he began to be torn into small pieces. The fat man was very agile, and the winner of the third round of the Dragon Letter School qualifying competition was Zhang Lei. The boys were eagerly awaiting him, and the protagonist exclaimed that he was finally coming out to them. The headmistress looked at him, smiled, and asked how he was. The fat man grabbed his head with his hand, smiled, and said that he was lucky and that he got through. The main character immediately grabbed him, and lifting him up in his arms, exclaimed that he was simply beautiful and he knew that he could handle it. The guys around were talking about how the sun had indeed risen from the west. It seemed like anything was possible in this world. And pigs were definitely destined to learn to fly, since even a fat man could make it to the finals. Lei asked his brother to let him go because he was heavy, to which the boy replied that he really should lose weight, although he already knew that it was impossible. Zhou Zichen suggested the boys take a short break today and celebrate together. Fatso remarked that he hadn't really done anything special and had just gotten lucky. The village headman asked him not to be so conceited, and that the celebration would actually be in her honor. He smiled and replied that in that case, he agreed. And for the first time in the history of their school, they had 4 finalists. In all of Asia, there are only 8, and despite the fact that they have plenty of other top-notch schools here, they have half of those students. This reform of the EM selection process proved quite effective for them. The Zhou family mansion looms before us. Mo Feng asked permission to introduce someone to his comrades and pointed out Marco Polo from the journalism department. The boy immediately greeted his classmate Zhou Zichen and said he was a huge fan. He then greeted Senior Sun Xiaorui and Senior Lei and wished them good results in the competition. The fat man laughed and thought that this was the first time he was called Senior Zhang, and he was very happy about it. The protagonist told Mark that although the greeting was good, he asked them to pay attention to something they didn't know. He laughed and told his boss not to worry, and that as soon as he got down to business, he'd immediately tackle the biggest challenge. This time, the competition, in addition to its traditional significance, had another special one. Zhou Zichen asked if he was sure about this and that it wasn't just gossip. Otherwise, why hadn't she heard anything about it? The girl thought he knew her capabilities. As a financial group, the Zhou family pays attention to all aspects of the news, especially those that interest them. The boy said he really intrigued them and asked what the task was. The boy thought to himself that this was exactly what he was looking for. Marco Polo began to explain that he really didn't know this, and that he was a member of a hacker alliance whose specialty was creating disorderly news. But most likely there won't be any more details, since this guy just disappeared and it's quite possible that the Yosao Special Investigation Bureau invited him for tea. The boy chuckled and thought about how, even though there had been no specifics in the news in his past life, why had the top 4 competitors never appeared in public? The protagonist asked the boy to get to the point, and he said that this time they were quite energetic, and both federations were doing their best. To be more precise, they placed higher in previous competitions, and the one before that, and the one before that. But this year, due to the dominance of the 3 musketeers, the gap could become even wider. Even one of them could lead Luna to the championship, and this time there would be 3 of them. Lei asked if he couldn't come up with something better regarding the 3 minors. Then the class president explained that they were talking about swordsmen and that he watched too much anime. Artist Alan Doyle, Holy Celestial Chrissy Da Vinci, Heavenly Light Floys. Marco Polo continued to say that, in fact, little is known about them on Earth, or even on the moon itself. Alan Doyle, though you wouldn't guess it by his appearance, is so masterful in his military art that he deserves such a title. Many people suspect that he is the person who made a recording of the passage to S some time ago. And all because they both have similar styles and similar body shapes. When Marco Polo went on to say that this guy possessed incredible ranged combat skills and belonged to a special evolutionary type, he couldn't help but mention the divine abilities of the Floy's heavenly light. There's no information about him in the outside world, but on his own moon, he's a serious authority. Then the fat man asked which of them would win, Alan or Floys. Joe Zichin also said that at this level of strength, victory or defeat is a matter of probability, and anyone could win. But if we compare them simply, she thinks Floys has become stronger. The protagonist wondered whether he could be called a god, and he hoped to meet him to confirm this. Marco Polo laughed and said that another popular person, the generally recognized first beauty of the moon, one might even say the princess of the moon and the heiress of the great family, the Da Vinci family, Chrissy Da Vinci. They say that photographs and videos simply cannot convey all of her beauty, and anyone who knows her character cannot resist it, and she is a goddess-level entity. Lei exclaimed that he couldn't believe it, and that he was sure that Zichin's younger sister and their headmen were more beautiful than her. And those Asao of hers always loved to brag. Then the village headwoman told the fat man to think before insulting anyone. Although she hadn't seen her in person, she truly was beautiful, and in this regard, the people of the moon are naturally gifted. Mo Feng remarked that there was no accounting for taste, and in the eyes of every man who loved him, his beloved seemed as beautiful as Shi Shi. The girl asked Mo Feng not to think he'd be able to fly after reaching the finals and to behave more decently. The fat man also said that publicly pestering the village headmen was too much and he was clearly tired of life. Mo Feng asked his comrade to continue his story. Marco Polo said that these 3 are essentially the strongest and are on a completely different level from the others. The top 4 through 20 players are very strong, and the positions there are constantly changing, which means the level of the guys there is terrifying and the competition is fierce. The fighting style on the moon is not like on Earth. They fight not for points but for the sake of fighting. So when it comes to actual fighting, it becomes even more terrifying. They will not miss out on precious opportunities, and the situation on the ground is difficult. Marco Polo told the eldest that although these words were unpleasant to hear, this was reality, and he thought that their top 10 EM already understood this. To make things look better, the military even sends soldiers of the appropriate age to participate. They have extensive combat experience, and their fighting style is very different from that of the academics. But to be honest, extensive combat experience does not necessarily mean high strength in one-on-one duels. Mo Feng thought that it was hardly such a secret. Luna most likely just didn't pay attention to it, because she was confident that she would still take first place. Then the boy asked Marco Polo which of their people was the most competitive. He thought to himself that while the general level of the land left much to be desired, he honestly didn't believe they had no worthy experts. In fact, during the battles on Mars, many powerful soldiers emerged from the Earth Army. And this is very strange, considering the troops that lagged so far behind the moon for many years. The moon's genetic warriors are much more successful, and their training system is also superior. Earthlings, on the other hand, are usually slow to get started. Marco Polo continued to say that she should know better, since she was well acquainted with the top 10. Joe Zichin's social standing was very different from others. It's undeniable that this is the reason she always remains in the top 10. The beautiful little Princess Joe is well known in the capital, and Joe Zichin is obliged to live up to all this prestige. The same people are equally prestigious in the Three Musketeers. The Moon. People are naturally quite curious, and these 3 strongest are determined to find out who is the best. This competition finale is a public stage for the ranking of the Three Musketeers. Joe Zichin said that on their side, there are several people who have a good chance of making it into the top 8. She named some of the strongest of their generation: Iron Man Bod, Robotech Sevilla, Blademaster Li Qiang, Shadow Sakharov, Golden Lion Da Rao. They represent their hopes of reaching the top 8. In fact, he thinks that there are still hidden experts on Earth, and who knows, maybe they will work a miracle. Zhou Zichen said that this time the selection process was optimized, but fighters who are only good at one thing will definitely not be able to make it into the top 8. They will simply come up with a suitable tactic against the expert's habits, favorite actions, and the like, which will make him completely incapable. The Luna system is much better, and it's already seen experts overwhelmed by tactics alone, leaving them no chance to take any action. Luna's fighters are truly too good at tactical execution. Mo Feng told his brothers and sisters not to be sad, as this wasn't something they should worry about. In their case, they simply needed to enjoy the competition, and now he was asking them to celebrate their victory. The head woman exclaimed that the boy had finally said something sensible, and that she would not be afraid to fall for the sake of their rosy dreams. Zhou Zichen asked the fat man to say a few words, and she thought that compared to Mo Feng, he had more inner qualities. The fat man said that since pink dreams were mentioned, based on his experience, it is better not to wake up and continue sleeping. They clinked glasses and drank to the bottom, because if there is wine for today you need to drink to the bottom. The man told General Gu that the school ship for landing on the moon was already ready. At these competitions, the burden of accompanying their team falls on him. His parents asked him if he'd remembered what souvenirs he needed to bring back. But then the boy blurted out, he was flying to a competition. Then the guy started saying that one thing doesn't interfere with the other, and that they need to learn time management, the store's special department should be nearby, and he just needs to run a lap or two, and everything will be ready. Mo Feng thought that since it was his first time participating in a competition, they would be nervous, but in the end, they would be even calmer than him. The sister told her brother again, shouting to just show him what he could do. She asked to remember that the main thing is participation, and the main character showed class. Before us is the Earth-Moon space station, specifically Delia Howe. A spaceship was located there. The guys found themselves on it, and with backpacks on their backs began to walk to their destination. The protagonist told the fat man that Zhou Zichen and everyone else were already here. Lei immediately waved and called the village chief. They noticed the boys had arrived ahead of them. Of course, the Zhou family's charter was something to be envied. The girl said they could return, and that it was perfectly safe here, and the bespectacled boys immediately obeyed her. She thought that her parents were too stressed, and she had never heard of Chrissy having bodyguards with her when she went out. The fat man approached the village headman and asked her to check out the video he found in Jushi. Mo Feng turned to Zhou Zichen and asked her to go to the break room. They moved towards the round table itself, on which there were various dishes. Suddenly, the girl looked to the side at the guy who entered the room. The village headman also looked at him and said that this man was the #1 expert in Asia, Blade Master Li Qiang. While they were talking about this, the fat man looked again at the table full of food and exclaimed that there was so much to eat. He asked if everything was free. The guy told him that, in theory, yes, you could eat as much as you wanted. Someone else would pay anyway. One of the men said that he did not know how he got here, but he asked him to remember his position and not to disgrace the Earthlings. The fat man was already stuffing himself and thought that he would like to grab something else. Mo Feng also wondered if this must be a representative of the Nanhan Military Academy. Disgrace or not would only be decided on the battlefield. And besides, only those with low self-esteem would pay attention to such things. Li Qiang told Dongguo that although it was unpleasant to hear, it was true. This fat guy had used arc shooting in the preliminaries, so he must be quite smart. Dongguo was very surprised when he heard about arc shooting. The guy introduced himself as Li Qiang and said that now they are all one group representing the Asian region, so he hopes for mutual assistance. The protagonist thought that he was acting like a child. No wonder there hadn't been any high grades on Earth for the last few years. Li Qiang explained that this time Zhou Zichen represented the hope of the dragon script, and he was asking her to try her best. The girl asked the elder to try his best too. After all, he was the hope of their Asian region. Zhou Zichen told the elder that she wanted to consult on some matters concerning the competition. Li Qiang replied with a smile that he was fine with it. While they were talking, the main character and the fat man had already eaten everything on the table. The head woman wondered whether they had come to participate in the competition or just to eat. Meanwhile, passengers heading to Casablanca on the moon were told that the ship would depart in 10 minutes. They were asked to prepare for the flight, and finally, it began to fly towards its destination. The main character asked the fat man to be patient because they would soon arrive. Lei explained that he wanted more food and asked if they would have another chance to eat for free. The village chief angrily exclaimed that he couldn't even think about food while calling him fat. And now, 3 hours have already passed when the boy began to wake up the fat man as they were already approaching the location. Lei said that he couldn't, and said that he would have to replace him at the EM competition. Then the main character asked him to quickly get up and stop talking nonsense. In front of us is the city dock, the very place where the flying ship carrying the boys landed. The girls greeted them and welcomed them to the EM. The fat man looked ahead and said that Casablanca really is big. Li Qiang looked at him and said that the fat man might be strong, but he had absolutely no self-control and it would be better for him not to hang out with him. Dongguo replied that this was true and that it was improper to say something so vulgar. He held out the tray and explained that there were some special goods from the earth, and he would be glad if the young sister-in-law would share her Tianshun number with him. The guys, watching what was happening, decided that this guy had managed to get ahead of them all. The main character closed his eyes and thought that the environment on the moon was even better than on Earth. The Lunar Federation had done a pretty good job of this, and he had a very strange feeling. The same thing he felt in his past life when he first flew to the moon. This time he feels it again, and it's no coincidence. It seems this trip to the moon will be fruitful. Brother Feng was called to quickly climb onto the ship because they were just waiting for him, and the boy immediately went to the ship. The guys who were inside were again eating something tasty and looking around. The fat man said that he really wanted to see Lulu's live concert here. The atmosphere here was 10 times better than on Earth. Li Qiang looked at Lei again with an angry expression and said that this had nothing to do with the EM competition. So this is what Casablanca looks like in peacetime. When Mo Feng first arrived here last time, the war was in full swing, so its aftermath was clearly visible. If the war with the aliens is connected with the people of the moon, who is the madman who is ready to abandon such a good developing environment and lead everything to destruction? Sun Xiaorui asked the protagonist if he had difficulty coping with his emotions. She explained that there was still some difference, and the boy asked what people lived for. The guy held up his fist and exclaimed that he would like them to be greeted noisily. Li Qiang glanced at this man again and thought that he was a big show-off, after which they announced, addressing the gentlemen participants and passengers, that they should pay attention to the fact that the ship would soon dock with the tracks of the Milky Way Military Academy and switch to train mode. Participants were asked to return to their seats and fasten their seatbelts immediately. And here before us rises the transport dock department of the Milky Way Military School. Participants were invited inside and explained that this was a sculpture of Dr. Da Vinci, the great scientist who ushered in a new era, and also known as the Light Messenger of the Moon. This is their dormitory. They will find information about room allocation in their Tianxiangs. The map shows all the Milky Way school facilities open to the public. During their free time, students can explore the surrounding area and use the exercise equipment. They wish the participants all the best and ask them to prove themselves at the EM competition. Dungo said goodbye to his sister mentor and asked her to call when she had time. The headmistress remarked that it would be difficult to perform at her best under such pressure. Zhou Zichen suggested that the elder Xiaoduai go shopping to relieve stress. The girl exclaimed that it was a great idea. Zhou Zichen mentioned that they were leaving their luggage with the fat man and asked him to keep watch while they were gone. Then the fat man called the main character and said that they were mocking an honest man. Mo Feng thought about how in his past life he had spent half a year in Casablanca, a month of which he had spent in the Milky Way School Training Center, and he had to say it was the best place. Luna is really very open in this regard, especially for accessibility. The Milky Way School is in favor of it. They are not the kind of people who will take care of an old broom since it is their own. From what he can see, Milky Way School is the same. Everyone here is proudly attuned. He must admit that if he graduated from this school, his future certainly won't be bad. Of course, there is always a special case, but returning again after several years of graduation, he cannot help but note that 80% of the students of this school will become a major force in all strata of society. 10% may become ordinary people for some reason, but the remaining 10 will be leaders in various fields, which cannot be compared with ordinary schools. And during those times, he also made several lunar friends during his special training period in the Milky Way. Although almost all the people of the moon are proud to the core, this did not hinder like-minded people in any way. He doesn't even know what the place where he spent his training camp will look like now. Looking ahead, he noticed a still familiar sight. However, although things remained the same, people did not. In other words, he arrived here earlier than he should have. It turns out there's a new gravity gym here now, and the boy doesn't know if the password is the same as it was in his past life. When he went inside, he became curious whether the people of the moon were completely unfamiliar with changing the password. Then he decided to stretch a little. After all, the environmental conditions of the gravity chamber are incomparable with the environmental conditions outside. Such a hall requires a stable level of gravity, and at the same time it must be equipped with comprehensive safety controls. The latter is much more difficult to ensure, so some military schools do not provide such halls at all in order to avoid trouble. Suddenly he felt it, and the cells of his body began to move. His soul came to life. His brain came to itself more and more. This incomprehensible state usually appears only in real combat, but it also begins to awaken under the pressure of this gravity. Under the pressure of the tenfold gravity zone, you feel completely different. Your body starts to sweat, but it is undoubtedly very cool. If only there was a good opponent, then we could really go wild. But right now, these are nothing more than just thoughts. But then he heard a voice and, alert, began to look ahead. The main character saw a girl in front of him who jumped as high as possible in the air. She approached him and tried to deliver a powerful blow to his body. Then she turned over again, struck the blow, and continued training again and again. The boy continued to watch her training and was very interested. The girl struck her opponent's body again and a powerful bright flash occurred. Mofeng continued to watch and thought that the level in the Milky Way school had already reached such a level. If even ordinary students here have such power, the Earth can truly return home immediately. I was watching the warrior girl. He couldn't understand who she was and she chuckled when she saw him. The girl pointed her finger to the side and asked her classmate to go exactly where she was pointing. The main character began to head straight down the corridor and she also began to approach him. The girl asked her classmate if he was lost and wondered to herself how an earthling ended up here. Mofeng apologized for interrupting her training and asked if this was the training hall. The girl mentioned that this was a special training ground and was closed to students. The protagonist, clutching his head, said he'd leave right then. But she explained to a classmate that the exit was actually behind her and that the locker room was there. Then the boy coughed and said that the doors here were completely indistinguishable. She mentioned again that the open gym was in the daytime area and that the campus's local area network had navigation. The boy thanked the girl and said she had a great body. Then he realized he'd said something wrong. He decided to correct himself and explained that he meant that the attack he had just carried out was simply superb. He reflected that he had indeed become a bit arrogant after returning from the battlefield of Mars. But in reality, aside from his combat experience, his horizons were very limited. While you are alive, you can always experience unimaginable things and meet charming people. And now several days have passed, and in front of us is a spacious conference hall. There were many people in this hall and warriors stood in different equipment. Zhou Zichen asked the village headman how Mo Feng and the fat elder were doing and why they weren't around. Sun Xiaorui replied that there was no point in looking for them. They were probably standing in the back row. The guy said that he didn't even know that so many people had arrived with them and why it was so quiet here despite all this crowd. Lei remarked that it seemed he'd been using Tianquan constantly since arriving on the moon. He asked what had happened to Marco Polo and whether he shouldn't be with them. This time, their provision of intelligence depends entirely on him, and he is now making inquiries about new changes in the distribution of matches. This time, the distribution will be mixed, and not just Earth versus the moon. In other words, you can run into both your own people and the people of the moon. The fat man said that in that case, if he pushes off with his own people, he will have a better chance of advancing. It is true that with this method of distribution, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, suddenly felt hope for advancement, and even some sympathy for the Yuasao. The current so-called elite is afraid of the people of the moon, which makes one a little sad. General Gu appeared in front of the crowd of warriors and the guys immediately asked to be quieter. The general appeared in front of them and saluted, looking at the boys with a serious expression. The guys did the same in response, greeting their new general. Then, after the greetings were over, he gave the command to his comrades to sit down. The competitors sat down in their seats and stared intently at the general. The kids were very interested in what he would say now and how the competition would begin. Then the general asked why they were all there and said that he would not stand on ceremony with them and that last time they had lost shamefully. They showed almost nothing at the previous and even the competitions before last. He heard that some people were happy with the way the matches were distributed. The general, looking at the soldiers, exclaimed that as their leader he was very ashamed of them. He was tough and confident in his words when speaking to a competitor. When the fat man heard the general's speech, he immediately began to hiccup from such a loud and stern speech. One of the guys mentioned that he too would just like to be promoted. Is it really necessary to be so strict in this situation? General Gu explained that perhaps their strength was not so good. No, it was inferior to the current moon people. The man slammed his fist on the table with all his might, further demonstrating his anger. Suddenly, after hitting the table, he put his hand forward and pointed his finger in front of him. Sun Xiaorui said that after the conference, there were lines of people waiting to use the exercise machines. General Gu's speech was truly very effective. Everyone who was able to fly here flew with dreams and therefore do not intend to simply lose. Hundreds of media outlets from television and the internet on Earth and the moon have now gathered at the Milky Way school. So journalists crawling into every crack also provokes anxiety. Their goal is to compare the combat effectiveness of the two stars in this competition. The class monitor exclaimed that she wouldn't want to become the subject of their scribbles. Zhou Zichen approached Sister Xiaorui and asked her to make every effort. The headmistress, clenching her fist, agreed. The main character met Marco Polo and, looking at him, asked what had happened to him. The guy explained that since his arrival in Casablanca, he'd started having nightmares. Not just nightmares, but monstrous nightmares. This was rather odd, considering he'd always slept well before. Mo Feng asked him to tell him about it, in case he could help. Then Marco Polo asked his boss if he really knew anything about it. He doesn't know what this strange dream is. He is simply enveloped in a boundless shroud of darkness. He doesn't see anything. but he's afraid that someone will grab him. He usually wakes up in fear. The only inconvenient thing is that this can happen several times a night. It looks like these EMs are going to be quite a challenge. Marco Polo said he didn't think they were overly optimistic and that he had received reliable information. This time, the moon's powers will be the highest in all the years. Before this, the people of the moon simply kept in the shadows. The main character asked not to dwell on this. The only thing he wants to know is what other goals this EM session has. He thought to himself that the guy and his group were very special. They could be called a free hacker organization of this era. Their goal is to become the best in investigations. One could even say that they are a group of madmen, and he can use their power to get closer to the truth. Marco Polo thought that he would have to find out information about the participants of the competition and what other goals EM had. Mofeng thought that the current Marco seemed to be more concerned with the honor in front of him than gossip. He said that materials on combat aspects are usually very limited, so there is little benefit to be gained from writing about them. He would still have to rely solely on actual combat experience, so couldn't he help him with exactly what he asked for? And the boy thought about it. Mofeng thought about how he had been pondering all these days whether there was any connection between the alien invasion and the internal affairs of humanity. Something suddenly became a little clearer. The current situation on the moon. He'd always viewed the moon as a single entity, but in reality the moon is controlled by several influential families. For example, one of them is the Da Vinci family. In other words, the moon, as a planet, cannot betray humanity, and there should also be no motive with which one could come to an agreement with them. But what if it is only one or a few of these families, and perhaps there is madness or some hidden agenda? Due to a confluence of coincidences, it seems inevitable. Earth was completely defeated and suffered enormous losses. However, the moon has repeatedly suffered defeat in battle and has never demonstrated the strength it deserves. That's the problem. Therefore, if there is a traitor, they must be hiding on the moon. He received this enlightenment after meeting that girl. Or rather, it was the holy celestial Chrissy Da Vinci. Feel free to assume and check carefully. The moon is effectively under the control of three large families. It's safe to say no plan can be carried out under their noses, unless there's some kind of problem between humans and the moon. The most obvious problem lies within these three clans. Alan Doyle of the Doyle family, Chrissy Da Vinci of the Da Vinci family, and Walter Landers of the Walter family. Three major clans influence the military and political affairs of the moon, crawling into every crack, and perhaps something went wrong in one of these three great families. Looking at the personalities and policies of these three families, the Doyle family advocates the unification of Earth and the moon. The Da Vinci family advocates preserving each other's distinctive characteristics for the sake of shared development. Any increase in customs duties on land or policy of cutting aid always comes from the Walter family. In terms of hostility, the Walter family is the most suspicious. The ruling class of the moon is quite young, due to the fact that outstanding youths from the three great families begin to interfere in the affairs of the state from an early age in order to enter the ruling class during their period of prosperity. Now he must focus on the Holy Celestial Christie, the performers Alan, and the Prince of Darkness Landers on these three. And now 3 days have passed. Let's return to the venue of the EM elimination matches. The final part of the competition has officially begun, and a total of 128 participants from the Earth and the Moon have gathered here. Based on their performance, participants are divided into seeded players and regular participants. Each team will have 5 seeded players, and these 10 participants will face each other in the first 3 rounds. So, the 5 northern players of the Earth are Iron Man Bod, Robotech Sybil, Blade Master Li Qiang, Shadow Sakharov, and Golden Lion Darao Silva. The 5 seeded players of the Moon are Saint Celestial Chrissy Da Vinci, Heavenly Light Floys, performer Alain Doyle, Prince of Darkness Landers, and Phantom Olivia. Mofeng thought that these 10 people were undoubtedly the strongest representatives of the solar system, the idols of the younger generation. The rector of their Milky Way school, Tiffany Da Vinci, is invited to give the opening speech. Some contestants are randomly assigned serial numbers, and he asked them to come on stage to draw an opponent. The young man remarked that securing a suitable opponent was undoubtedly the surest way to advance to the next stage. After all, there were only 10 seeded players, and then they announced that Christy would be the first to go on stage, and the kids started clapping their hands. Also called Alina. Is it really all that can be heard from the shouts of their fans and the guys were jealous of them? Zhou Zichen appeared in front of them. She was very serious and thoughtful when she walked onto the stage. The girl thought that her opponent had an average moon rating, so she could save her strength for the next stage. The village head, in turn, decided that the moon member was of roughly the same level as Zhou Zichen. She encouraged herself and urged her to pull herself together, as she couldn't allow a moon member to look down on her. Meanwhile, the fat man clenched his hands and prayed that he would come across a weak opponent. Suddenly, his eyebrows moved towards his nose and he pulled out his opponent, Du Lan Gansu. This guy, even though he's from the moon, loves to visit the noobs in battle zones on Earth. Whenever two regions merge, he's always there, constantly perpetrating one massacre after another, and therefore is on the list of the most undesirable on Earth. For all his deeds, he's been nicknamed the Executioner, and his real name is Dulan Ansu. The village headwoman wished the boy luck, placing her hand on his shoulder. The fat man wondered what other kind of luck there was, and whether it would be better for him to give up right away. This guy really likes to mock his rivals and humiliate them. He doesn't want to embarrass himself in front of the entire cosmos. The girl laughed in response and asked if he at least knew that in that case, General Gu would send him to Mars to cultivate lands where even birds did not defecate. She asked what he was afraid of and advised him to fight him. Lei asked how he should do that, and he knew he shouldn't have come here. Luck wasn't on his side at all, and when had he strayed from the right path? The boy mentioned that 4 of them had passed through the dragon letters this time. The only problem was that they were simply taking up 4 spots and would likely be sent home immediately. Mo Feng and Zhang Wulei must have gotten here by pure chance. Sun Xiaorui still has a chance to get past the first round. The girl standing next to him said that among them, there was only one person with promise. Zhou Zichen. Let Lo Feng get the weakest one, his comrades prayed, and they must not allow the destruction of their entire army. The main character reached for the ticket and said that the fat man had a good opponent, and he hoped they would choose someone interesting for him too. The fat man was rooting for his little brother and exclaimed that they really were 2 peas in a pod. The others said he was definitely screwed, and so the boy reached out with his hand, pressing on the screen, and saw his opponent, who was the practitioner Wu Zong. Jotaris, a 39th generation lunar Wu Zong practitioner, a top 19th EM. And most importantly, he was only in his first year, and in his first year he managed to enter the top 20 EM. And he has 2 C records in hand-to-hand combat in his pocket. Wu Zong, the greatest martial style on the moon, is known as the pinnacle of perfect combat. It is a powerful martial art formed by the fusion of ancient Earth martial arts and a profound understanding of the moon. Of course, the goal of the practice is to turn every part of the body into a weapon, and also to be able to use any object as a weapon. The guys were surprised why this guy had come on stage and whether a fight and their favorite trash talk would really begin. Mo Feng thought that character improves with age. Jotares said, looking at his opponent, that tomorrow he would show him what real martial arts are. The main character looked him straight in the eyes in response. Not at all afraid. He thought about how today's youth completely lacked manners. They just pretended to leave. The boy also decided to pretend during the first round. The fat man, looking at him, said he really wanted to beat him up. Then the headman asked if he wanted to be disqualified. Zhou Zichen explained that such customs in these competitions, along with all sorts of ridicule and heated atmosphere, had long been a part of the competition. Sun Xiaorui responded that exemplary fighters shouldn't behave like that. If you can't control your emotions, you don't deserve to be in the finals, Lei. Angrily asking if it was really possible to get disqualified right away, thought it would be better to find a way than to embarrass himself. The headman asked him not to even think about it, and if he didn't fight somehow, then upon his return he wouldn't even be considered a human being. The pairings have been completed, and now they have a carefully prepared Casablanca performance. To inspire the cadets, they wish them all the best and a wonderful performance tomorrow. The fat man exclaimed that it was Lulu, and that it was finally time for her performance. Mo Feng thought that the real version of her seemed completely different, and no wonder the fat man liked her so much. The headmistress exclaimed that they were not worried at all, to which Zhou Zichen replied that it was nothing to worry about, and that it was better not to be nervous during competitions. Before us again is the Milky Way School, namely the dormitory for the participants of the Earth. The boy explained that Marco had sent information about tomorrow's opponent. It included information from the past few years, and Marco was truly amazing. The boy asked Lei to keep his voice down, as he was making the film almost impossible to hear. Lei agreed and asked to listen, as the real Lulu was truly magnificent and he wanted a ticket to the next show. The next day arrived and the elimination matches began. The boys were already sitting across from each other. Lei told the class monitor that she didn't look so good, and that the younger Zhou also seemed a little nervous. Sun Xiaorui replied that even after reading and analyzing the data, she felt it wasn't enough. Zhou Zichen remarked that, fortunately, their matches weren't until tomorrow. At these competitions, the EM system will be used until the quarterfinals, and live battles will begin from the quarterfinals. For some reason, the headwoman furrowed her eyebrows and looked at the fat man and the main character. She angrily asked how they could eat so happily at such a crucial moment. Then the fat man replied that it was a golden figure from a lunar company, and that at the Milky Way School it was a special offer for breakfast. If he didn't try them, he'd be ashamed to even mention he'd been here. The fat man exclaimed that he'd expected just that from his brother Feng. One of the men watching them said that the guys from the Dragon script were so relaxed, apparently very confident in their abilities, The second one told the big guy that he should take a closer look. Only 2 of them were calm. The other 2 were nervous. The third said that he didn't know if they were really strong or just trying to keep up their spirits, but their opponents were not weak at all. The stares from the seated players are a bit too much for him. Luckily, he doesn't have to play today. Junior Joe's match will be in the morning, with Senior Joe in the afternoon. Brother Feng's match will be in the evening. The fat man thought that he would lose anyway, and they couldn't have arranged his match any sooner. For him, the anticipation of death was worse than death itself. One of the boys closed his eyes and decided that these 2 were too frivolous. From the moment he boarded the ship, he hadn't once considered taking the competition seriously. The other guy decided that a permanently serious face didn't look any better. A man who doesn't show his face even while eating has nothing to say. Then the guy replied that they would see how far he could get in this competition. He was surprised that the big guy had just giggled. The man replied that that wasn't actually the case. Then the guy told him that Li Qiang was the youngest among them. Since he's a seated member and a member of the Earth, he believes the boy is strong. But he'd better temper his arrogance, and it doesn't matter if he clashes with his own moon people. Then the guy, a little sadly, replied that he himself knew what to do and there was no need to tell him about it. Spectators from the Earth-Moon Federation and even from the Martian region were greeted. The next EM competition final begins in just half an hour. She is the host, Mila, and today she has the great honor of introducing them to the guests of honor who have been invited as commentators for the matches, namely Doctors of Science from the Special Operations Management Alliance, Zhang Yang and Patuya D. Dr. Patuya D was wearing a suit and glasses, a serious, self-confident man. Dr. Zhang Yang was very serious and his eyebrows were slightly furiously drawn towards his nose. After listening to the girl's speech, the students began clapping their hands and listening to what she had to say next. The girl explained that she was Mila, the vice chair of the student council at Milky Way College and the most popular commentator on the moon. Her field control skills are extremely high, and the move for such an important event as the host was selected from a bunch of people. She was elected by an absolute number of votes, and she is known as the soul of EM. And Dr. Zhang Yang and Dr. Patuya D are professionals in the operational management of the Earth and the Moon. And accordingly, they were both chosen by governments and both have their own clear position. In fact, Doctor of Science Zhang Yang thought that he really didn't want to come here. The last time the Earth Federation failed to make it into the top 4. This time, the Earth Federation will do everything in its power to reach the semifinals and even the finals. He, too, is confident that their participants are much stronger this time around than last time. He, too, had envisioned the method of General Gu's selection. But whether this would change anything remains to be seen. The Earth must change, and the only thing that matters now is combat power. Patuya looked sarcastically at Dr. Zhang and said that here they met again and he really missed him very much. He asked the girl not to worry, as this time they wouldn't have to work hard again. Dr. Zhang explained that Dr. Patuya's Wheel of Fate was turning, so they would have a field day too. The annual conference would be lively this year, and so it began. They always liked the way these 2 spoke to each other. Someone said that they, too, had been observing Dr. Zhang's pain for several years, and that the Earth Federation really should do something. Mila addressed the distinguished audience and said that their opening match would feature participant Zhou Yinan from the Memphis State School, and also their favorite idol, the award-winning performer Alan Doyle from the Milky Way School. One of the guys said that this handsome guy is on his field and just let them listen to these jubilant cries. The big guy replied that he hoped their member wouldn't be shy about it. Zhou Zichin thought that Alan Doyle, known as the first general of the Federation and the chairman of the Milky Way Student Committee, possessed an unrivaled aristocratic temperament and impressive strength. The protagonist also reflected on the fact that, judging by Tian Xiong's pre-battle approval rating, he outscored his opponent by 91%. Considering that this rating is created by people from both Earth and Moon, the guy's level of popularity is simply astounding. The headman asked them to stop being distracted and pay close attention and absorb the information. If they didn't behave properly, they might not receive mercy upon their return. The fat man immediately began coughing and thought about how they really did use 6,000 grapes to squeeze the juice, and how extravagant these guys from the moon were. The boy exclaimed that he only had strength when he was full. He doesn't even know what luck is like with dragon letters. At least Zhou Zichin and Sun Xiaorui turned out to be victorious opponents. But those 2 idiots will probably fall flat on their faces and embarrass themselves. There's really nothing to see there. The presenter announced that Alan Doyle had finished the opening match in just over 2 minutes. It wasn't just a victory, it was a complete rout. The doctor approached Dr. Zhang and said that if this continued, he would be done for the day in 30 minutes. But the doctor replied that this was only the first battle and that he shouldn't get too cocky. The brute looked menacingly and said that who would have thought that they would lose 5 matches in a row? In such a situation, their fighting spirit would be crushed. Dr. Patuya said the level is good this year. Just now, in the last fight, there was what they call a table-turning incident. Their fighter relaxed at a critical moment, and he thinks it's better to work on his psychological development. Dr. Jiang told Dr. Patuya that this was just the beginning, and that he was on his home field, while they, the visitors, needed time to get their act together. Next up on their side was Li Qiang, meaning their winning streak was over. The girl who was sitting in the middle said, clasping her hands, that then they would wait and see. And then they announced that the 6th match was starting, and in front of them was the seeded participant of the Earth Federation, Li Qiang. The guy decided to spoil the mood with this and welcomed the first northern participant of the Earth together. He closed his eyes and thought that there was no need to tell them about it because he would definitely do it anyway. The fat man closed his eyes and thought about how they were being completely ignored. Feeling a little upset, Li Qiang also thought that the sight of these two guys hanging out was so irritating. Everyone was seriously preparing and worried, but they were somehow the opposite. All they do is eat and hang out in the Tenshun. Do they even realize they're at a competition and not at a resort? He's completely different from these idiots. For his team, for himself, for the glory of the land, he's ready to fight to the death. The protagonist reflected that if it weren't for Zhou Zichen's reputation, they would be even more isolated. Earthlings are just too fond of taking out their stress on the worst. This fat man's heart is actually very fragile, but stress manifests itself differently in each person. The fact that he can't stop eating means he's feeling heavy-hearted. The boy approached the fat man and asked if he could get him 2 glasses of grape juice. Lei responded with a flourish that he would do it without any problem. Mofeng thought that there was no point in trying to convince them with words now, to prove everything to them. They could only show their strength. Mila thought that it seemed like Li Qiang had a pretty high chance of winning. His pre-fight approval rating is as high as 89%, which is quite popular even among seeded competitors. Just look. Is this really the overwhelming power of the seeded participants? The Milky Way student clearly lacks experience. When confronted by a master of the blade from the earth, he took the initiative to fight in close combat, even though they use a pistol. Dr. Patuya was told that it looked like Dr. Jiang was right and that a turning point had arrived. Dr. Patuya asked Mila whose side she was on. Even if they won this fight, the turning point wouldn't come. And he bet a pack of Stardust peppers. Mila clenched her fist and exclaimed that she was on the side of humanity. Dr. Jiang thought that in some way this would be beneficial for the morale of the Earth. But here's the problem. Are the representatives of the Milky Way school, a top 18 expert at the EMA, really that brainless and arrogant? Giving up the advantage and fighting Li Qiang at a disadvantage? Is this really what the Milky Way student wants? The headmistress asked the two if they were watching the match attentively. They were already disliked here, and if they acted like this, they'd irritate others even more. This isn't just a competition. These people will become the foundation of the Earth, the ruling class. In the future, what kind of future do they expect if they hate them? Mofeng told the village chief that she was taking things too seriously. Besides, their member was in serious trouble and he didn't think there was anything left to see. The fat man said seriously that he was watching the match while he was eating, and that he also thought something was wrong. The opponent who was against Li Qiang looked at him and exclaimed that he was too cruel. Then the guy looked seriously at his opponent and replied that he was talking nonsense as he approached him with a blow. How dare he smile, and if so, then he will now make the people of the moon cry. The battle began and the guys were already facing each other and he raised his sword as high as possible. The sword approached the enemy, but he tried to dodge and jumped into the air as high as possible. Li Qiang drew his sharp sword and pointed it towards the enemy again, looking at him menacingly. The headmistress exclaimed joyfully that it looked like they were truly going to win their first game this time. Mofeng thought that a fighter ranked in the top 18 EMA simply couldn't lose like that. Dr. Jiang also wondered if everything was really going smoothly. This Ino keeps himself at a disadvantage throughout the entire match, which is not at all like a top 18 level. The enemy lay on the ground pretending that he was already losing and dying. But it was his move and he decided that the enemy himself was now caught and immediately jumped up, taking out his weapon. He flipped in the air and fired a powerful volley from his weapon. Everything around lit up with a bright purple flash and the fire approached the enemy. He immediately said goodbye to him by releasing another volley of bright purple rays. Dr. Jiang thought that what they feared most had happened, and the people of the moon had done everything possible in preparation for this competition. One of the guys went to ask Li Qiang if he'd really lost. The big guy replied that he was an expert with an arc pistol, and why would he fight in close combat? The masked man remarked that it was difficult to react at that moment. He had deliberately feigned weakness, lulling Li Qiang into believing he would win easily and thereby lowering his guard, and then easily dispatched him. Zhou Zichen thought that the power of the moon people was never limited to brute force. In terms of execution of tactics and their performance, they are also at the top. Dr. Patuya said they had won after all, and he truly felt very bad for old man Jiang. He thought that, contrary to expectations, such a tactic might still be useful. Dr. Jiang thought that this Ino was not easy. To sustain such a victory was an art. Although such an approach was unacceptable, Asia is their weakest region, but they were obliged to give them space because of the rules. He would advise them not to rejoice prematurely. The doctor laughed and told Old Man Jiang that it seemed his stubbornness was preventing him from admitting his mistakes. He was willing to bet that the moon would completely monopolize the top 8 this year. He said that the girl D, it was worth giving him some paints, and he ran to open the paints in the workshop, and whether he was dreaming about it too much. Mila was thinking they'd gotten a little too carried away and hoped no accidents would occur during the broadcast. The girl exclaimed that she'd be a witness to their bet. Dr. Jiang thought that Patuya was angering the Earthlings to create more bloodshed. When there's a clear advantage, it's not interesting at all. Li Qiang's mistake mustn't be repeated. And after all, how could anyone be so overconfident? One of the boys said that since he took the place of a seated student, he had to do what seated participants do. Li Qiang thought about how he had trained diligently for countless days and nights, all for this day. But in the end, he not only lost but also became a negative example for everyone else. The guys asked the guy to control his emotions and stop embarrassing himself here. The masked man said that it really wasn't worth wasting the seated participants' quota on the Asian region. The big guy replied that it was the same last time too. The Asian region always drags them down, and this time they showed up here in droves. Mofeng closed his eyes and said that the master of shame of Asia had talked so much nonsense. But in the end, when it came time to show his strength, he was only able to lose. Li Qiang asked him to shut up because he felt like something was wrong, that the two of them were ruining the atmosphere here. Let him continue playing his Tianxiong, so that at least those who don't know him will consider him a commander. Mofeng asked him not to run away from responsibility like a woman. If he had been even a little sensible, he wouldn't have lost. Li Qiang remarked that although he had lost, the two of them, losers, were even more hopeless. The protagonist replied that for some reason he felt they would bring 2 victories to the land. Then the boy, clenching his fist, exclaimed that even if either of them lost, he would run a lap around the Milky Way school naked. The protagonist replied that they had agreed and he wouldn't be the only one to suffer, so if they lost, they would run naked. One of the big guys laughed and said that these lamers from the Asian region are really funny. Zhou Zichen asked Li Qiang to calm down, as they were all representatives of the Earth. She thought the situation had gotten out of control and that if it continued, it could lead to major problems. Li Qiang said that it had nothing to do with her and that she should consider the conflict settled and that now he would simply wait for the 2 great gods to speak. The village headman, in turn, thought that in the current situation, Li Qiang wanted to vent his anger with a few words. And who would have thought that Mofeng would respond to him like that? She's afraid they'll have to rely on themselves now. The guy, looking at everyone around him, raised his hand. He congratulated them, but a good start is only half the battle, and the military department had given them very clear instructions. The top 4 spots were theirs to take, and that wasn't the end of it. The presenter reported that the representative of the moon won the 6th battle, the representative of the moon won the 7th battle, and only in the 8th battle did the Earthling finally win. By the end of the first day, 32 matches had been played, and the Earth had only managed to prevail in 3 of them. The village headman told the protagonist it was time to go and asked him to ignore the news. The boy asked him to wait a bit, as he hadn't finished reading it yet. He thought that this Marco was truly a professional in his field. He just went and got hold of recordings from his opponent's training areas, and that was really cool. Humanity is slowly sinking into darkness, a prime example being the students of the moon. And this guy and his family are currently one of the most likely traitors. The family must have already accepted him as the rightful head. In fact, the Walter family gained much of its support on the moon precisely through this kind of propaganda. The headman thought that even with such a bet he could still laugh, and that was surprising. This was definitely the Mofeng she knew, or maybe she didn't, which was very strange. The boys were trying to fall asleep and the main character closed his eyes and drew his eyebrows towards his nose. He had this dream again and he was in full armor, approaching his enemies. Opposite him there were many strangers who were kneeling and there was a bright flash. He had to fight tomorrow. And why was he having this dream at such a time? It was very strange. He doesn't know how long this dream will last and strangers are already surrounding him from all sides. When he peered into the distance, they were nearby, and there were a huge number of them. Suddenly, his gaze changed and he looked in front of him, seeing a dark shadow. He began to look more closely at this shadow and began to remember some person. Suddenly, he realized that this disaster really happened due to the fault of some people. The boy exclaimed that he was a traitor and that it was all a dream. And he was already approaching him. Who is he and why was it necessary to arrange all this and why did it all happen? The main character was already approaching this guy in a dream to find out the whole truth about what was happening. Suddenly, he clutched his heart again and felt pain where the scars were. Mofeng immediately sat up on the bed and when he woke up, he was in some kind of horror and fear after this dream. The main character woke up in the middle of the night and sat down on his bed thinking about his terrible dream. He clenched his fist and kept thinking about what was happening, and about the fact that tomorrow would be his fight. The boy decided to get up and take a shower to calm down a bit and come to his senses. He thought that he was getting closer and closer to the truth and clenched his teeth in horror. The protagonist understood what he was thinking and exclaimed that this was no longer just hatred. The events experienced in the dream seemed too real. This feature must definitely be connected with his movement into the past. The future catastrophe must definitely be somehow connected to humans. There are traitors among humanity. This conclusion can be reached simply by observing the calmness of this figure among the aliens. From this, we can also conclude that the alien attacks on the largest cities of the Earth and the Moon were clearly not accidental, and everything was decided long before the start of the war. He was right when he thought that there was an organization at the top of the whole society involved in all of this. The goal was to destroy humanity. Organizations this large and influential could always be counted on one hand. Right now, he's most suspicious of the Walter family. Since they are one of the 3 rightful rulers of the Moon, they have every opportunity to do so. The question is how he can get closer, at least not to the family as a whole, but to their main heir. He could have used his personality to achieve this, but right now, in the eyes of the ruling elite, he's like dirt underfoot. How can he raise his value in the eyes of others? Right now, he can only prove himself at EM competitions. They say that EM was organized only to determine 4 winners who would go on a space expedition. The boy thought that, besides, if he wanted to know the truth, he had to be one of these 4 people. He concentrated and headed towards his comrade, looking at him and thinking. He thought that it looked like the fat man hadn't been able to get enough sleep and that things were going hard for him. Lei also thought about it. Running around naked would be too humiliating and he would be disgraced in front of the entire school. If this happened, he was afraid his friends from his orphanage wouldn't understand. Meanwhile, the headman, looking at the boys, said that it looked like they hadn't even slept a wink last night. The fat man replied that he probably just slept too much. Zhou Zichen believed Mo Feng had excellent skills, capable of guaranteeing his advancement to the second stage of the competition. However, the same couldn't be said about his mental and emotional state. Sun Xiaorui clenched her fist and exclaimed that she wanted them to forget their argument completely for now. Now they simply had to show their best, and the boys had decided to do just that. These are dark days for the land, and he thinks their military school should be disbanded. It's a waste of taxpayers' money. These losers should be sent to Mars and let them at least bring some benefit to society. They've lost 3 games in a row again, and they're the best representatives of Earth. Defeat in this tournament will ultimately lead to the destruction of humanity. To avoid such a scenario, Earth's military, like General Gu, must be supported. His first step should be to dispel the stereotype that the people of the Moon are superior to Earthlings. And then Chrissy appeared before the boys. The protagonist looked at her carefully and thought that back then, on the training ground, he really had met Chrissy Da Vinci. It was time for the next match, and Mila announced the girl Zhou Zichen into the microphone. When her name was announced, the girl felt as if a mountain was pressing down on her. The protagonist approached her and asked her to act. Hurry up and prove herself because this was her chance. Zhou Zichen thought they should simply watch her win her duel. Let her strength be recognized not only by the people of the Moon, but by the rest of humanity as well. Zhou Zichen rose as high as she could in the air and raised her weapon. She approached the enemy who wanted her sister from the ground to be even closer. Is her close combat skills really that bad and she can only fight at range? However, this style of fighting is ineffective against him, and he asked to come to him. The enemy decided that the time had already come for her death, and the girl was already close. Zhou Zichen thought that she had acted exactly as Mo Feng had warned her. How glad she was that this crazy woman decided to use such a hackneyed trick against her. Zhou Zichen wanted to use her move, and so she approached her opponent. They were already opposite each other, and she did not expect such a turn of events. The girl was already face-to-face in front of her, and her opponent looked at her in surprise. Zhou Zichen attempted a kick and knocked her far back. The enemy said that this was an Earthling girl, and how could she be so strong? Zhou Zichen asked how she still had the strength to open her mouth. The girl began to use her abilities, namely, 100 cuts of the acrylic spiral. The host asked everyone to join in congratulating Zhou Zichen on her victory in this match. This marks the Earthling's first victory today. Those around her said that she really did appear before everyone in the form of a dragon goddess. The boys stood waiting, and the head girl said that it was simply magnificent, and she was amazed at how beautifully she was able to finish this fight. The fat man also told the girl to accept his congratulations, and that this fight was really wonderful. A guy from another group said that she put on a great performance, and he really hoped that some Earthlings were able to learn something from her fight. Mila asked to join us in witnessing the start of today's 16th bout. She called the participants onto the stage. Dr. Patuya said that he thinks it will be quite difficult for the Earthlings to win this battle, and now they will witness the beginning of a new series of defeats. Dr. Zhang responded that it is not worth jumping to conclusions based only on a person's indicators. Zhou Zichen told the elder to try her best and not care about other people's prejudices against her. Lei also told the headman that he was confident of her victory in this duel. The girl thought to herself that it was surprising they could smile when such a huge stake was at stake. Mo Feng whispered something in her ear and asked her to trust him. The head woman was preparing for battle, and now she was already on the platform next to her opponent. The guy exclaimed that her end was inevitable and she just had to keep running like a rat without stopping. Sun Xiaorui thought that he was pushing her too hard and she couldn't even find the right moment to respond to him. The enemy noticed that he had driven her where he had planned, and the trap had already slammed shut. He waved his weapon and a bright blue lightning bolt was directed towards the girl. Sun Xiaorui realized that the enemy was using zigzag shooting. Use the arena's terrain to make projectiles ricochet, making it seem like the projectile's final impact power only increases with each bounce. She couldn't understand, because he was even able to break through the wall of her shelter. The girl crouched behind a rocky wall that served as her shelter. One of the guys said that it looked like they were facing another defeat, and the difference in their strength was too great. Zhou Zichen and the fat man were worried about the girl and clenched their hands as they watched the fight. Mo Feng provided a full report on Bilson's strengths and weaknesses. Victory or defeat in this match depends solely on Xiaorui. Mo Feng said that this man's shooting skills were directly dependent on inertia, so he often had to lower the barrel of his gun. We need to find a window between the uses of his skill that can create a chance for her to win. Sun Xiaorui thought the problem was that her instinctive first reaction to a shot was to dodge. Well, if she dodged his weak shot, he could reposition himself to use his skill again. The enemy exclaimed that he had almost destroyed her shelter, smiling maliciously. He said that his next shot would destroy her, and the time for her defeat had come. When lightning bolts flew towards the girl, her comrades looked at the screen in fear. Sun Xiaorui was very attentive and prepared to repel this powerful attack. The big guy said that just jumping out from behind his barricade was too much. Then the enemy pointed his weapon and, pulling the trigger, exclaimed that the end had come for her. But the girl very deftly dodged such a powerful blow. The enemy noticed that everything turned out as if in the Matrix. It was surprising, and the girl noticed that he lowered his weapon. Sun Xiaorui realized as she walked towards her opponent that this was her only chance of victory. The guys watched this fight closely, not expecting such a turn of events. The presenter and the doctors of science also watched closely what was happening. Meanwhile, the girl jumped as high as possible, knocking over her opponent with her blow, and the death of the representative of the moon was confirmed. Victory is awarded to the Earthlings, and Mila asked to greet the winner of this confrontation, Sun Xiaorui. The guys from Luna thought about how something like this could have happened. Zhou Zichen clasped her hands and joyfully exclaimed that the Elder had won. Lei also said that the Elder was too good. The guys were shouting that another hidden dragon had appeared at this competition, and from now on they would become her fans. One of the guys decided that he needed information about this Sun Xiaorui. There's a problem with the position she used to dodge the shot. To win, she needed to open up completely and allow her opponent to shoot. Her way of avoiding a lot of damage from the shot is very ingenious, but she limited the area for counterattack, and only a master of his craft could have fired from that angle. However, no matter how she dodged, it would be impossible to avoid fatal damage from the next shot. She waited for the moment when her opponent used their skill to counterattack. Apparently, this girl was able to analyze Bilson's skill and noticed a pattern in which he lowers the barrel of his weapon to the ground. It seemed the opponent also had capable people on his side. The girl then asked if he thought it was all Sun Xiaorui's doing. The guy asked her if she thought differently, and the girl replied that the entire battle plan was built on this small flaw of her opponent, and an ordinary warrior would definitely not be able to implement something like this. Another said that he could only hope that their judgments would indeed be confirmed, and that he was already tired of watching the fights of incompetence. The main thing is that they achieved what they wanted, and future competitions will be more interesting for them. The girl smiled and said that this is the joy of life. The head woman, in turn, joyfully raised her hand and smiled. She looked at the main character and thought, "This guy is really amazing." Lei asked Mo Feng what he told the village chief, and he also wanted to get the secret of victory. Then the boy asked the fat man if he knew he was the greatest marksman in history. All he needed to do to win was awaken his hidden power and destroy his opponent. Lei decided that he was trying to hypnotize him. If hypnosis were truly useful, then everyone could become a king in an instant. And he exclaimed that he urgently needed to answer and ran away. Mo Feng thought that Sun Xiaorui's situation was completely different from the fat man's. The fat man is on the verge of awakening his genes and must rely only on himself. Even if he only exerts half his strength, destroying the enemy will be as easy as crushing overripe vegetables. The boys were rooting for their brother and asking him to win because they also wanted to eat something tasty. The girl said she was beautiful and asked the kids to cheer him up, but they never listened to her. The fat man said that now he only really hoped that the headmistress would not allow the little ones to watch his fight. The woman asked him not to downplay his achievements, and they are very proud that he can stand on this stage. She asked the rascals to say goodbye to their brother, as he still needed time to prepare for his fight. The boys kept shouting at Brother Zhang that he was the best. Sun Xiaorui told the fat man that his fight was next, and she asked him to hurry and get ready. Li Qiang came over and said that he already thought that their industry chicken had wetter pants and asked him not to worry. The elder one wondered why this guy spoke right before the fight itself. The guys decided to take the fat man away from this scoundrel. Suddenly, the protagonist approached him and whispered something in his ear. Just like the elder Sun Xiaorui, the girl approached him and asked what he had told him. Mo Feng replied that he had told him that for victory, he would receive a reward of 100,000 yuan from the military council. The guys asked if this was a joke and whether the reward was worth the humiliation that lay ahead of him. The fat man was inspired by such a reward and clenched his fist and asked them to wait for their daddy, as he was already on his way to get them. Dr. Patuya asked Dr. Zhang if his fighters read incantations before a fight. It seems to him that there is no point in conspiracies anymore. The situation for the moon is developing much better than expected. Dr. Zhang replied that modern science has still not been able to prove the non-existence of witchcraft. It's useless to explain everything to him, and he won't understand anything anyway. The guys decided to watch this match before lunch because they had to finish before lunch. One of the guys said that their school of dragon letters had 2 goddesses of war, and that this was a real miracle. The second one asked to watch the fight of the fat man Zhang Wuli. His opponent was already standing there, satisfied, with a smile on his face and a weapon in his hands. The girls noticed he had a heavy sniper rifle, and what was he thinking? It was a very old rifle, and the landscape was not suitable for such a weapon. The big man noticed that he had swollen even more from the weight of his heavy rifle. Li Qiang laughed and exclaimed that he was still worried about the outcome of the match. But he thought that this guy would be even less competitive than he expected. Sun Xiaorui asked the boy how he still had the courage to smile. Meanwhile, the enemy had already pointed his weapon at the fat man. The fat man, in turn, began to dodge numerous shots. Then the enemy asked if that was all, and if there was no need to be so nervous since he couldn't hit him at all. He just needs to freeze in place and await his death. Either way, he'll be defeated today. The fat man did not give up and exclaimed that he was absolutely relaxed. One of the guys said that he was going to suffocate now if his eyes weren't deceiving him. The second one said that now he just wants to know how he got here. Another asked whether it wouldn't have been easier to just give up looking at the fat man. Lei began to calm himself down, because if he was so nervous, the 100,000 yuan would simply slip away. This money will be enough to provide the shelter with food for 6 months. He has to win for the sake of all the kids in the shelter and for the sake of this money. He just asked to try it, and it is the result of his special training. The boy pointed his weapon towards the enemy and finally fired. The guy began to dodge the shot very quickly and deftly. The fat man didn't expect such a perfect evasion of his shot. Mila exclaimed that when a person reaches such a level, he will gain an absolute advantage on the battlefield. Once they achieve this, they will develop a 6th sense that can help them predict danger. The guy decided that it was just a little trick, and why admire it so much? The enemy spread his arms to the side and asked the fat man to shoot, because he was right in front of him. One of the guys asked not to hold him back, and then he would come out and shoot him straight from the machine gun. Lei thought that no matter what skills he used, this guy had to die. A shooter who cannot remain cool will never be a good sniper. Although, if he's completely honest with himself, he's still a little better than he expected. The enemy decided that it turns out that there really are people who are not afraid to lose face before the eyes of all humanity. This is the first time he has encountered such an individual. One of the guys said that the difference between them was really too big. The second one wanted this farce to end as soon as possible. The enemy asked the fat man to run and not stop, because he shouldn't have stirred up the anthill. There is no need to think so much, otherwise he will quickly lose his life. Meanwhile, the fat man was already dodging his opponent's next volleys. Suddenly he flew straight to the ground and, punching, grabbed his weapon. Streams of scarlet blood began to flow from his mouth, but he did not want to give up under any circumstances. The guy had a wound on his face and he grabbed his head with his hand. The enemy said that he shouldn't have turned his head like that and that he had no intention of shooting him in the eyes. He exclaimed that what he likes most are precisely those moments when the last spark of life disappears from the eyes of earthlings. Lei began to think that this was not what he wanted to achieve and that he was sick of his own uselessness. The headman asked the fat man to cheer up, because it was not time to give up yet. The enemy exclaimed that he must warn him that in subsequent duels this would happen to every insignificant earthling. It's time for him to return to his miserable orphanage. The fat man replied that he could say whatever he wanted about him, but he will never allow him to insult the orphanage by calling him a moon freak with crooked teeth. The boys couldn't understand what this lunar idiot was saying and asked Zhang to show him where the crayfish spend the winter. The girl said that although these EM competition matches are held virtually, it is still traumatic. The director closed the girl's eyes and continued to worry about the boy. All his comrades were very worried about him, and so the fat man got down on one knee. He was very serious and began to pull out his weapon. The enemy wondered if he had finally given up and was ready to accept his death. But it was not to be, and the fat man approached him and stood opposite him. He took out his gun and pointed it straight at the enemy, who also started shooting. The boys closed their eyes and the children asked their brother to be careful. The girl told the headmistress that she was very happy that everything was okay with Brother Zhang. The enemy did not expect such a turn of events and could not understand what was happening. Why can't he hit the fat guy with more than one shot? This simply couldn't be happening. And those around continued to watch what was happening. The big guy asked if this guy could really awaken his dormant powers in such a situation. Li Qiang exclaimed that he clearly had such an ace up his sleeve. Mo Feng thought that the fat man's awakening in the past had taken place in 2 stages. Lei realized that now he could easily cross the suppression fire because he could see right through all of his attacks. Mo Feng thought that this was the first time in 2 lifetimes that he had seen the fat man awaken with his own eyes. Lei exclaimed that he was not here to play games with such suckers. The enemy asked me to stop acting tough. He again began firing multiple shots, aiming them towards the fat man. Lei, awakening his abilities, dodged the shots and again pointed the weapon towards the enemy. He had a huge rifle and the guy decided to take a shot. The shot flew towards his enemy and a powerful blue flash occurred. The fat man's comrades were very worried and the headman clenched her fists and began to shout with joy. The death of the moon representative was confirmed and the winner was Zhang Wu Lei, a student at the Dragon Letters School. Lei was simply shocked and exclaimed that he had indeed won, and the 100,000 was now his. He kept shouting, talking about money and how daddy was coming. Dr. Petulia asked if it was some kind of spell. Dr. Zhang replied that the Ministry of War would reward the winners of the first round with 100,000 yuan. All the guys who were watching what was happening raised their hands up and supported Brother Zhang. The enemy felt that in this simulation the pain was transmitted at 100% and it seemed to him that his body was about to fall apart. Meanwhile, the fat man had already run up to his comrades and asked Brother Feng about the money. Then the main character asked if he should have caught his breath first. He thought that he was now very careless, and perhaps with the death of the headman he had nothing else to think about. Lei asked the elder not to be so serious, they were just joking then. Li Qiang told the fat man that he hadn't even buttoned up all his buttons, and that he shouldn't forget about his image. After all, he was a representative of Earthlings. He will keep his promise, and as long as they win, it will not be difficult for him to run naked at least once. And now everyone was rooting for the main character. He was supposed to deliver a stunning finale. The man who was watching the proceedings decided that these students from the Dragon script were truly amazing. Whatever the final outcome, the spirit of Earthlings must be reborn. Li Qiang asked for permission to be the first to fulfill part of their agreement and began to develop. When the director saw the boy undressing, he was surprised by what was happening. One of the Lunar Ones told Joataris that now everything is in his hands and it was a harsh slap in the face, so he must return everything 100-fold. The guy asked him to be confident because he would show him how a real man should fight. The girl asked him not to underestimate his opponent. Jotaris revealed to his sister that he had studied the information about his opponent very carefully and that he was a close combat fighter. The boys began to walk across the battlefield, approaching each other. They found themselves opposite each other and looked intently into each other's eyes. Zhou Zichen thought that Jotaris was one of the youngest masters in the lunar world and could be said to have countless martial skills. To defeat him, you need to shoot him, and good close combat fighters should also have well-developed shooting techniques. Mila said that since both students were already ready to fight on the virtual field, the battle would begin. And so a random battlefield, a mountain peak, was chosen. The guys were surprised why this particular arena was chosen, and Mo Feng had no place to hide. The enemy had already grabbed his weapon and looked menacingly at the protagonist. Does he really think he's a champion yet? There's no point in laughing so hard. Perhaps he's simply forgotten, or doesn't even know the techniques for this fight. The doctor felt that this man was not quite right in the head and, to be honest, he did not look much like a military academy student. Dr. Zhang thought the boy must know what he was doing. Otherwise, the morale he'd worked so hard to raise would instantly evaporate. Mo Feng assumed a close combat stance against Jotares, and besides, he didn't select any weapons. A guy with glasses on the side told the girl excitedly that Wu Tsun was the most powerful martial art on the moon. He asked his partner what was wrong with her brother. Xiaoxing turned and looked at the boy with displeasure. He told her in a frightened voice that he had some unfinished homework and would be leaving. The girl angrily lunged at Jamie's friend and shouted in a furious voice that her brother was the heir to the Mo family. He could deal with any opponent in a minute. The girl suddenly turned sharply to the side and looked piercingly ahead. Zhang Mi was watching her closely from behind. Marco Polo sat in a dark room, staring intently at the screen. He joyfully shouted that it was time for the Mo Fen duel. The young man excitedly said that the protagonist's aura looked completely different during battle. He was also good at hiding his powers. The participants sat in agonizing anticipation. The girl was worried that the main character's strength couldn't match that of his opponent. Fen stood on the battlefield. He reached his hand to his face and angrily asked his opponent what he expected from him in such a situation. The warrior glared at the boy. He'd never seen anyone treat a practitioner of lunar wuzong with such disdain. He decided to teach his opponent a lesson and rushed forward. The warrior with the lightsaber suddenly accelerated and rushed forward against the main character. The hairdryer suddenly jumped to the side. Jotaro flew past him and crashed at full speed into a large rock. Suddenly, a large mountain exploded into a bright flame, sending rocks flying in all directions. The fighter suddenly found the strength in himself and rushed forward to hit the protagonist with a kick. Fen suddenly put his hands in front of himself to defend himself from the blow. He parried his opponent's attack. After an unsuccessful attack, the fighter suddenly flew back away from the main character. The warrior jumped back sharply and landed on the ground, leaving a bright fiery trail in front of him. Fen looked closely at the fighter. The opponent swung his arm sharply and prepared to run forward to attack. The fighter swung his hand forward sharply and a large bright flame flew from him. Fen extended his hands forward. He protected himself from the bright fire and deflected the flames. The warrior stood in a fighting stance with his hand outstretched. He watched the explosion in front of him intently. Jia joyfully told the girl that he was taking back his words. Her brother turned out to be magnificent. Xiao looked ahead thoughtfully. She carefully analyzed the protagonist's fight. Xiao thought and realized that her brother had gotten into great trouble during the battle. Fen was injured. He touched his face with his hand and told his opponent that they had played around enough and it was time to end it. The rival looked angrily at the protagonist from a distance and shouted that he had made him angry. The fighter crouched and prepared to jump high. He jumped up and a bright explosion was heard. The warrior flew forward with his hand outstretched. He shouted at the protagonist that he would simply die now. A large crowd of spectators shouted words of encouragement to Jotaro. They were confident that this warrior would destroy his opponent. The presenter, dressed in a game costume, shouted into the microphone that she was ready to congratulate Jotaro on his victory. The host shouted to the guests that the duel was over. The winner was a representative of the dragon script named Fen. The fans were unhappy. They couldn't believe that the main character was able to defeat his opponent. A spectator in glasses slammed his fist on the table in displeasure. He couldn't understand how Jotaro could lose. The host stood next to him with a microphone. The guest turned around and asked his colleague in a dissatisfied voice if Fen had really used witchcraft. The spectators were unhappy. They shouted and demanded a replay of the final match. Jotaro looked at the protagonist with anger and hatred. He decided to continue attacking him. The warrior jumped high into the air and swung his leg. He decided to try to hit his opponent with a powerful blow. Fen was completely calm. He waited until the fighter flew up to him and swung his leg. The main character swung his arm sharply and prepared to hit the approaching Jotaro. Fen looked angrily at his opponent and prepared to hit him with a powerful blow of his hand. The protagonist swung his arm with all his might and hit his opponent in the head. The fighter didn't have time to defend himself. After the attack, Jotaro flew to the side and punched through space. Fen glanced away with displeasure and said that this was all very slow. The protagonist joyfully raised his hand. The host awarded him the victory again. The death of the moon representative was confirmed. The people around were very happy. They were all shouting the main character's name loudly. Fenya's colleagues were also happy about his victory. The man looked ahead with excitement and thought that the main character was their secret weapon. The bespectacled guest was dissatisfied. He decided the battle had ended humiliatingly. The protagonist's single blow made him feel as if a vast army of 1,000 fighters had come out against Jotaro. Zhang and Di stared ahead with a piercing, attentive gaze. They repeated Fen's name to themselves. Dai told the man in a sly voice that they had really prepared well for the competition this year. Zhang told his partner in a disgruntled voice that they had only managed to secure 10 spots out of the 64 remaining participants. This was a new anti-record for the land. The man said to his comrades in a thoughtful voice that he could only pray that his compatriots would learn from their battles. Dai looked ahead and said in a sly voice that the real tournament would begin when only 32 fighters remained. The brutal part of the competition was only about to begin. Jia came up to her side and said in a joyful voice that everyone was discussing her brother's victory. Xiao glanced at the tablet in the guy's hands and said that this was all very good. The protagonist stood next to his satisfied colleagues. They were the 4 masters of the dragon tribes. These dragons would rule wherever they appeared. The warriors were sitting at a table in a cafe. Friends joyfully congratulated the protagonist. Marco cheerfully told his friend that his punch looked great, adding wistfully that he would happily marry the protagonist if he were a woman himself. Fen looked at his surprised friend with great displeasure. He didn't say anything to him. The protagonist told his friend that if he were a girl, he would beat him to death. After a short pause, Fen asked his partner if there was any progress on their case. Marco took the cup and took a sip. He said that in recent years the 3 families had been working together on some kind of common project. The guy told the main character in a thoughtful voice that all of this was space research. Fen told his friend in a displeased voice that he was teasing him. The whole world already knew about it. Marco jumped up near the table. He told the protagonist in an angry voice that he had a very great intuition. Marco said thoughtfully that wealthy families were chasing capital growth. Space exploration could generate significant returns and was worth the risks. He asked his partner how many expeditionary ships had been sent to explore space in the last 10 years. The main character asked his partner with disbelief, "Were there really that many of these ships?" Marco excitedly told the protagonist that they were talking about tens of thousands of spaceships. Many of them returned, but some went missing. The profit these ships generate is completely disproportionate to the ship's bloated staff. Polo looked thoughtfully to the side and told the main character that all this was connected with something that they didn't even know about yet. Fan drank the drink from his cup and thought that if they really had discovered a new world and new civilizations, then their planet was even more habitable than any of the planets in the solar system. In the end, everything began to make sense to him. The fan looked at his friend in surprise and asked, "Was there anything else?" Marco angrily told his partner that no one would have shared information in front of him. Marco stirred his tea. He told the protagonist in a thoughtful voice that if he continued digging in this direction, security would soon knock on his door to invite him in for tea. Fen was deep in thought. He decided that the lunar families had discovered something. Now they wanted to reap all the benefits of this discovery. The protagonist decided that the Earthlings had no concrete information. He couldn't demand that the representatives of these families reveal everything. After intense reflection, the protagonist realized that when the first 4 places in his life were taken by representatives of the moon, the Earthlings would remain completely unaware of the events around them. Fen thought in a frightened voice that this time he had no right to go down to a quarter. The guy realized that if he failed, the sad fate of humanity would repeat itself. He decided to do everything so that he would not regret anything again. The protagonist, at a table in a cafe, told his friend that he should warn his friends to be careful too. The business they were so passionate about must be very profitable. Marco said to his friend in a thoughtful voice that they were well aware of what they were getting into. Their work could be dangerous. Zhang was sitting at the table near the computer and working. At this time, someone was watching him closely from the side through the window. People on the street joyfully shouted at the guy that they were expecting him to win his next fight. Zhang turned around and cheerfully promised the fans that he wouldn't disappoint them. Zhang, with a smile and a joyful voice, shouted to the guests that when he returned from the tournament, they would definitely have a good dinner together. Behind closed doors, someone shouted in a disgruntled voice that only 10 Earthlings had made it into the top 64. General Gu Yu was accused of ensuring that under his leadership, Earth's results would be disappointing. The man sat alone at a large table, thinking and looking at the light projections in front of him. The scarred-faced leader couldn't believe that the moon's representatives were truly so superior to Earthlings. Yun began to doubt the wisdom of Earth's genetic policy. The man recalled that for many years, the moon's development had been overshadowed by the political side of the issue. Representatives always tried to keep a level playing field with Earth. He wondered if Earth would be able to maintain its position in the current situation. The leader decided that the moon had the overwhelming advantage so far. This year they were supposed to demonstrate their superiority, but he didn't understand why the moon's representatives had decided to upset the delicate balance and take up arms. After much deliberation, the man decided that the reason for such a change in policy must lie elsewhere. He couldn't understand what valuable gain a victory in him could possibly bring this time. The leader realized that the real goal was to demonstrate to the Federation the fatality of investing in Earthlings while slowing Earth's development. At the end of the tournament, the question of distributing places on this space expedition would inevitably arise. This would be another lever of pressure on Earthlings. The man lit a cigarette and fell into deep thought. He decided the lunar representatives were hiding something from him. Now everything depended on whether the Earthlings could secure at least one of the positions offered. A girl in a game suit, holding a microphone, greeted the guest with a cheerful voice. She was glad to see them again at the competition. Joining her on the commentary duties today will be Dr. Patuya Di and Dr. Zheng Yang. Dai looked ahead silently and happily. Zhang thought to himself with excitement that the Earthlings had 10 more participants. If not for this, he would have completely lost his face while commentating on today's matches. The host joyfully announced today's duel. Sybil and Chrissy Da Vinci were supposed to face each other. Zhou Zichen's opponent was supposed to be Di Mario. Dai raised his finger. He said in a didactic tone that anyone who had passed to the second stage was stronger than Sun Xiaorui. Zhang said in a thoughtful voice that Vuli's opponent today would be Rossi. He is known for being one of the top 5 shooters on the moon. The presenter joyfully shouted that the main character would face Jotares's older brother, Pao, in battle today. This warrior hadn't competed in the competition until his 4th year. Pao had survived many battles. Before entering his 4th year, he possessed remarkable skills and extensive combat experience. Zhang thought for a moment and remembered that the protagonist had severely damaged Lunar Wuzong during his previous fight. Pao decided to restore honor to his martial art. The man realized that representatives of a culture or faith would never allow their sacred object to be humiliated. Wuzong most likely ordered Pao to eliminate the protagonist. The question of martial arts honor went far beyond competition. Someone from the side shouted to the main character and Vule that the game had already begun. They were invited to come and watch quickly. The red-haired fighter said thoughtfully that the first 5 fights had been between representatives of the moon. Dr. Zhang's predictions had proven accurate. The woman at the side said that the situation wasn't looking good for them yet. The guy manages to do his job well. Dai told his colleague at the table that he would finally be able to see the battle with the Earth representatives. Zhang excitedly wiped the sweat from his head. The dueling participants appeared in the arena. The host shouted to the audience to greet the holy celestial Chrissy Da Vinci. Her opponent was the robotic Sybil. If the girl wins, Luna's morale will definitely rise. Chrissy suddenly and quickly rushed forward and began to attack her opponent with a powerful and bright blow. The warrior swung her hand wide to the side. A bright light appeared near her. Chrissy looked ahead with an evil smile. She saw a dissatisfied and irritated guy. The girl jumped high above the ground for her next attack. The spectators below shouted words of encouragement. The fans on the side were shouting at the fighter Valet that he should try this too. The warrior sat surrounded by a large pile of food. He thought joyfully that now there were many people who wanted to please him. The protagonist watched the battle closely. He realized that the robot had made defense its priority. Chrissy dealt a powerful blow to her opponent. Sybil decided to put more emphasis on defense. The fan turned away with displeasure. He decided that the winner of the fight had already been determined. The girl turned around with displeasure and told her friend that the outcome of the fight had not yet been determined. The protagonist turned around and told the headman that he still had some unfinished business. He was leaving. The girl warned the guy that he should come back quickly. Chrissy could be his next opponent. The main character told his partner in a cunning voice that he would defeat his rival with the help of charm. Both participants continued to fight in the distance. People stood on the ground and closely watched the duel. Vuli said in a sly voice that the protagonist had only recently come face-to-face with reality. Fen believed that all the women in the world thought he was very handsome. The protagonist suddenly rushed after his fleeing friend. He shouted that the guy was talking too much. The main character walked alone along the corridor. He was deeply immersed in his thoughts. The fan stopped near the wall with a no-smoking sign. He picked up an electronic cigarette. The guy exhaled smoke. He remembered that all his life he had been an ordinary soldier. If someone had been guiding him from above, everything would have been easier for him. The protagonist thought for a moment. He realized that no one would believe what he was about to tell. He decided that the safety of humanity was worth far more than anything else. A red-haired fighter approached from the side. He shouted to the frightened student that smoking was prohibited here. Fan turned around and shouted in surprise that it was Alan Doyle in front of him. He looked closely at his partner. Fan looked at Alain with a frightened smile. At first he thought it was Xiao Rui in front of him. Alain said thoughtfully to the protagonist that it was as if someone had immersed themselves in his pleasant memory. Fan, in a disgruntled voice, told his partner that he should have a lot of free time. The partner extended his hand to the protagonist. He told him that he didn't know why so many people liked to smoke. Fan handed his partner a cigarette. He said it contained a new flavor that had recently appeared on Earth. Alain took the cigarette and looked at it carefully. He didn't believe that it was a special, locally produced product. The fighter took a drag on his cigarette. The protagonist next to him joyfully extended his hand forward. Fan stood next to his companion. They were smiling cheerfully with their eyes closed. Fan took a drag from his e-cigarette. Alan stood nearby with his eyes closed. The headwoman ran up from the side. She angrily shouted at the protagonist that he was back to his old ways. The main character looked at the girl in surprise. He didn't understand what she was doing there. Fan waved his hands to the side. He told the headman that none of this had anything to do with him. He pointed at Alain and said that it was he who had treated him. The headmistress looked at the boy with displeasure and said she didn't believe him. She took a closer look and shouted that it was Alan Doyle in front of her. The girl suddenly rushed to the side. She shouted that she urgently needed to visit the restroom. Fan glanced happily at Alan. He thought slyly to himself that even the class president could blush because of a handsome guy. Alain told his partner in a serious voice that Chrissy had mentioned him. He asked the protagonist if he was ready to move to the moon after the end of the mission. Fan looked at his teammate and realized that Alan Doyle was famous throughout the solar system. This guy was very handsome. He also hadn't changed since his victory at the competition. The protagonist decided that Earthlings and lunar representatives could still cooperate, but it would be difficult to implement. Alan Doyle was now superb, but he did not yet radiate his usual auras of superiority and power. Fan ran to the side. He shouted to his friend that he could always come to him if he lacked a leader to follow. Alain studied the protagonist carefully. He decided that he deserved another look. The headman threatened the protagonist over the phone that she would kill him if he told anyone about what happened. Fan thought to himself that he had discovered a weakness in their headman. A group of fighters stood near the door. The protagonist approached them. One fighter said that their participant, Willie, tried his best, but he was unable to turn the tide of the fight in his favor. Chrissy stood and looked closely at the beaten guy. He was lying on the ground and couldn't get up. The disgruntled fighter sat to the side. He told his friends that Chrissy wasn't the best among the 4 smart monsters. He didn't know how they would fare against their opponents. Jang thought to himself that there were only 2 already strong competitors left. Chrissy dominated the entire duel. Sybil's resistance was completely pointless. Dai turned around and glared at the man. Zhang clutched his head in fear. He didn't know if the Earthlings would even be able to reach the quarterfinals. Pao was concentrating on recalling his biography. He was adopted by the Wuzong Martial School. It became his home. The fighter thought sternly to himself that he would not allow anyone to humiliate the honor of his house. Pao looked closely at the protagonist. He decided that the guy would lose to him today. He decided to take the glory of Wuzong for himself. The audience was discussing the Pao fighter in surprise. The girl turned around and told her friend to look closely at the main character on stage. The girl held a transparent monitor in her hands. She and her friends stared at it intently. The red-haired warrior said it was clear from the very beginning that revenge would inevitably overtake the protagonist. The village headman said in a thoughtful voice that there was quite a lot of information about Pao. He was a good marksman and performed well in close combat with any weapon. The girl said thoughtfully that such super adaptability would be useful to any warrior. In the army, such fighters are turned into super soldiers. The participants watched the transparent monitor with interest. The girl said nervously that they shouldn't look at the participant as an ordinary student. He had already completed 6 months of military training in his first year at the academy. The village elder said thoughtfully that the warrior even had real combat experience. During his training, he participated in the destruction of a pirate lair. A colleague told the protagonist in a dissatisfied voice over the phone that he should be serious. Fen told the headman in a sly voice that he didn't want to be like Alan Doyle. The girl asked the guy with displeasure, "What does Alan Doyle have to do with this?" The angry class monitor shouted at the participants that the main character was talking nonsense. She demanded that Fen win. The protagonist put his hand to his ear and disconnected the connection. After that, he looked intently at his opponent. Pao raised his hand to his head and made a military salute. The people in the stands watched him closely. The main character stood to the side, watching his opponent closely. The man with the scar looked closely at the participants through a transparent monitor. The fan raised his hand to his head and greeted his opponent with a military salute. A battlefield simulator launched for the participants. They were transported deep into the forest thicket. Pao received a light sniper rifle. It was ideal for fighting in the forest. Dai said in a thoughtful voice that Pao would always remain a cold-blooded fighter. The desire for revenge was not capable of clouding his mind. Zhang agreed thoughtfully with his partner. He explained that what distinguishes a cadet from a soldier is precisely the ability to remain cool. The audience watched with interest. They wanted to see what the protagonist had come up with to deal with Pao. They were amazed when they saw him on video. The main character stood with a blade of grass in his teeth. Someone shouted that Mo Fen wanted to fight empty-handed. The head woman angrily threatened the protagonist that she would punish him after the duel ended. Vuli told the headman in a thoughtful voice that the main character needed to be put in his place. Otherwise, he would get out of hand. The girl grabbed the guy by the face. She angrily warned him not to repeat anything. Fenya said. The audience watched the main character in amazement. Someone shouted that this guy was crazy and was radiating a dragon's aura. Jia excitedly told the girl that this time her brother would be finished. He found some interesting information about Pao last year. This guy received a 3rd-degree reward during one operation to clear out a pirate base. He personally killed a dozen people. Xiao swung her hand and hit the guy in the face with all her might. She threatened to beat him all day if her brother lost. Pao took refuge high in a tree. He held his weapon in his hands. The main character walked next to him. Fen was holding a magic ball in his hands. He decided to find out the direction of his opponent's movement. The protagonist stood at the edge of the forest. If he hadn't started fighting his opponent within 5 minutes, their location would have been shown on the map. The audience watched on the big screen. The girl said with surprise that Mo Fen was approaching Pao. The fighter in the tree took aim at the main character and was surprised that Fen approached him unarmed. The spectator shouted in amazement that he would never have allowed such a thing. He himself did not believe that the main character could win under such conditions. Alan remembered that Chrissy had told him that the main character was very strong. If Fan treated his opponent that way, that said a lot. The warrior sat in a tree with a weapon in his hands. Alan glanced at the fighter and said that this was precisely the reason Pao was so serious in this fight. The viewer watched the relaxed protagonist in amazement. He didn't expect Mo Fen's self-confidence to be beyond human imagination. Pao fired forward at the protagonist. The astonished spectators watched and waited to see what happened to Fen. The bullet flew past the protagonist and knocked down a tree. He joyfully raised his hand in front of himself. Pao prepared to continue shooting at the guy from the tree. He opened fire with his rifle. The main character began jumping back and forth very dexterously and quickly. Bullets flew past him. Pao continued firing, jumping up and shooting at his opponent from different positions. The warrior threw his rifle aside. He grabbed small blades and rushed forward at the boy. Pao began to swing his sharp blades in all directions in order to quickly hit the main character. Fan suddenly extended his hand forward. He defended himself in time and blocked his opponent's blow. Pao swung his blade very quickly and tried to hit his opponent. Fan managed to dodge to the side. Pao suddenly rushed forward at the main character. The guy managed to jump back very quickly. The fighter swung his sharp knives in all directions. The protagonist quickly dodged back. Pao rushed forward sharply. Fan thought with fear that the fighter had used the 7 deadly steps against him. The warrior folded his hands in front of him and closed his eyes. Very bright lightning appeared around him. The main character once again barely managed to dodge his opponent's attack. Pao continued to attack his opponent with his blades, swinging them near Fan. The protagonist jumped back very sharply and quickly. Pao rushed forward after him. After that, he launched his knife and the blade flew forward. Pao suddenly attacked his opponent with a bright bolt of lightning and a flying knife. The protagonist flew far back and fell to the ground. Someone from the audience shouted that Fan had finally been proven that he wasn't invulnerable. Pao realized he hadn't heard the knife enter his opponent's body. He decided that everything had gone wrong. The fighter looked angrily at the protagonist and told him to get up. He no longer had to pretend. Fan jumped to his feet abruptly. He held a blade in his teeth which he managed to catch. The protagonist clutched the knife in his hands. He told his opponent that now he too had a weapon. Pao thought with excitement that his opponent had very good control over his body. The audience was delighted. They couldn't understand how the main character could have survived such an attack. The headmistress looked at the main character with admiration. She had never seen such excellent abilities in him before. The headwoman said in a dissatisfied voice that she didn't know how the boy would use the dagger. The girl said thoughtfully that Fenya wouldn't have a problem with that. Pao, weapon in hand, asked his opponent if he could use his blade. Fan closed his eyes. He realized that his opponent would not give up so easily. The protagonist's eyes lit up. Pao thought with fear that his opponent now resembled a monster that had crawled out of the darkness and blood. The protagonist, with a bright, burning gaze, rushed forward at his opponent with a weapon. The audience was delighted, Pao said with excitement. This stance is not meant for the 7 deadly steps. The two fighters rushed towards each other at full speed. Fan swung wide to hit his opponent. Pao retreated back from the protagonist's attack. Fan continued to swing his blade widely in all directions. Pao suddenly thrust his weapon forward and was able to repel a powerful attack from his opponent. The protagonist glared at the fighter and decided to attack him further. Pao quickly jumped back. Fan suddenly rushed forward and ran at the guy. Pao turned around and began to quickly run back. Pao looked at his opponent and didn't understand why he was copying the skill that he had just used. The Fan swung his arm. He launched the knife at his opponent with a powerful blow. Pao looked ahead with displeasure. He didn't understand how the guy had managed to repeat his movements so precisely. The fighter didn't have time to notice how a knife slammed into his body at full speed. He was seriously wounded. Fan jumped back after the attack. He stood in a fighting stance and extended his hand forward. The audience was very surprised. Someone shouted that the main character was not a human but evil in human guise. The guest said in a displeased voice that he couldn't believe Pao had lost to his opponent. The girl told Lan in a cunning voice that the main character wasn't as simple as he seemed. The host joyfully shouted that the main character had killed his opponent with a tree branch. She asked everyone to cheer for the winner of the match. The girl and the other spectators stood and looked at the screen with displeasure. They were silent for a long time. After a pause, the fighter said in a disgruntled voice that he couldn't believe that both warriors who studied martial arts turned out to be such trash. The guy on the side lunged at Landers. His friend on the side stopped him. Pao told the fighter in a dissatisfied voice that the protagonist possessed colossal strength. That's why they got such a result. He decided he needed to be more decisive and put more pressure on his opponent. A girl ran up to the main character from the side. She angrily called his name and waved her hand. The headmistress put her hand on the boy's head. She asked him angrily, what did he do to achieve such results? The Fan told the girl in a displeased voice that she should stop pressing on his head. He looked at her chest and said that it was still a bit heavy for him. A group of warriors approached the main character. They congratulated him on his victory. The duel was truly magnificent. Zaishin couldn't believe she'd just seen the same guy who'd once confessed his love to her. She decided the on-stage battles had revealed the protagonist's striking masculine charm. The girl extended her hand to the main character and congratulated him on his victory in the duel. The Fan suddenly hugged his girlfriend. He shouted at her that the congratulations should have looked more sincere. Someone in the audience slyly said that the main character is as good at meeting girls as he is at martial arts. Zikin slyly thought that Fan was playing the role of her boyfriend. Fan reached out to the girl and grabbed her by the shoulders. He looked at her and prepared to thank her. The guy happily thanked the girl. Zikin was very pleased. She closed her eyes. The fan pointed at his friend. He shouted for him to come quickly and hug him. Wooly looked at his friend with displeasure and asked, "Have his eyes really started to fail him?" Fan pointed a sly finger at his friend. He said no one would want to hug a fat guy when there was a beautiful village headman standing nearby. After that, Wooly started running away. The main character suddenly ran after his friend. He shouted at him not to run away as he would catch up with him anyway. The host told viewers that Sakarovsky's shadow was giving Earthlings another victory. Such results should finally help Earthlings breathe a sigh of relief. Their losing streak was broken. Dai said at the table that it would be difficult for the Earthlings to advance further. The advantages of the fighters from the moon are very great. Zhang explained to his partner that if a soldier's eyes are blinded by pride, he could easily lose. The host joyfully shouted into the microphone that the first day of the top 32 selection had ended. She invited guests to the next day. People were chatting in a dark corridor. Someone shouted that Landers was very cunning. The partner replied that there was nothing wrong with their skills being inferior to those of other people. The protagonist sat across from his friend and chatted with him. Wooly told him that the younger Zichin was interested in him. The guy said in a very displeased voice that this was the same as casting pearls before swine. The fan told his partner that he was thinking about it a lot. He and the girl were just having a friendly hug. Wooly told the main character with excitement that things weren't so simple between him and the girl. A friend told the surprised protagonist that even if he had failed before, he shouldn't give up now. Fan thought about it and realized he had to change his life for the better now. Wooly asked the main character to find out from the girl if she had a sister. The main character told his partner in a sly voice that he had no chance with his sister Zikin. Late at night, Fan was lying on his bed, very restless. He was dreaming some kind of dream. The protagonist suddenly opened his eyes. He saw a bright cosmic desert around him. The amazed guy saw the interplanetary aircraft carrier Ares in front of him. He didn't know where this device came from. The fan thought about it and realized that the reason humans couldn't defeat the aliens was because the Ares carriers didn't play any role in the battle. The guy hoped that today he would see the same human figure as the last time. He wanted to find out who it was in front of him. The protagonist saw a door on the side of the spaceship begin to open. He decided that the person in front of him was a human, not an alien. The guy looked ahead in surprise and saw a girl with long hair coming out of the spaceship. Fan looked closely at the man in front of him. He decided with fear that this simply couldn't be true. The main character woke up and jumped up in bed. He was very scared. The guy ran through the bathroom door. He was banging his hands on the sink and didn't understand why this was happening. Fan looked very carefully in the mirror. He saw blue marks appear on his body. The protagonist looked at his hand. Blood started coming out of his eye. He decided that this world had gone crazy. Wooly heard a noise and woke up. He saw a light glowing inside the bathroom. The protagonist swung his arm and shattered the shell with a powerful blow. He terrifiedly decided to himself that this was all a manifestation of his madness. Fan grabbed his head with his hands. He shouted that Mars and aliens are just an illusion. Wooly ran into the bathroom. He called out to the protagonist in a frightened voice. A friend with a frightened and trembling voice asked Fenya what had happened to him. A fan with a bloody eye and bloody hands asked the fat man angrily, "Is he crazy?" The frightened fat man pulled his unconscious friend out of the bathroom on his shoulders. Wooly remembered the broken sink in the bathroom. He decided that it was wrong to damage public property like that. The guy glanced at the prone protagonist. He asked him anxiously what had happened to him. Wooly, in a stern voice, accused his friend of deciding to cripple himself because of the girl's refusal. The friend, in an instructive voice, told the prostrate protagonist that it was an honor for him to be a silent guard for the girl. The main character lay and remembered the man he saw in his dream. He recognized him. Fan very clearly remembered the face of the girl from his dream. It was Zhou Zichin. The protagonist couldn't understand why he saw the girl alive in the vision. Her fleet had previously fallen in a heroic battle. In the dream, the girl's clothing was clearly not human style. Valet decided to reassure his friend. He told him that not everything he hears is always true. The fat man told his partner in a sly voice that he should listen to his heart. The problem could be in his perception. Valet looked at the lying guy. He said that he wasn't as experienced in this aspect compared to him. The main character jumped up abruptly and raised his hand up. He shouted to the guy that he wanted to sort out the situation. Fan thought. He looked silently and piercingly ahead. Blue scars still shone on his body. Wooly sat on the bed, hugging the pillow. He decided that his friend had become very proud. After that, the girl rejected him, and Fen felt terrible. The protagonist sat on the bed and realized that his friend was right. He pointed out to himself that he must maintain his sanity. The protagonist decided that the Zichin girl had not become a traitor, but was simply under the control of strangers. Fan thought about it and realized that perhaps humanity hadn't rotted at all. This meant that all his previous conclusions were wrong. The protagonist remembered that Zichin was a ship commander and had no outstanding capabilities. The guy remembered that the Zhou Land Group was the largest shipping company on the planet. Fan looked closely at his body. He remembered that every time a hint was correct, a scar appeared on him. The protagonist was remembering his girlfriend. He decided that there might be enemies in her circle. The fat man spread his arms out to the sides. He told his friend in a joyful voice that there are many other wonderful things in the world besides love. Wooly showed his friend his phone. He said that many people write to him and say that they have become his fans. The fat man advised the protagonist to communicate with admirers. He could gain a good position. Wooly closed his eyes and looked down joyfully. He thought that now his friend would definitely be okay. The protagonist asked his friend if he was ready for today's match. The fat man looked at his partner with bewilderment. Fen realized that if he couldn't escape fate, he had to face it head-on. He had to fight alongside the fat man. Wooly explained to his partner that he won the first confrontation only by chance. He can't be counted on. The protagonist looked at his friend slyly and angrily. He immediately came up with a plan. Fan extended his hand. He cheerfully threatened his friend that if he lost, he would tell the headman that he liked her. The fat man answered the protagonist that if he threatened him with this, their friendship would end. In the cafeteria, the protagonist approached his friend from behind with a tray of food. He told the fat man that he could defeat his rival. The fan picked up a fork with food in his hands. He slyly offered his friend to give him the steak. Wooly opened his mouth before eating. He told his friend that one steak would not be enough for forgiveness. Fei reminded his friend that after the meet, he was obliged to win. The fat man glanced at his friend. He decided that this was completely out of the question. Wooly thought for a moment and realized he absolutely had to win this match. He realized his victory would also please the village headman. The students on the side were closely following the conversation between the protagonist and the fat man. Someone said that the results of the Earthlings in this tournament depend entirely on Mo Fenya. The main character was sitting at the table, eating with a friend. Someone from the side told the audience that they needed to collect all the information about Mo Fenya and all his ancestors. The host loudly explained to the guests that the second day of the battle to reach the top 32 had officially begun. Today was the most difficult test for the warriors of Earth. The protagonist stood next to his girlfriend and looked at her closely from behind. He didn't believe she could be a traitor to humanity and decided to study her better. Joe felt someone else's gaze on her side. She turned to the guy and asked, "Is there something on her face?" The protagonist asked his partner if she'd studied today's opponent. The girl told her friend that she was equal to her opponent in ranged combat. She didn't yet think she had a high chance of winning. Fen told his partner in a sly voice that when her opponent makes a real move, her right eyebrow rises. The protagonist advised Zichen to engage her opponent in close combat. At the moment of the 12th strike, she should perform a 3-segment slash. The host shouted loudly that Zhou Zichen was fighting Sami today. Dee told his partner in a cunning voice that he didn't know whether Zhou Zichen would be able to perform a miracle today. Zhang thought excitedly to himself that the battle would definitely be tough for the girl. 2 participants entered the arena and prepared to fight each other. The host announced to the audience that they would be witnessing a battle between Sami and Zhou Zichen. The man at the table said that Sami outshines her opponent by 80%. The host replied that the showdown would still attract a large audience. 2 beauties would be battling it out. The spectators stood near the big screen. Someone said that yesterday the hairdryer brought another victory to the Earthlings. I wondered if there would be more like this today. Zhou was in the city game location with weapons. She couldn't think of any tactics during the battle against Simi. Simi saw her opponent through the scope. She began shooting bright pink streams at her. Zichen suddenly jumped out of her opening. She opened fire with her weapon at her opponent. Simi covered her face with her hand to protect herself from the shots. Bright streams of light flew past her. The warrior suddenly grabbed her weapon and prepared to strike back at the arrogant Earthling. Zichen saw a huge pink rocket rushing towards her at high speed from her rival. The girl ran to the edge of the building. She jumped down from above on a rope. At that moment, a bright explosion was heard from above on the roof. Zichen held the rope with her hand and flew down. She prepared to land. The rival decided to catch up with the girl. She jumped down and flew at full speed after her. Simi began firing at the building with her weapon. A bright pink explosion emanated from the house. Zhang watched the girl closely through the screen. He thought that Zhou was a rare example of a warrior girl. There are very few of them on Earth. She has a high level of skills. The spectators were chatting among themselves with displeasure. The guy said in an irritated voice that the competition had turned into Luna's personal show. The fan watched his girlfriend's fight closely on the screen. He repeated her name to himself. The protagonist reminisced about the time he was on Mars. He was sitting and drinking with his friend. The fat man entertained him with his hackneyed jokes. The fan recalled that his girlfriend often came to see him and always performed well. She achieved success immediately after joining the army and appeared in the news. The protagonist met Zichen when he was returning to the Ministry of War. She held the rank of Major General. Fan couldn't believe that the girl could turn against humanity. This would mean that the alien race had the ability to control people. The protagonist calculated and realized that human genetic warriors possess many useful abilities. Along with their technological advantages, which the aliens could exploit, Joe successfully descended from the building on a rope. The host joyfully shouted that the participant had avoided all of her opponent's attacks. The girl landed on the ground and looked up at her rival with great attention. Simi flew across the sky to the dugout and told her in an angry voice that she was very interesting. Simi opened fire on the girl from above, firing pink bolts of lightning from her weapon. Zikin realized she now had an opportunity to engage her opponent in close combat. Zikin swung her leg with all her might. She knocked the stone aside, and it flew upward. Sami looked down and saw a very bright pink explosion in front of her. Ju managed to do it. She threw a long rope at her opponent and grabbed her weapon. Sami glared at her opponent and charged. The girls began to duel with blades. Sami shouted at her rival in an angry voice that she was the best at this. The rival attacked Zikin and angrily demanded that she get out of there. A frightened Zhao held her blade out in front of her. At that moment, she yanked the rope holding her opponent's weapon toward her. Zikin pointed her weapon forward and began shooting at her opponent as she fell from a height. Both participants fell from a great height to the ground. There were clouds of dust and large stones scattered around them. The girls continued to fight among themselves with anger and concentration. The guy on the side looked at the battle with displeasure. He said it was all just a chicken show from the Simi. Friends shouted words of encouragement for the contestant. The girl demanded that Joe hack her opponent to pieces. Zhang watched the fight closely. He said with excitement that this would be the girl's best opportunity in this confrontation. Simi rushed at the girl from a great height and prepared to finish her off. She missed and hit the ground. Joe swung and threw several flying combat blades at her opponent. Simi swung her weapon sharply, deflecting the knives flying at her. Ju extended her weapon forward and prepared to launch it at her opponent. Simi looked ahead in fear. She saw a spinning blade flying towards her. Simi looked ahead with delight. She decided that her opponent had developed a hole in her defense. The contestant grabbed a small needle and prepared to hit her opponent from the side with a powerful blow. Ju extended her hand forward and was able to defend herself from her opponent's attack. Simi looked ahead in fear. She didn't understand how this could have happened. Zikin grabbed the steel blade with a powerful blow and broke it into 2 pieces. Jo swung her weapon to hit her opponent and managed to cut her. Sami did not have time to defend herself, and her opponent cut her throat with a powerful blow of a knife. The host shouted to the audience that a murder had been confirmed. Student Jo Zichin had won. The girls' friends were very happy. The headmistress shouted something at her with all her might. Dai was disappointed with the dugout's victory. Zhang extended his arms and shouted, "The Dragon Letter School is magnificent." Jo was very happy about her victory. She ran forward towards the main character. Ju looked at the protagonist with a smile. She realized that his words had worked. The fans stood and looked at his girlfriend with excitement. He told her to accept his congratulations. The girl was inside the building. She slowly descended the large staircase. Viewers watched the video feed and wrote congratulatory messages. The fighters were very happy. They cheerfully raised their hands up and congratulated the girl on her victory. Fans gathered inside the Dragon Letters school building to congratulate the winner. The Earthlings joyfully shouted that the moon will always be the Earth's cradle. The man happily thought to himself that Jo and the main character had managed to reach the top 32 tournaments. He decided that even more amazing surprises could await him in the future. In the meeting room, the participants at the table excitedly told the president that the protagonist and Jo had managed to attract attention. All this could greatly contribute to their advertising campaign. The guy was sitting at the table and was unhappy. He wanted his partners to shut up. The fighter angrily recalled that he had initially expected the company's main character to return. Then he would have shown them who was boss. The warrior approached her colleagues. She addressed Landers in a very frightened voice. Landers told his partner in a disgruntled voice that they weren't right for each other. His girlfriend would never lose to Earthlings. The girl was very surprised when she heard such an answer from her teammate. Alan asked Landers in an angry voice if victories and defeats in competitions really mattered that much. Alan placed his hand on his partner's shoulder and said that no one could be held personally responsible for Luna's glory. Landers, in a disgruntled voice, told the fighter to mind his own business. Alan hugged the warrior. He said that this time Jo fought much better. Representatives of the moon cannot always win. Xiao ran to her friend's side and greeted them joyfully. The headman hugged the girl and said it was an amazing duel. A delighted Wooly stood nearby. Jo looked at the headman and asked where the main character had gone. His interlocutor explained that Mo had just been there. The girl turned around and saw the main character. She called him loudly. The girl was running at full speed behind the guy. She was shouting for him to wait for her. Zhu shouted joyfully to the guy as she walked, saying that his tactics had really helped her. Jo smiled slyly at the protagonist and thanked him. Fan glanced at the girl and told her to accept his congratulations. Zikin looked at her unconscious friend with concern and thanked him. The protagonist turned around and told his girlfriend goodbye, that he had things to do. Jo was scared. She decided she had done something wrong and didn't want to let her near her anymore. Dai was sitting at the table. He said in a joyful voice that the resilience of the Moon Warriors was truly amazing. Dai told his partner in a sly voice that the Earthlings would have to put in more effort in the next matches. A satisfied presenter sat nearby. The red-haired warrior said in a thoughtful voice that it wasn't easy to counter the opponent's morale. The woman replied that they didn't have many surprises, like the protagonist had become for the opponents. Landers walked and greeted his fans, shouting that they were all great. The guy approached the girl and kissed her hand. She looked at him carefully. Landers told Selby that the recent duel had been very elegant. He was happy to watch it. The girl replied to the prince that she was glad to hear it. The leader climbed onto the platform. He saw people standing below and greeting him. Landers shouted angrily at the soldiers that no one could stop the rise of the moon. They must seize this opportunity to become masters of all humanity. The commander pointed his hands at the soldiers. He shouted for them to have no more mercy in their hearts. They must give their all against their opponents. Landers shouted that every person who made it into the top 32 would receive a reward of 100,000 from the Walter family. The fighters shouted joyfully into the crowd that they were much better than the scum of the earth. A girl at the side slyly told Alain to stop Landers. The guy was only listening to him. Her partner told her that everything was fine, and Landers could play around a bit at this point. Alain was deep in thought. He wondered if the protagonist would be able to continue performing miracles. The commander thought that the next fight for a place in the top 32 would be Sun Xiaorui's. She was the weakest fighter. Alain recalled that the main character had developed tactics for students in battle last year. He didn't believe that fans' tactics could help this time. The guests were sitting at the podium. The host shouted that the contestants Sun and Tiffany should get ready for battle. The fighter looked closely at the scoreboard in his hands. He decided that if he encountered the girl in close combat, he would be absolutely confident in his skills. The warrior sat and thought to himself that he didn't care what Landers would tell him. At that moment, someone called Tiffany from the side. The commander approached and whispered something to the soldier from the side. The soldier said excitedly that he understood. Tiffany stared piercingly into the forest ahead. He said with satisfaction that this thicket was specially designed for high-powered sniper rifles. The girl was looking at the monitor on her bed. The soldier greeted her at today's sniper training lesson. Tiffany told viewers via livestream that his knowledge would help them shoot faster and more accurately. Xiao held the rifle in her hands. She thought that she should learn to use the methods she had been trained in. Afterwards, she was congratulated for achieving a new sniper record. The girl remembered Tiffany's lessons and happily thanked him silently. She found herself on the battlefield. She looked at her opponent with fear and attention. Tiffany told his rival in a sly voice that he heard from Alina that he was her idol. Xiao looked at the fighter. She confirmed with a joyful voice that his training videos had helped her. Tiffany told his opponent in a noble voice that he would allow her to choose the arena for their duel. Xiao told her opponent in a cunning voice that he could use all his strength in battle. She, too, would use everything she could against him. Tiffany remembered that Alan had warned him to be careful around the girl. One of the guests at the table said that only sniper weapons can be used in the forest arena. Fighting in this arena demonstrates a fighter's basic skills and reveals their mastery. The presenter joyfully shouted to the audience that the arena was created to equalize the fighter's chances of victory. Xiao thought to herself with concern that she shouldn't underestimate Tiffany. Voulay excitedly asked his friend what plan he had developed for this fight with the headman. The protagonist told his surprised friend in a cunning voice that he would reveal Xiao's secret if he won. The protagonist carefully analyzed Tiffany and his rival. He realized that the girl would have little chance of winning. The fan looked sternly and fearfully ahead. He realized that this was the first fight when the chances of victory were small. Xiao glanced at her opponent. She noted that he didn't use any camouflage while moving. The girl realized with fright that the fighter had decided that she would not be able to find him. Xiao walked through the forest thicket and looked around carefully. She thought that she couldn't remain calm when she couldn't see her opponent. The participant walked and looked around carefully. She was waiting to meet her opponent and his weapon. Dai watched the battle closely. He said that the Xiao girl had used all her camouflage skills. She was looking for the best position to fire her rifle. Dai told the audience about the weapons the contestants used. The rifles were equipped with special devices for detecting opponents. The weapons also contained counterintelligence devices. The presenter joyfully told the audience that the outcome of the fight would be decided when one of the participants discovered the other. Zhang said in a thoughtful voice that they would now see what Tiffany had planned. The fighter suddenly disappeared from the screens. The man shouted in a frightened voice that Tiffany was just here. The warrior walked surrounded by huge piles of dust. He thought it was perfect camouflage for him. The guy was climbing up. He held his rifle and prepared to fight. Spectators were worried about Sun Xiaorui. The fighter told his girlfriend in a thoughtful voice that mimicry doesn't make a person 100% invisible. Tiffany and her rival stood with weapons and looked for each other. Gio became worried because the sensors were not detecting her opponent. The protagonist watched his girlfriend closely. He remembered details about Tiffany the Freak. The fan knew that Tiffany had once been a renowned sniper on the Martian battlefield. He shot at heads and took pleasure in killing aliens. The sniper used mimicry during the battle on Mars. The aliens relied only on their charm and sight. That's why Tiffany killed them. The participant looked carefully through his sights. He was able to lock onto the target and pointed the weapon at his opponent. A frightened fan shouted at the head of the team to turn around. The opponent was behind her. The girl suddenly felt some kind of wave behind her. She stopped in fear. Xiao turned around in fear. She didn't understand what was in front of her. A bright light appeared behind the girl. She didn't understand why she felt something like that. The girl spun around in fear with her weapon. She couldn't see where her opponent was. Xiao carefully watched the sides through her scope, but did not know where the fighter was hiding. Dai looked ahead happily and said that Xiao was in confusion. Dai said in a thoughtful voice that the training of Earth's fighters was at a low level. He asked old man Zhang's opinion. Zhang thought to himself with displeasure that the girl should calm down. She couldn't continue the fight unless she pulled herself together. The warrior turned to the side and told Alan in a loud voice that Tiffany's victory was almost in the bag. Alan remembered that a good soldier can influence and correct his genes using various methods. This requires extensive experience and a strong body. The warrior glanced at the girl. He remembered that she had never shown any signs that her genes were close to awakening. Xiao held her weapon in her hands with great excitement. They began to shake. The warrior could no longer control her rifle. She felt a strong aura around her. The frightened girl rushed forward. She continued to feel intense fear in her body. Xi recalled the protagonist's words. He told her that a sniper reaches the highest level when all that remains of him is his eyes. The girl wearily lowered her weapon down. She didn't understand why she felt so stuffy. Zhang looked closely at the screen with the girl's vital signs. He didn't understand what was happening to her. Dai said, with surprise, that the participant was very nervous. The host excitedly reported that Xiao's body temperature was rising. The frightened fat man called out to his elder in an excited voice. The main character stood next to him. Alan stood and calmly looked at the girl through the screen. At that moment, the opponent aimed his sights at her. Tiffany took aim at the girl. He didn't expect his abilities to frighten someone so much. The guy got ready to shoot the girl. He shouted that it was Alan's greetings. Tiffany shot the girl. A bright pink beam emanating from his rifle. Xiao turned around in fear. She saw a bright pink explosion appear next to her. The girl looked carefully at the mountain. She saw the silhouette of her opponent there. Xiao aimed her sight at the mountain. She happily thought that she had found a match. A powerful beam of radiation was directed from the girl's rifle straight up the mountain at the frightened Tiffany. Dai jumped to his feet abruptly. He could not believe that the girl could defeat her opponent. The fat man and the main character looked at the screen with admiration. Alain and his companion looked ahead with fear. The host nervously told the guests to calm down. There were currently problems with the capsule. The match result needed to be confirmed. The guests sat silently at the table. Dai stretched out his hand in fear and didn't know what to say. Zhang thought to himself that Tiffany, along with part of a small mountain, had been destroyed. He didn't understand how the girl could have discovered her rival. The man looked closely at the monitor. He noticed abnormal readings from the sensors in the capsule. Zhang was suddenly struck by a very strong guess. He grabbed his face with his hand and couldn't believe what it could be. The girl slyly asked Alan, did he really expect the awakening of genes in a real confrontation? The presenter shouted that medical assistance was urgently needed. The sensors in both fighters' capsules were showing abnormal readings. Xiao was inside her capsule. She felt an intense heat. A bright glow emanated from above her. Doctors in white coats were transporting a patient inside a huge container. They wanted to save her. The medic shouted that the patient had a high fever. The sensors also detected abnormal signals in her brain. A group of doctors wheeled a girl into a room in a large box on wheels. The medic was amazed. He couldn't understand how something like this could happen from being in the capsule. He decided that the physiology of Earthlings was different from theirs. Tiffany stood near the enormous capsule. Zhang announced via video link that the results of the duel would remain unconfirmed for the time being. The fighter couldn't understand how the girl had managed to detect him. It could have been a physical abnormality or cheating. The man told the audience that various stimulants and steroids used to gain an advantage are prohibited at competitions. He urged everyone to be patient and wait a little while. The fans shouted in discontented tones that the Earthlings had cheated. The girl had won by cheating. Vuli became angry. He shouted in a displeased voice that the headman would never use prohibited drugs for victory. Zhou said thoughtfully that it all resembled Wu. After waking up, she also experienced a pronounced fever. The fat man asked his partner in a dissatisfied voice, "What is Wu?" Ziken explained to her friend that this is the unlocking of genes in their awakening. An awakened person gains amazing abilities. The participant said in an excited voice that it was amazing that Sun was able to spot Tiffany mimicry. The red-haired warrior said that awakening happens very rarely, so one can't sit and hope that this is truly it. The main character said in a calm voice that he was absolutely sure that this was Wu. The awakening of genes is called Wu. The Moon people from Earth took different approaches to this issue. The Moon people discovered that humans adapt very well to awakened genes. The best way to awaken Wu is to find yourself in mortal danger. Awakened. Wu gain a massive boost to their combat skills. They can also sometimes gain unique abilities. The protagonist recalled that the incident with Xiao reminded him of an incident in the army. He was completely certain that the village elder would lose this battle. The red-haired warrior turned to the soldiers and said that he thought this was organized specifically for the Dragon Script School. He even wanted to become their exchange student. Fan glanced to the side. He told the fighter that he wasn't entirely right. Wu really does increase a person's strength, but there is a period of weakness after awakening. Fan told his surprised friends that Xiao would not be able to participate in the next fight. The protagonist decided the girl still didn't have enough fighting power. She needed training. She fired the moment she woke up. Her opponent was simply unlucky. The presenter explained joyfully that the test results showed that Sun had not used any prohibited drugs. Her body was exhausted. She would be hospitalized. The fighters joyfully heard that Sun's victory in the duel was officially confirmed. Dai said at the table with admiration that a rare phenomenon had occurred with Sun. A huge group of fans were inside the Dragon Letters school. The delighted fans held a portrait of the village elder. They were very pleased with her victory. The fighters were amazed that one of their participants was able to reach the top 32. The presenter said in a thoughtful voice that, after Sun's victory, the luck of the Earthlings had faded away. Dai said in a joyful voice that in the face of the power of the moon, all participants must only accept their defeat. Di turned around and shouted in a joyful voice that they were waiting for Zhang Wuli's fight against Fibao. The warrior said that Fibao has 2,600 points in the lunar rating of EM. He specializes in offensive attacks. Friends shouted words of encouragement to the fat man from the side. They reminded him that he had to give it his all. Volley looked to the side. He noticed with admiration how a huge crowd of spectators stood opposite him. The main character stood and held a poster in his hands. He expressed support for the Volley. Volley looked at his friend with displeasure. He remembered the name Li Qian. Fibao shook his opponent's hand. He told the fat man with a smile that his luck had run out. The fighter told the fat man in an angry voice that today, he would understand why he was given such a nickname. Volley pulled his hand back in fear. The spectators in the stands shouted for Fibao to crush his opponent as quickly as possible. Dai sat at the table. He was surprised that the Earth Boy showed that he was afraid. He decided that he had begun to forget about the strange habits of Earth fighters. Fibao glanced at his opponent. He decided that the fat man had some ranged combat skills. The fighter assumed a fighting stance and aimed his weapon. He prepared to fight the Volley. The combatants gathered in a huge arena. They had to destroy the flying saucers around them. Fibao glanced slyly to the side at his opponent. The fat man seemed agitated to him. Zhang looked at the monitor. He said the participants would stand 5 meters apart. The fastest and most accurate one would win. Dai told his partners in a sly voice that if a fighter had a bad reaction, then failure awaited him. Dai thoughtfully explained that, unlike the last fight, there would be no mysteries in this battle. There was no chance of luck in this fight. Only the one with greater psychological fortitude and better aim could win. The fighter sat on a bench. He told his friends that the Polar Star is the standard lunar pistol for shooting. There is almost no delay between its shots. The red-haired warrior said thoughtfully that rate of fire was crucial in this test. The faster and more accurately a participant shot, the more pressure their opponent would experience. The fighter said thoughtfully that Fatso should also choose a similar weapon for himself. The participant was displeased and surprised when he saw the Volley's weapon. The fighters were unpleasantly surprised. They saw that the Volley had chosen for itself a Type A weapon called the Tiger's Duty. Dai said thoughtfully that the Tiger's Duty is a weapon developed on Earth. It has a strong recoil. The fighter must constantly pull the trigger. The man became worried when he heard about the weapon. He decided that the Vuhiv was still hiding some secrets. The presenter shouted to the participants that the countdown was beginning. The fighters stood between the targets. The spectators were unhappy. They loudly shouted at the fat man to change his pistol quickly. Zhou glanced furtively at her friend. She decided that Fatso was using this weapon on his advice. The protagonist recalled that during the battle on Mars, Volley always carried the Tiger's Det with him. He still used weapons that required ammunition. Fan remembered that his friend had never used this weapon during their time at the academy. He didn't understand why Fatso had decided to use the Tiger Det now. The protagonist watched his friend closely in the arena. He couldn't even imagine how many points Volley could score now. The fat man stood and felt a strong fear in his body. He began to shake little by little. Fibao studied his opponent with great attention. He realized that the fat man was very nervous. The fighter told the fat man in an angry voice that his knees were already shaking with fear. Fibao pointed a gun at the fat man. He threatened to take his last name after the victory. Vule looked down in fear. The host told the participants that the duel would begin after a 10-second countdown. Fibao looked closely at his opponent. He decided the guy was having a nervous breakdown. His victory in the duel was already a foregone conclusion. The spectators looked at the fat man in bewilderment. They couldn't understand why he was standing there doing nothing. Dai jerked to the side. The battle between the participants became even more interesting to him. The fighter drew his weapon and began firing with all his might. The red-haired warrior shouted in fear at the fat man to move quickly and not stand still. Dai was sitting at the table. He laughed maliciously. The presenter and the man turned to him with displeasure. Dai laughed evilly. It was the first time he had seen a participant who was so intimidated. Fibao, with 2 pistols in his hands, shot very quickly at the plates flying in all directions. Bright shots from the participant shattered the plates. The red-haired warrior said discontentedly that if Fatty did nothing, he would lose very soon. His disappointed colleagues sat nearby. Fibao sharply turned his weapon to the side and began to shoot at the flying plates. The participant looked at the fat man with displeasure. He said that if he didn't want to move, he would shoot at his plates. A whole bunch of saucers flew into the sky. A participant stood nearby and got ready to shoot at them. The Vuli suddenly extended his weapon to the side and hit all the flying saucers with great precision. Fibao looked at his opponent in surprise. The astonished spectators fell silent. The fat man continued firing his weapon. Vule waved his pistols in all directions. He hit his targets very accurately. Bright explosions were heard around the fat man. He accurately hit all the plates with his weapon. The spectators in the stands were overjoyed at the guy's victory. Zhang, sitting at the studio table, cheerfully raised his hands in the air. The presenter said into the microphone in a joyful voice that this was a victory for Earthlings. The presenter clarified that the students of the Dragon Letters Academy almost single-handedly defend the honor of the Earth. The fat man was pleased with his victory. The protagonist stood next to him, looking at him cheerfully. The reporters asked General Gu Yu if they could interview the Dragon Tribe students. General Gu Yu told reporters that he apologized to them all. The team is not ready to give any interviews at this time. Everyone needs rest. Gu Yu explained to his partners that they would definitely have an opportunity for an interview later. The man to the side looked happily at the protagonist. This guy gave hope to the other participants, which now won't be so easy to destroy. The fighter came up and said in a surprised voice that 6 groups of Earthlings had advanced to the next stage. The warrior explained to his friends that they had underestimated the main character from the very beginning. The commander said in an angry voice that the real battle was just beginning. In the 3rd round, they must show their opponents the difference in their abilities. The doctors at the hospital carefully examined the girl. Wu caused some changes within Zhen, but they shouldn't be dangerous to her health. The doctor looked at the patient. He said that she had now fallen into a deep sleep. It would take some time for her to awaken. The doctor told the anxious participants that the patient's body was currently receiving nutrients. A long sleep would not cause any consequences. It was still unclear when the girl would regain consciousness. Zeken looked through the glass at her friend with excitement. She told the fat man that the girl would soon recover. The protagonist turned around and walked away. He told his friend that the doctors were taking care of the patient here. She would definitely be okay. Vuli stepped aside. He wished the headman a speedy recovery. He even managed to get into the top 32. The doors opened and the general entered the room. He walked over to the bed and turned on the TV with the remote control. Gu Yu watched the fighters on the screen carefully. He thought that each of the students had their own obvious flaws and shortcomings. The general sat down on the bed. He thought for a moment and realized that their situation was still not encouraging. The next day was a day off from the competition. All participants rested. The fat man lay unconscious. The protagonist stood to his side. He was unable to wake his friend for the special training session. Fan thought to himself that his friend had reacted so particularly to Wu. Now he only eats and sleeps. Suddenly, the protagonist's watch began to ring. He looked and saw that he had received a message about an urgent meeting. The fan walked into a dark alley. He didn't understand why his friend had invited him to such a deserted place. Marco Polo peered out from around the corner in fear. He called the protagonist to him. The fan approached his frightened friend attentively. He asked what had happened to him. Marco peeked out from around the corner. He called his boss over with great excitement. The guy with the job told the main character that some of his regular friends no longer contact him. Fan asked his friend, "Have they really discovered something recently?" Marco excitedly explained to his partner that they had conducted an investigation into the frequencies of interstellar expeditions. One of Marco's friends worked for Walter Corporation, so he delved deeper into the matter. When Marco woke up this morning, he looked at the computer and got the password there. The protagonist looked around carefully. He grabbed the guy by the clothes and pulled him along. Marco greedily drank water from the bottle. The protagonist told his friend to tell him everything that happened. Marco said he communicated online with a hacker named Stalker, who enjoys stealing top-secret documents. The guy decided that Stalker had decided to dig under Walter in order to compete with their hackers himself. He expressed distrust of space expeditions. They immediately began working diligently on Marco's request. After that, people suddenly started disappearing. The fan warned his friend in a frightened voice that he could be identified. The partner explained to the protagonist that if there was any danger, they would try to eliminate it immediately. Marco looked sadly down at the bed in front of him. At the very beginning, the moon had a large population. At first, it didn't even catch his attention. Marco told his partner that Stalker had sent him a PIN code. He received a message about Judgment Day. The guy asked his boss in a very frightened voice what they could expect in the future. Marco asked the main character with excitement if he really knew anything about this. The main character thought angrily to himself that the alien invasion was not an accident. Fan thought to himself and decided that the people of the moon had managed to establish contact with the aliens. Now they were plotting something. He also had a theory that the aliens were actually created by the scientists of the moon as a biological weapon. The protagonist recalled human attack tactics during the alien attack. To experience this, you had to be a soldier on the front lines. The guy thought about it and decided that the moon really did want to destroy Earthlings. He didn't understand why smart people didn't attack the Earth directly. The protagonist thought that if the moon, with the support of aliens, does not attack the Earth, then Earthlings with their current forces will not be able to stop them. Fan thought for a moment and realized that the moon was also of great value to the attackers. The boy decided that the war was only necessary for the sake of ruling the remains of humanity. Fan thought angrily to himself that the war was most likely organized only for the destruction of humanity. The main character very realistically imagined total genocide and something like Judgment Day. Fan couldn't understand why smart people went to war. Then he remembered that all world wars were only about territory and resources. The protagonist remembered that a war had suddenly broken out, the goal of which was only total destruction. The protagonist realized that this war had its own reasons, which lay far beyond the tasks he had been given. The boy remembered sadly that many soldiers had given their lives and many families had been destroyed. Marco suddenly ran up to the protagonist and tried to bring him back to his senses. He shook him by the shoulders. Fan put his hand on his head and asked his friend to forget about it for now. He suggested he brush his hair and enjoy life. Marco looked at the main character with excitement and asked, "Does he really know anything?" The fan looked angrily at the guy and said that he couldn't know anything. He was just an ordinary student. Marco excitedly told the protagonist that all his knowledge could be called incredible. He reminded him that it was he who had given him the tip to start digging in this direction. The guy excitedly shouted that during the expedition they might have discovered aliens or a new planet suitable for life. The fan told his friend that they weren't living in science fiction. Right now, his main concern should be winning the tournament for the glory of Earthlings. The protagonist asked his friend to wash up well and get some sleep. He no longer had to worry about Stalker. The protagonist explained to his friend that Stalker could have sent similar messages to more than just him. There was no need to pay attention to it. Marco told his friend that this really made sense. At that moment, Fatso appeared from the side with a towel around his neck. Vuli asked his friend in a joyful voice if he had brought anything tasty with him. Fan put his hand on his friend's shoulder. He said that if he hurried, he could still make it to lunch. The fat man told his friends in a dissatisfied voice that he wanted breakfast and that he was undernourished. Marco looked at the fat man in surprise. He thought this guy had dropped out of the tournament yesterday. Fan joyfully told his friend that Vule had advanced to the third round. The fat man was very angry. He didn't like that Marco didn't know about his victory yesterday. Marco grabbed the phone in surprise. He couldn't believe that Fatso had passed the second stage of the competition. The bespectacled boy read the news on his phone in surprise. All students at the Dragon Letters Academy were able to pass the second stage. Inside the large hall, people were sitting at a table. They were looking intently at the image of a girl on the wall. The fat man sat next to the girl. At that moment, several more fighters entered the room. The host told the participants that Sun would no longer be able to participate in the competition. She never recovered. The presenter announced details about tomorrow's upcoming fights. The girl told him all the details about the upcoming battles. The main character was supposed to fight against Landers. The red-haired warrior anxiously reminded his friends that there were only 5 of them left. They needed to discuss the upcoming duels. Ju looked ahead happily. She cheerfully said that she got Alan Doyle. The warrior said in a thoughtful voice that Alan Doyle is known as the first fighter of the moon. He is very strong. The red-haired warrior told the protagonist that he would fight against Floys. This fighter was a master of close combat. He asked for advice. The fighter suggested his friends find out the strengths and weaknesses of their opponents. The fan told his friends that he had some information, but he wasn't sure it was accurate. Fan told his teammates that he didn't have anything concrete yet about Alan Doyle's abilities. The protagonist told the fighter that Say's power is very strong fire. Fan informed Shadow that Chrissy's main ability is air control. The warrior asked his friend where he got all this information. He inquired about Lander's abilities. Fan explained to his partner that Lander's ability was somehow connected to darkness. The fat man said in a frightened voice that Biblota was a true god. He had 3,000 points. During a fight, he would have immediately surrendered to him. The golden lion rejoiced. He swung his hand forward sharply. A shadow to the side looked at him in surprise. The fighter told his friends in a loud voice that they had already gone very far. This was no longer a personal matter. The golden lion shouted menacingly that all their strong rivals would still face the will of the Earthlings. Spectators sat in the stands around the arena. The host welcomed everyone to the competition. The girl told the guests in a joyful voice that the first stage of the competition would begin any minute. Zhang thought to himself with displeasure that the organizers had conducted a poll. More than half of the viewers believed that no one from Earth could make it into the top 16. The man was surprised to think that only one person in 100 believed that all 5 representatives of Earth would advance to the next stage. Zhang thought to himself with displeasure that there was a 90% chance he would become the most humiliated commentator in history. But for now, the Earthlings had a chance of victory. Dai said in an angry voice, "Don't be so gloomy." He asked the man how many representatives of the Earth would be able to get into the top 8. The man turned around and told his colleague in a stern voice that if only one Earthling went forward, he too could become a champion. Dai thought with displeasure that the old man could pretend as much as he wanted. He wondered who would have the last laugh. Both commentators looked at each other with great displeasure and anger. They both remained silent. The presenter looked ahead happily. She was watching the two men's conversation. Di and Zhang continued to quarrel with each other very angrily. One of the fighters jumped high into the air, determined to hit his opponent with a powerful kick. A group of spectators sat in the stands. One of the guests said he was tired of waiting for 2 more games. Fan watched the duel attentively. He told his friends that victory in duels between representatives of the moon only allows one warrior to defend his pride. The golden lion hugged the warrior. He told him in a joyful voice that the goddess would soon beat him. The shadow answered his friend in a displeased voice that he would pretend he hadn't heard it. The fighters continued to battle each other in the arena. Spectators and fans watched them closely from the sidelines. Zhang stared intently at the monitor. He said that the most interesting part of today's competition was about to begin. Dai turned around. He told the man in an angry voice that 5 disappointments awaited him soon. The spectators watched closely from the stands as the duel between the Shadow and Chrissy Da Vinci began. The combatants entered the arena. The host announced the fighters' ratings in a loud voice for the guests. The fighters in the arena stood opposite each other. They looked intently and silently ahead. Chrissy grabbed her weapon and prepared to rush at her opponent. In her hands was a large blade. Shadow took his small knives in his hands. He prepared to fight off his rival's attack. Chrissy held the gleaming blade out in front of her, preparing to lunge at her opponent. The Shadow jumped up from its place and ran at full speed to attack its opponent. The fighter swung his arms wide and launched his blades at his opponent with all his might. Chrissy jumped high into the air but managed to dodge the Shadow's attack in time. The girl with a blade in her hand rushed forward sharply to quickly attack her opponent. Chrissy swung her dagger wide in mid-flight. The fighter put his hand forward and managed to parry her blow. The Shadow held his blade in his hand. He looked back at the girl and prepared to attack her. The guy took off at full speed and ran towards his rival. The girl began to retreat. The Shadow suddenly rushed forward at the girl. He tried to crush her with all his strength. Chrissy suddenly extended her hand to the side and a bright glow appeared next to her. She was holding a sword in her hands. The girl extended her blade in front of her, preparing to strike her opponent with a powerful blow. The Shadow didn't have time to defend itself from its rival. She quickly pierced it with her weapon. Suddenly, the warrior's body began to dissolve into thin air. The girl noticed with surprise that he had disappeared somewhere. Chrissy looked around with great attention. She saw that her rival had disappeared somewhere. Chrissy jumped and looked to the side in surprise, and saw that the fighter had disappeared somewhere from her. The spectators watched the duel in the arena with surprise and great attention. Someone shouted that Sakharovsky could win. The Golden Lion watched the fighters fight closely and shouted at him that it was a great job. The girl stopped and listened carefully. Her eyes became very tense. Suddenly, something invisible flew past the participant. She barely managed to lean back. Chrissy leaned back sharply and quickly, managing to defend herself from the attack. The girl ran very quickly around the arena. She dodged the attack of an invisible opponent. The participant suddenly jumped forward and tried to fight off the invisible attacker. Suddenly, a knife stuck into the ground next to the girl. She didn't know when this blade had appeared. Bright lightning bolts appeared around Chris. She was completely surrounded by them. The bright rays completely engulfed the girl from all sides. She couldn't move anymore. The girl stood surrounded by very bright lightning. Her opponent was next to her. watching her closely. The shadow jumped high into the air and launched a huge blade at his opponent. The fighter watched the girl with great attention. Very bright lightning continued to shine near Chrissy. The girl glanced slyly ahead. At that moment, a huge knife was flying at her from above and behind. The participant spread her arms wide to the side. She looked at the blade flying towards her. The knife fell near the girl after its flight. After that, she abruptly got into a fighting stance. Lightning continued to flash brightly over the battle arena. Everything around began to sparkle intensely. Shadow looked at his hand in fear. He decided that his peculiarity was now cancelled. The shadow stood and looked very attentively ahead. He realized that his rival was watching him closely. The fighter looked closer in surprise and saw a girl descending on him from above to attack. Chrissy looked calmly at the fighter. He felt that he could no longer move. The fighter looked at the girl in surprise. He decided that this was her special ability. People in the stands shouted angrily at the girl to destroy her opponent. The fan watched the fight closely. He realized the girl had used compressed air to suppress her enemy. Her next move could have been to kill Sakharov. Chrissy suddenly descended from her height and decided to finish off her opponent in mid-flight. The shadow on the ground realized that he had to fight back with all his might. He looked at his flying opponent. The fighter happily thought that he still had a chance for victory. There was a bright glow near the girl. Suddenly, a very bright explosion was heard. Large fragments flew around. Chrissy jumped back sharply with her eyes closed. She decided that she had won. The amazed spectators watched the fight in the arena with great excitement. The host joyfully shouted to the guests that student Chrissy had won. After the fight, the fighter told his companion that the girl had an incredible ability. The warrior said in a proud voice that the blow of the Chrissy was similar to a salvo from a rocket weapon. The warrior glanced at his companion, Alain, and said that the Earthlings were aware of their fighter's weaknesses. He suggested conducting an internal investigation. Alain answered his partner in a sly voice that they would discuss all this after finishing the meal. After a short pause, Alain told the fighter that the source of their problem was on the Earthling side. The warrior shouted at his colleague in a dissatisfied voice that it was impossible to turn a blind eye to such an obvious problem. Alain turned around and looked slyly at his friend. He didn't say anything to him. The fighter told his colleague in a sly voice that he was responsible for all his decisions. Right now, he was more concerned with their unity than with finding the truth in this matter. The fighter placed his hand on top of his friend's. He said he had nothing more to say. Everything they did was for the glory of the moon. Alain stepped aside. The fighter stood behind him and silently looked after him. The warrior looked after his friend and thought that if something went wrong, it would be a serious blow to Alain as a leader. The fighter thought slyly to himself that when this happens, he will have a good chance of being on top. The people in the stands were delighted. One guest shouted that Chrissy would be his new goddess. The fans were delighted with the girl's victory. A surprised spectator said that Shadow Sakharovsky turned out to be very fragile. The Golden Lion said thoughtfully that the Shadow's skills against his opponent were useless. The fan excitedly told his friends that the girl, thanks to her special abilities, could not only fly, but also control air pressure. Zhao became worried. She thought that if Chrissy had such abilities, then Alan Doyle must be a monster. Fan thought to himself and realized that Landers and Floys were equal in strength to Chris. The next fights would be very difficult. The red-haired lion told his friends that it would be very difficult to defeat the pre-seeded moon participants. Only the fat man would have a different opponent. Vuli turned around and asked his friends with excitement, "What did they mean?" The guests sat and watched the broadcast on TV. The presenter shouted that it was time for the first match of the afternoon. The Golden Lion was about to fight against the heavenly light of Floys. The fighters shook hands. The warriors approached each other and looked very piercingly in front of them. The general watched the duel closely. He recalled that Darao had been recognized as the strongest participant by the Earth Ministry of War. The general looked at the Golden Lion. He thought this fighter was the competitor with the best chance of making it into the top 8. The commander knew that the fighter Floys was the most dangerous enemy of the Earthlings. He even surpassed Alan Doyle. The combatants entered the arena and jumped high up. They prepared to use their weapons. Floys grabbed his red burning dagger and prepared to attack his opponent. The Golden Lion drew a huge sword and prepared to attack his opponent. The fighters stood opposite each other at a great distance. They prepared to attack. Floys looked at his opponent with a predatory expression. The Golden Lion drew his enormous blade. The warrior suddenly ran forward against his opponent, holding his huge blade in his hand. The Golden Lion swung sharply and tried to strike his opponent with his sword. The fighter extended his blade in defense. Floys held his sword in front of him. He was blocking another participant's attack. The Golden Lion, after an unsuccessful attack, bounced back a short distance from the fighter. Floys launched a hurricane magic skill at his opponent. The Golden Lion responded with a heavy sword technique. The fighter swung his blade wide in front of him. A bright light flashed in front of him. Floys glared at his opponent. He prepared to fight off his next attack. The Golden Lion swung his blade forward with great force, intending to strike his opponent with all his might. Floyd swung his blade sharply and tried to parry his opponent's attack. The Golden Lion gripped his blade with both hands and prepared to attack his opponent. The fighter swung his blade with all his might, sending dust flying in all directions around him. The participant prepared to finish off his opponent with a blow from above with his huge blade. The frightened Floyd thrust his blade forward to defend himself from his opponent's next attack. The Golden Lion slammed his huge sword into his opponent with all his might. The boy managed to raise his blade in defense. Floyd managed to block a powerful blow from his opponent. He swung and threw the Golden Lion aside. Floyd was injured after an attack by an opponent. The Golden Lion glared at him. The warrior held his huge sword in his hands. He prepared to rush forward at the guy. Floyd picked up speed. He rushed at full speed to hit his opponent with all his might. The boy swung his blade with both hands, and a very bright glow appeared near it. Floyd ran up to his opponent. He held his sword with both hands and prepared to attack. The fighter swung his small weapon with all his might. The Golden Lion dropped his enormous sword. The Golden Lion was wounded in the body. He rushed forward at his opponent. The huge fighter ran up to his opponent and grabbed him with all his strength in his arms, pressing him to himself. The Golden Lion grabbed the guy from behind by the neck with his arms and began to squeeze him with all his strength. The spectators were very amazed. Someone shouted that the fighter knew jiu-jitsu techniques. The spectators watched the fight very closely. Someone shouted that a contestant had firmly twisted his opponent's neck. The excited protagonist realized that Floyd had decided to crush Darao's hand. The Golden Lion continued to squeeze his opponent's hand with all his strength. Floyd was squeezing his hand. The Golden Lion pulled his opponent back with all his might. The fighter could no longer resist. Darao continued to squeeze his opponent from behind with all his strength. The guy began to lose strength. Floyd felt like he was suffocating. His opponent continued to squeeze him from behind with all his strength. The agitated general realized the fighter had used the berserker's burning blood skill. As a result, the fighter's heart could explode within 2 minutes. The Golden Lion's strength will double within 2 minutes, and pain will disappear. His flesh and bones will also become stronger. The commander looked ahead and thought that in this situation it would be enough for the fighter. The Golden Lion thought angrily that his opponent could only use flame. He was a puny firepaw. He couldn't lose to him. Suddenly, a very bright explosion was heard in the arena. Everything around was engulfed in flames. The fire continued to burn very brightly above the arena. Everything around sparkled. A bright flame flew towards the fighter and burned him from all sides. His clothes began to burn off. Floyd felt strength in himself. He stretched and confidently stood up on his feet. The presenter joyfully shouted into the microphone that Floyd had won the battle. The host screamed that the Darao participant was seriously injured. A medical team had to be prepared for him. A shock of this magnitude can cause great damage to the soul. Zhang thought to himself with displeasure that on the first day of the fight, all of their participants were routed. The Golden Lion lay unconscious. Doctors were bustling around to help him. A joyful Floyd stepped aside. Zhang glanced at the arena and thought that one fighter was supernatural, and the other was a super god. The man thought for a moment and decided that the guy had used the right move against his opponent. He had dealt with it without any difficulty. The frustrated spectators prepared to leave. Someone said that there was no point in watching tomorrow's competition. The protagonist looked ahead carefully. He thought that Floyd was a whole step ahead of Darao. Fan thought to himself that the Earth side also began to develop its abilities and reveal genetic power from the beginning of time. But Earthlings are very far behind the moon in all aspects. The protagonist realized that it was up to him whether he could join the leadership group and gain access. The fan looked at his other fighters. He thought that now he simply couldn't afford a single miss. The main character glanced at the girl and the fat man and thought that only the 3 of the dragon letters remained for tomorrow. The second day of matches for entry into the top 16 began. A girl announced the fights with a joyful voice into the microphone. The presenter shouted in a joyful voice that Alan Doyle would be speaking against Zhou Zichen. The audience was very happy. Fans shouted words of support to Alain. The fighter approached his opponent and looked at her very carefully. Zhou studied the participant with her gaze. Zichen thought about it and realized that she could not count on winning this match. Zhou thought for a moment and realized that she could only make every effort to knock out Alain's trumps. The girl jumped sharply and quickly to the side. The opponent opposite her also ran to the side. The girl fired her gun at the guy. Alain managed to quickly dodge back. Zhu held the weapon in front of her. She looked at her opponent with great excitement. Alain looked at the frightened girl with displeasure and said that her time was up. The girl looked ahead in fear. A bright explosion immediately appeared around her. The presenter joyfully announced into the microphone that Alan Doyle had won. The fat man was dissatisfied with the girl's easy defeat. The fan explained to his friend that Alan had scored over 3,000 points against Luna. The protagonist stood up. He told his friend in a worried voice that they were the only ones left. The participants gathered in the break room. The final competition was to take place there. The main character was next to the fat man. Reporters surrounded them. The journalists asked the protagonist with great interest about his opinion regarding the performance. The fan extended his hand to the side. He decided to share with the journalists the details of his opinion on the fight. The guy was running down the corridor at full speed. He was shouting that everything was really bad and there was a problem. A soldier ran into General Gu Yu's room and shouted that there was a big problem. The protagonist was giving an interview to reporters in the break room. Gu said in a dissatisfied voice that they would no longer be able to interfere with the interview. The protagonist's words would carry great weight. The fan told reporters that he doesn't understand why everyone is so excited. Some will be able to advance, and some won't. The main character raised his hand up. He shouted that their goal in the competition was first place. The journalists continued to ask the protagonist very persistently about the competition. The fan stepped aside with his friend. A large crowd of journalists stood in front of them. The journalists watched the guy with great interest. They were amazed by his words about the Earthlings wanting to take first place. The news reported that the main character started talking about his championship. The spectators listened attentively to the news. Someone said that it would be very funny if the fan could win the next match. The girl looked closely at her phone. She thought the protagonist had set himself up with this statement. The fighters were sitting at the table. They noticed with surprise that the main character approached them. The Golden Lion told the protagonist to keep his word to the journalists. The other fighters also looked at Fan and Vule with displeasure. The girl looked at the main character with excitement. She called him the eldest. Joe angrily told her friend that he should have waited until the finals to make that statement. The protagonist explained to his friend that the Earthlings had almost no fighting spirit left. Joe, with great excitement, decided to warn the protagonist about his next opponent. Fan joyfully extended his hand in front of him. He told the girl that it made no difference to him. She would soon see for herself. The shadow looked at his friend with displeasure. He sadly decided to himself that it was all over. The fighter glanced at the protagonist. He had previously thought that Fen was calmer than all of them put together. The fat man looked happily at his friend. He was pleased that the hairdryer had decided to brag to the press. The headmistress told the protagonist on the phone with displeasure that she gave his pride 99 points. The girl with an angry voice told the guy that she wanted to tell him very important news. The woman told the boy that his parents had also watched the interview. If he'd lost, he would have nowhere to return to. The participants at the table heard the main character's interview broadcast on the screens. He promised to win first place. The guests were very impressed. They watched the video recording with great excitement. One of the fighters suddenly jumped up near the table. The other guests around him glanced at him. The fighter said in an angry voice that Mo Fenya's action could be called death. The warrior said in an angry voice that the protagonist could have finished the competition modestly. But now the military will think 100 times before accepting him. The fighter was stretching his arms. He thought angrily that the protagonist didn't yet fully know who Landers was. The warrior happily anticipated the match, which was about to begin. He hoped the protagonist would regret ever having decided to participate in it. The host announced in a loud voice that the duel would soon begin. The protagonist would have to fight against Landers. The spectators watched the arena attentively, shouting words of encouragement for Landers. Zhang watched the arena attentively. He recalled with excitement that the protagonist had shown various surprises throughout the tournament. Landers extended his hand to his opponent. He told the guy that today he would feel what true strength was. The fighters shook hands. The spectators happily thought that Landers would finish this fight very quickly. The fighters found themselves in a bright red arena. They crouched and prepared to fight. Landers held out a bright, huge blade in front of him and pointed it at his opponent. The protagonist assumed a fighting stance and extended his arms forward. He prepared to fight back. The participant was surprised to see that the main character was unarmed. The fan angrily told his opponent that he needed to end things quickly. Dai angrily slammed his fists on the table. He couldn't believe the main character came out unarmed. The host said excitedly into the microphone that Fan would be fighting barehanded again today. Zhang looked sadly ahead. He thought that his career would be over after this game. The spectators watched the duel in amazement. They knew that Landers too had seen that his opponent was unarmed. The fighter held his weapon out in front of him. He said angrily that a candidate for seeding in the tournament bracket must have a third-level ability. Landers told his opponent with an angry voice that he would die from his ability called Judge. The fighter stretched his hands out in front of him. He shouted words about deprivation and darkness. The warrior activated the skill of deprivation and thunder. After this, the protagonist became blind. A demonic old man with bright glowing eyes ran up to the guy and grabbed his head from behind with his hands. The main character was scared. He realized that he could no longer see in front of him. The boy felt frightened and lost his hearing. He stood motionless. Fan realized that his senses were not working because of the judge. He decided that this meant he was now to become the Prince of Darkness. Xiao grabbed Jean's face with her hand in displeasure and asked why her brother was standing motionless. The guy at the table sat next to a bright monitor. He explained to the girl that Landers would be able to deprive opponents of sight and hearing. Jean explained to the girl that her brother had lost his sight and hearing. Now, no one could defeat him. The girl thought to herself with displeasure that anyone who fell under the influence of such a skill would be shocked. Jin and her friend were very surprised. They didn't understand why the main character was smiling in such a situation. The main character, with his eyes closed, calmly extended his hand forward. The fan told his opponent in a very angry voice that physical contact was required to activate his ability. The main character told his rival in a stern voice that he had given him an unforgettable, unique atmosphere. Landers was very surprised when he heard from his opponent about the atmosphere. The fighter rushed forward with a blade in his hand. He didn't understand why the protagonist's mouth continued to work so well. The protagonist assumed a fighting stance and spread his legs wide. He prepared to fight off the attack. Landers extended his hand forward with the blade. The protagonist managed to intercept it. Fan grabbed his opponent's hand with a very powerful movement. The fighter then dropped his blade. The protagonist twisted the guy's arm to the side. He fought against an opponent without sight. The fan was very powerful, and with a quick movement, he twisted Landers' arm downwards. A bright explosion was heard. Landers was very angry after the unsuccessful attack. He jumped back from his opponent. The fighters continued to stand facing each other at a short distance. Landers looked at his opponent with displeasure. The fighter looked closely at his opponent. He couldn't understand why the guy was so strong. Landers recalled with emotion that during the blow with the main character, he even lost feeling in his hand. The warrior could not understand why the main character continued to see him after losing his sight and hearing. Landers realized that the protagonist uses his sense of smell and touch. The fighter decided that his opponent had detected his attack through his sense of touch. He admitted that the protagonist's skills were truly amazing. The fighter grabbed his large black cloak in his hand. He thought angrily that his opponent had already lost. Landers twirled his black cloak in front of the protagonist. The protagonist watched him closely. The fat man watched the fight closely. He didn't know what trick the fighter had just used. The Golden Lion said Landers was trying to confuse the protagonist's sense of smell. Ju looked at the protagonist with displeasure and fear. She repeated his name to herself. The fan chuckled in a dissatisfied voice. He still stood motionless. Landers glared at his opponent. He decided the moment was right. The fighter held his clothes in his hands. He put his hand forward and decided to attack the guy. Landers continued to spin his clothes, pointing them straight at the protagonist. Fan stood and calmly stared ahead with an unseeing gaze. Black Cloak was spinning in front of him. The protagonist felt his rival preparing to launch a blade at him. Fan activated his sense of smell skill. He carefully smelled the blade in his opponent's hands. The main character very quickly extended his hand forward and was able to grab the opponent's hand with the weapon. Landers was very shocked. He couldn't believe that the main character could block him. The protagonist strained himself with all his might. He was able to tear his opponent's arm aside. The girl watched the fight closely on the monitor. She couldn't believe that it was the main character. The fat man watched his friends battle in amazement. A surprised girl stood next to him, along with a man. Landers screamed very loudly. He looked to the side at the place where his severed hand had been. The commentators at the table were also very surprised. The main character swung his arm and prepared to hit his opponent. The main character hit his opponent in the face with all his might after a powerful swing of his hand. The blow from the main character was very powerful. Landers was thrown far back after it. The main character glanced angrily at his opponent and called him a green fighter. Fan held his bloody hand in front of him. He shouted at his opponent that he knew nothing about real strength. The fans looked at the screen in amazement. The girl couldn't understand how Landers could lose his life in such a strange way. The audience was very shocked. They were unhappy. Someone shouted that this was another scam. Zhang was very surprised and amazed. He did not expect such an outcome. The fighter jumped sharply to the side from the gaming arena. He ran forward very quickly. Landers was very angry. He threatened the main character that he would kill him. He was unhappy with Fenya's victory. The fighters from the side rushed and tried to calm Landers down. He broke free and screamed to be let go. Zhang turned to the side with great attention. He was interested in Dai's reaction. The man thought angrily and with interest what his colleague would say this time. Dai said in a thoughtful voice that this was the most bizarre victory he had ever seen. He was amazed that Fen was able to kill his opponent with one slap. Zhang told his colleague in an angry voice that the protagonist won because of his unprofessionalism. Zhang said in a sly voice that Landers is the face of the moon. This fighter should learn some politeness. The man joyfully thought to himself that he could finally raise his head proudly. Dai sadly decided to himself that Landers had lost his head due to emotions. The protagonist thought that he could have been kinder to his rival if Landers had not given daily sermons to the audience. The fans were happily chatting in front of them. They couldn't understand why the results of the fight hadn't been announced yet. The presenter stood up and read from the document that the winner was a representative of the Dragon Tribe's Academy. The fans cheered the main character's victory with joyful voices. They all applauded him in unison. The audience continued to shout words of encouragement for Fanya. They were very pleased. General Gu thought to himself that his decision to give the main character the opportunity to fight in this duel turned out to be correct. Gu recalled that before the start of the match, the military council sent an order to arrest the main character. The general recalled that they wanted to arrest the guy because his actions had caused a serious blow to the earth. The general realized that the protagonist had demonstrated his talent to everyone. He had achieved what almost no one else had been able to. Gu happily thought that the main character had the blood of the Earth's military in him. The man turned around and thought that all the plans of the Moon representatives had been ruined by the main character. The protagonist thought happily to himself that Landers, in his anger, might reveal interesting details. If he spoke longer, he would be able to determine his goal. The protagonist thought for a moment and realized that Landers was suspect number 1. Zhou Zichen was in second place. Suddenly, the guy felt a very strong pain in his chest. He grabbed the wall with his hand to stay standing. Fan felt a very strong pain in his chest. He felt as if it all came from his heart. The guy felt a twinge in his chest just once. He didn't understand how this cursed skill worked at all. The main character walked through the doors into the room where his friends were already waiting for him. The fan walked into the room and saw his friends standing there. They all looked at him with concern. A group of warriors stood and silently looked at each other. The protagonist looked at them with bewilderment. Fan looked at his friends silently and with excitement. He waited for them to tell him something. The girl Zhou looked away. She didn't say anything to her friend. The protagonist explained to his friends that he had intentionally said those words in the interview. The recent battles had been completely one-sided. Morale needed to be boosted. The fan told his friends with excitement that if he had lost, he would have taken all the brunt of the blow. Fortunately, he won the fight. The protagonist told his friends that they should all stay on his side. The fighters looked at each other very carefully. They remained silent. The Golden Lion told the protagonist that he was very happy that he was able to avenge him. The fighter told his friend that he taught his opponents the biggest lesson of their lives. The Shadow told his friends that they weren't such petty people and understood everything perfectly. The Golden Lion replied to his friend that until the end of the final battle, no one would be able to name the winner. The fighter thought for a moment and decided that the representatives were appearing before him in their most terrible form. The fighter on the side told his friends they were on the same team. The main character could face any opponent. This guy was their last hope. The fan smiled happily at his friends. He thanked them all. The fighters looked at him cheerfully. Shadow looked at the fat man. He said it was his turn to go on stage. He really hoped that Vule would make it into the top 16. The fat man thought with excitement that it would be best for him if the battle were at a long distance. Vule sighed in fear and disappointment. His friends looked at him in surprise. Fan thought to himself with excitement that the fat man had already exceeded the task assigned to him. Fan thought to himself with displeasure that it would be very awkward to force Vule to do something he didn't want to do. The spectators watched the arena with excitement as the host shouted that Biblot would fight against the Vule. The fighter entered the arena and looked at the fat man. He remembered that the main character had been demonstrating his great power in close combat for 3 rounds in a row. Biblot couldn't understand why his opponent had to make it into the top 16. He didn't believe the fat guy could have even 3,000 points. The fighter thought to himself with displeasure that his opponent was drawing his strength from other people's provocations. Biblot decided that he should not give his opponent a reason to vent his anger. The warrior shook the fat man's hand. He decided to use open combat in the upcoming battle, without mockery or threats. Vule turned away. He noticed that he had received a message on his phone. The girl wrote the fighter a message of support. She asked him to give it his all. The fat man felt a surge of strength within himself. He clenched his fists and abruptly ran on to fight. The girl thought she had acquired the fat man on the protagonist's advice. She wasn't sure her message would influence the outcome of the duel. Xiao thought to herself that the protagonist and the fat man had surpassed her. These guys were completely different from the academy. Her personal physical condition had not yet stabilized. The headmistress remembered that she had gone through Wu. Even after her physical condition stabilized, she still wouldn't gain any abilities. The girl was confused by the recent events. She didn't understand why the main character had become so powerful. The headmistress noted that there was a constant imprint of deep sadness in the protagonist's eyes. The girl thought with displeasure that the guy liked her very much. She remembered that Fan Yu liked his girlfriend Zhou. Fan thought angrily to himself that his strong friendship and trust with the fat man were forged during the endless struggle on Mars. The main character knew that now the biggest influence on the fat man was Sun. Vule looked sternly and angrily ahead. He decided that he would give his best. Dai told the man in a reasonable voice that their representative of the moon would crush his opponent with one single blow. Zhang offered his colleague a bet in an angry voice. He was confident that Fatty would win this fight. Dai told his partner that Wooly had no chance in this duel. Zhang demanded that his partner accept his bet. He was ready to run naked around the arena if he lost. Di looked ahead with displeasure. He told his partner that he was being childish. Jang extended his hand to his partner. He slyly told him that if he lost, he could only run a half circle. Dai angrily told his partner that he wouldn't even ask him to run naked for his victory. Zhang told his partner that they should play for high stakes. The man looked slyly to the side. He remembered that the fat man had a lot of problems. The commentator knew that the fat man could show incredible results when he was motivated enough. Zhang thought happily to himself that it was exactly these kinds of guys who created real miracles. Wooly was certainly no exception. Biblot glared at his opponent. They moved to the city's game location. Wooly concentrated, he looked at the fighter and prepared to choose a weapon for himself. Biblot chose a laser rifle called the Cheetah for himself. Fatso chose the Tiger Duty dual pistols for himself. Zhang joyfully told his teammates that the fat man had chosen a sniper rifle for himself in the first round. His shooting in the second round was even more incredible. D told his colleague in a dissatisfied voice that clay pigeon shooting practice couldn't compare to a real battle. The presenter shouted into the microphone that both opponents were quickly closing in. The girl said with concern that the participants' weapons weren't long range. The Gepard laser rifle is known for its excellent capabilities at short and medium ranges. The fat man, carrying his weapon, walked carefully between the deserted buildings, searching for his opponent. The spectators couldn't understand why the fighter looked so carefree in such a situation. Joe said thoughtfully that Wooly seemed very confident. The man added that Fat Man had decided to give it his all. Joe looked closely at the guy next to her. She decided that Fatso was acting according to the protagonist's plan. The protagonist realized that he had to awaken in the fat man the desire to win. Fan wanted Wooly to have no regrets when the time came for merciless battles. The main character thought that Fatso, thanks to victory, would become closer to his loved one. The protagonist thought that Fatso was now in his optimal state. He was releasing his pent-up excitement. The fan realized that his friend really wanted to win this fight now, which is why he entered his strange battle mode. Biblot watched his opponent closely. He realized that the guy was open to punches. The fighter grabbed his weapon. He looked at his target and prepared to shoot. Biblot held a rifle in his hands and started shooting at the guy. Vole started shooting back. The shot flew straight over the fighter's head. Biblot barely managed to dodge back. Wooly held his pistol forward. He managed to shoot his opponent very quickly. The fighter looked ahead in fear. He couldn't understand how this could be possible. His opponent reacted to his appearance with lightning speed. The fighter decided to shoot his opponent again. At that moment, the bullet flew past him and caught him in the hair. Biblot continued firing his weapon, receiving a minor wound to his face. Suddenly, the charge flew past the participant's head. He caught it by the side of his hair. Wooly looked ahead with joy. He continued firing his weapon at his opponent. The fat man held pistols in his hands and continued to shoot in all directions. The hive told its opponent in an angry voice that he could come out of his hiding place. The spectators were amazed. They were surprised that the fat man believed he could defeat his opponent. Biblot was very surprised. He couldn't understand how a low-ranked opponent could compete against him. The participant looked angrily at the fat man and decided that he would not be able to defeat him. Wooly looked ahead with great joy. He decided that it was time for him to change his position. Biblot took cover behind the wall while bright shots flew past him. The fighter carefully peeked out from around the corner. He noticed with horror that his opponent was shooting at him. Wooly started shooting at the wall. He shouted to his opponent that he would destroy him along with the cover. Biblot saw his protective wall begin to crack. He realized he had to use his last trump card. Biblot looked at his opponent angrily and contentedly. He decided to rush into attack. The Wooly fired at the fighter. The warrior quickly and deftly dodged his shots. The fat man pointed his weapon at his opponent. At that moment, Biblot ran up to him. Wooly was frightened. He realized that his opponent remained intangible to him. Biblot ran up behind the guy and prepared to kick him with all his might in mid-flight. The fighter told his opponent in an angry voice that it was the end for him. Wooly turned to him in fear. Biblot swung his leg from behind and hit his opponent in the back with all his might. The guy didn't have time to defend himself. The fat man flew forward after his opponent's blow and fell to the ground. The fighter behind him glared at him. After a powerful blow, the vulture somersaulted in the air and fell to the ground. The fans rejoiced at Biblot's strike. They all unanimously expressed their support for him. Dai said in an angry voice that the fat man's rhythm was off. He suggested that his colleague take back his words. Biblot extended his weapon forward and took aim at the boy. He prepared to shoot him. Wooly tried to rise from the ground. He grabbed his pistol and prepared to shoot back. The guy jumped high into the air, and green traces of gunshots flew past him. The fat man opened fire on his opponent in flight and began tumbling in all directions. The hive spun around itself very quickly, striking its opponent in all directions. Biblot shouted in an angry voice that the guy was shooting while spinning. This could only hinder him a little. Suddenly, the participant felt that he could no longer hide from the shots. The bullets flew past him. The fighter couldn't take cover any longer, and one of the shots hit him in the head. D and the presenter were very surprised. Zhang laughed joyfully. Volay ducked and aimed his weapon to the side. He was able to hit his opponent very accurately. The host joyfully shouted to the guests that the winner of this duel was a student from the Dragon Letters Academy named Zhang Wulei. Dai was very scared when he heard the results of the match. He realized that he would have to run naked. Zhang looked happily at his colleague and said that they had become good friends during this time. The man told his angry colleague that he would not mind if he refused the terms of the bet. The spectators looked with great joy at the victorious fat man. The golden lion raised its hand. The hive said in a cunning voice that he used the rotating spiral of the underground dragon. The protagonist was amazed that his friend had such a special skill. With this ability, his accuracy reached a new, incredible level. Fan happily recalled that in the past, during the battles on Mars, the Vu Heave had saved his skin a couple of times. The protagonist decided that his friend had gone through awakening from the very beginning. He didn't tell him about it. The spectators looked at the fat man with joy. Volay glanced away with excitement. The fan raised his hands in joy. He said that this fat man would become the king of the most special weapons on these 10. One spectator said the guy went through all 3 rounds using only ranged weapons. A fan told his friend with surprise that the best marksman in this competition would be Zhang Wulei. The best close combat fighter would be the main character. The friend happily remarked that the Dragon Letters Academy had shown an unexpected result. General Gu looked ahead attentively. He was silently thinking about the fat man's victory. Gu looked down at the fighters. He was curious to see how far Fen and Wooly could go. The main character happily hugged his friend. His happy friends stood around. The crowd of spectators and journalists looked away attentively. Someone shouted that the main character was coming out with the others. Fen glanced away with displeasure. Shadow told his friends in a sly voice that everything was happening again. A girl with a microphone joyfully ran up to the participants. A cameraman stood next to her. The journalist anxiously asked the protagonist what he was feeling right now. She was waiting for a few words from him. The fan looked happily at the girl and said that the competition turned out to be easy. The girl angrily asked the main character, "Is this really how he's trying to express his contempt for Landers?" The protagonist told the journalist to come closer to him. He promised to answer her question. The fan said to his surprised partner in an angry voice that it was a shame on such a person who tried to humiliate others. The reporter asked the guy if he used a special ability in the fight against Landers. The fan asked his partner with displeasure, "Is he really that interested?" The reporter angrily demanded that the fat man answer their questions. The journalist asked the guy if he had any secrets for victory. Vuli told his partner that Lulu taught him all of this. The reporter asked the guy if he had made any plans for his next move. Vule said in an angry voice that he planned to spend time with Lulu. The red-haired woman slyly asked the main character if he could become the champion of the competition. The friends on the side all looked attentively at the protagonist. They were eagerly awaiting his answer. The fan joyfully extended his hand in front of him. He shouted that he already had the heart of a champion. All he had to do was get the title. In a big city, a man and a woman came to a warehouse. They saw large boxes in front of them. The kids opened the boxes and saw gifts inside. The surprises came from the main character's fans. A guy and his friend came to the hospital. A girl was sitting next to the patient, near the bed. Ju glared at the protagonist. She couldn't understand why the guy had become so indifferent towards her. Zikin thought to herself that she and her friend had never even started dating for real. The girl was cutting food on a plate. She was waiting for the guy to confess his feelings and remembered that she had rejected him. Xiao turned away and looked at the girl. Then she glanced the other way at the main character. Xiao looked slyly at the guy and said that the doctor told her that everything was fine with her. The fat man excitedly told the headman that she would still be on the list for further observation. The fan swung his arm with all his might and hit his friend on the head from behind with his hand. Vuli looked closely at the patient. After Vu, no additional abilities were found in her. Xiao told her friend with a smile that being able to go through this was an advantage for her. She asked her friend how he got through the awakening. The fat man told his partner that when he was at the academy, his appetite increased. After this, the guy felt that his strength had increased and his body's reaction had become more acute. I asked my friend if there were any other consequences of waking up. The fat man said he started eating more and sleeping more. The headman and the girl looked at the guy with great interest after his words. Zhou knew that Wu is a painful process. When dormant genes undergo awakening, the flesh and bones of the human body undergo a transformation. The girl was very surprised that all her friend's problems boiled down to just food and sleep. The headman and the girl thought that heaven had made the fat man its chosen one. Xiao asked the main character how he went through his awakening. The fan told his partner that his appetite, like that of the fat man, had increased. Fan told his partner in a sly voice that after waking up, he began to sleep poorly. He also often suffers from nightmares. The girl was very displeased and surprised when she heard from the guy about nightmares. Ju decided that it was because of the nightmares that her misunderstanding with her friend had intensified. Xiao glanced at the girl with displeasure. She thought the boys were using some kind of cheat to fool the system. Their appetites seemed truly abnormal. Joe remembered her friends eating portions equal to 4 or 5 ordinary people. Now it had become their standard requirement. The group leader told the participants that many people now have expectations of them. They must feel pressure. Fan, smiling, told his partner that there was nothing wrong with that. The headman told the girl to help her control the 2 boys. Ju told her friends in a proud voice that now the whole world will talk about them. They are called the God of War and the King of Arms. A girl on a chair asked a guy, "Do you really have to be so eccentric?" A fan told his girlfriend that any representative of the moon behaves arrogantly. Previously, such a privilege belonged to Earthlings. The door opened and a guy in glasses ran in. He shouted that the list of battles for entry into the top 8 had finally appeared. Marco told his friends the details of the upcoming fights in a joyful voice. Marco stood with a tablet. He continued to read to his friends the names of the fighters who were supposed to fight. The guest was surprised to read to his friends that Antaeus would fight against the Fat Man. Floys would be fighting against the main character. The headmistress from her bed angrily asked what kind of crazy draw this was. Marco, tablet in hand, told his friends about Antaeus' abilities. This fighter, thanks to his connection to the Earth, can receive information about his opponent's actions. The boy explained to his friends that the skill's mechanism was somewhat similar to Senior Zheng's insight. Joe excitedly said that Antaeus possessed the fastest and most brutal tempo in battle. None of his opponents could inflict a single drop of damage on him. The headmistress said in a thoughtful voice that the Floys kills all opponents who engage in close combat with it. She angrily shouted to her friends that this draw was aimed at excluding them from the tournament. Ju shouted in a dissatisfied voice that Yuesao was using such vile methods. The protagonist said in a sly voice that everything was excellent. A surprised Fat Man glanced at him from the side. Fan told his friends in a joyful voice that he had wanted to fight Floys for a long time. The friends looked at the protagonist in surprise. Marco thought the fan had found a way to win. The protagonist remembered that back when he was on Mars, he wanted to fight Floys. But back then, there was a huge gap between them. Now, he was evenly matched against this opponent. Xiao, from the bed, asked her friend in a disgruntled voice what was so good about it. The protagonist coughed and decided to explain everything to his girlfriend. The protagonist slyly told his friends that he simply wanted to befriend his rival. In the future, he wouldn't even need to light a fire at a picnic. Jo thought to herself with displeasure that in a situation like this, only the main character could laugh. The girl recalled that after the battle for a place in the top 8 begins, there will be some changes to the competition. A new arena for the battle will open. Late at night, the protagonist was resting on the bed with his friend. They slept restlessly. Fan woke up late at night and grabbed his stomach. He didn't know what happened to him this time. The main character jumped up from his seat and ran to the bathroom. He turned on the light and went to the mirror. The protagonist grabbed his clothes. He came to look at his body to understand the cause of the pain. Fan looked at his body with great attention. He saw that he had a new trace. The main character saw with horror that the scar on his body was getting bigger and bigger. Fan looked closely at his stomach. He noticed that the trace had already spread there. The boy looked closely at his reflection in the mirror. He saw a foreign growth and decided that it was infected with something. Fan thought for a moment and remembered that the alien's fall from grace was supposed to happen in 5 years. He decided that after his soul had traveled through time, some illness had also traveled. The main character thought about it and realized that there was no problem with the food he was consuming. The fan decided that his friend Marco was above suspicion. This guy could not possibly be connected to aliens. The protagonist remembered the pre-match check. He didn't understand why everyone was targeting him. The guy thought for a moment and remembered his girlfriend Jo with excitement. He saw her very clearly. The main character remembered that in his dream his girlfriend was very suspicious. The fan recalled that his girlfriend was under a lot of pressure from the moon representatives. She may have had an unspecified motive. The protagonist thought that, given the current rate at which the disease was spreading, he still had a chance. He just needed a little time. The spectators gathered at the stadium. They were getting ready to watch a very exciting fight. The host told the guests in a joyful voice that the first 2 fights today would be between representatives of the moon. Dai told his partners in an angry voice that their fighters would definitely not let them down today. All the trash had to be weeded out. The girl suddenly rushed forward to attack her opponent. She cut him down with her blade at full speed. Ju said with admiration that she wasn't at all surprised that these 2 participants had made it through the next stages. Xiao replied to her friend that these 2 warriors know no mercy when they take to the battlefield. The host shouted to the guests that it was time for the 3rd battle of the day. Antaeus was to face Vullius. The audience was very happy and loudly shouted words of encouragement for the participant. The Fat Man looked calmly at his opponent. The fighter studied him carefully. Antaeus looked at the Fat Man very angrily and said that his luck had come to an end. The fighter slyly threatened the Fat Man that he wouldn't last even a minute in the arena against him. The players were transported to the battle location. They found themselves deep in the forest. The participant assumed a combat stance. Antaeus grabbed the blade with his hands. He was holding himself on top of a large stone. The fighter flew over the forest. He carefully looked out to see where the fat man had hidden. Vule pointed his weapon to the side. He shouted at his opponent to come to him. The fat man called his opponent a dystrophic person with a pink mohawk in a dissatisfied voice. Antaeus got angry. He flew at his opponent at full speed. Vule opened fire on him in response. The fighter descended on his rock. He decided to get as close to the fat man as possible. Antaeus looked closely at his opponent. He realized that the guy was awakened. The participant on his rock dodged in different directions. He knew that the bullets from his opponent also took some time to fly. Antaeus looked closely at his opponent. He could easily determine his next moves. The fat man extended his weapon and fired at his opponent. He hit the stone with great precision. The stone shattered into small pieces after the shot. Vule looked ahead with displeasure. Antaeus extended his weapon forward and ran, determined to cut down his opponent on the run. The fat man was startled. He jumped back sharply and somersaulted in the air. The Vule suddenly flew up behind his opponent and prepared to shoot him with his weapon. The fighter put his hand forward to defend himself. A bright, glowing explosion appeared in front of him. Vule suddenly thrust his weapon forward in defense. He deflected his opponent's blade with his pistol. The fat man held out his hand in front of him with a pistol. His opponent jumped back at that moment. Anti very angrily threatened the guy that next time he wouldn't hit him so weakly. Vule covered his head with his hands. He realized that his opponent's ability was related to the earth. The fat man glanced at the fighter and realized that Antaeus was increasing his speed and constantly changing his trajectory. Vule realized that the fighter could feel his movement when he touched the ground. The spectators watched the fight in the arena with great excitement on large screens in the hall. The Golden Lion said with concern that the fat man's safety distance continues to shrink. The guy said excitedly that Antaeus must get closer to his rival before he was killed. The fat man held his weapon out in front of him, waiting for his opponent to get even closer. Vule looked carefully ahead and waited for Antaeus to come even closer to him. The fat man held his pistols out in front of him. His opponent almost flew right up to him. The fat man shouted loudly that it would all happen now. Antaeus shouted back at his opponent that he was about to die. Vule swung his arms sharply and slammed his weapon into the ground with all his might. The fat man hit the ground with all his might and it began to crack. His opponent flew far back. A very strong explosion was heard from below Antaeus. He shouted to the guy that it was a suicide attack. The fat man said in a sly voice that they could continue fighting for another minute. The fighter got scared. He looked down in front of him. At that moment, the Vule prepared to attack him. The fat man jumped back sharply, shooting at his opponent as he flew.